Nice little baby, don't you cry. You'll get your swan bath by and by. You bet. Swan suds faster than other floating soaps. Baby gentle suds, too. Mild as imported Castiles. Great for baby's bath and swell for mommies and daddies, too. I swan. How about you?
The makers of Rinso are proud to present The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore.
Evening, friends. Welcome to Springdale. I'm mayor here, you know, and I'd like you to know the keys to the town are yours. I guess Springdale is pretty much like your town. Well, pretty much like most towns here in the United States. And the people, well, they're a lot like your own neighbors. Here comes one of our folks now. He's one of the most respected citizens. I'd like you all to meet Arlo Wilcox.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and how do you do, friends? Well, now that we're all acquainted, there's just one thing left for you to find out about. The product that brings you the show. What's that? You say you already know about Rinso? You say you've used it in your wash tubs and your washers and dishpans for years? You say you're crazy about those dazzling Rinso white washes? About the way Rinso leaves your washable colors bright and fresh? You say you're delighted with the time, work, and money Rinso saves you? Well, what are we waiting for? No point in my saying anything further. Let's get on with the show. The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, Hetty.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, Minnie.
It's a beautiful morning, Mayor.
Yes, it is, Minnie.
I think it's going to rain, though. I got a feel in my kneecap.
What's on the calendar this morning, Minnie?
Well, there's a meeting of the aldermen at 10:30. You have to decide on the site of the new schoolhouse at 11:30. The plumbers' union is coming at 1.
All right. That's far enough, Minnie. Did you get me the figures on the Navy recruiting drive to date?
They're right on top of that pile. I heard the speech you made on the radio last night, Mayor. If I was a man, I'd have enlisted on the spot.
Well, patriotism isn't hard to sell, Minnie. But acting on it's another matter. When we ask Springdale sons to enlist in the Navy, we have to make mighty sure that we keep Springdale just the kind of place they think they're fighting for.
Yes. By the way, Tom Williams just came in. He's waiting to see you, Mayor. But you have to get your papers together for the alderman meeting.
Oh, hang the meeting. Tom, come on in here.
Good morning, Mayor.
Well, what can I do for you, son?
May I see you alone for a moment?
Of course. Minnie has some papers to get together for me.
Now, don't let him stay too long, Mayor. This meeting...
Ah, that'll be all, Minnie.
Gee, what's the matter with her?
Well, this isn't one of Minnie's good mornings. What's the trouble, Tom?
I want to join the Navy.
Well, what does your father say?
He says I've got no right to quit law school, and if I do, he'll disown me. He said I'd be more of use to my country with a degree and some sense in my head.
Well, what do you want me to do, Tom?
I want you to make Dad see that he's got to let me go. He won't listen to me. What kind of a man will say let other men's sons go, but not mine? I'm not very proud of my father right now.
Tom, don't ever say anything like that in front of me again. There's never been a minute in the 40 years of friendship between your father and me that I haven't been proud to call him a friend. Sometimes it's hard to let go of the things we love.
Well, I've told you how I feel, and I've told him. If you don't like it, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't go like that, Tom.
There's really nothing else to say. I'm sorry I took up your time. Well, good morning, Mayor.
Minnie!
I don't know why you won't use that buzzer. What is it, Mayor?
Oh, I'm tired, Minnie. I'm going home. I have some gardening to do.
But, Mayor, the aldermen's meeting, the school site, the plumbers' union...
They'll have to wait. I've got to get to my rose bushes. I've got some heavy thinking to do. I'm going out in the garden, Marilla. If anyone calls, I don't want to be disturbed.
It's a pity that a grown man can't do a spell of thinking without getting down on his knees with his hands in the dirt. Well, wipe your shoes on the stoop before you come in.
What are we having for dinner?
Stew.
Oh, stew. You know I don't like stew.
Anytime you're dissatisfied, Mr. Mayor, you can get a new housekeeper. I'm not one to stay where I'm not wanted.
Marilla, what do you think about the war?
Oh, I just like to have 5 minutes alone with a tea kettle of scalding water and that Hitler.
Well, if you had a son, would you want him to fight?
Yes, I expect I would.
Did you like my speech last night asking for recruits?
I've heard you make better. You cleared your throat 9 times and you lost your place twice.
Marilla, I'm worried about Tom. He wants to enlist.
Well, if I was the mayor and making fine speeches on the subject, I'd do everything in my power to help him. It isn't so easy when it comes home, is it? Little bit afraid to face the judge, aren't you?
Is there anything you don't know, you old witch?
Not much.
Well, the judge and I have been playing checkers every night for 20 years. That may end if I interfere between him and his boy.
Well, there's other fish in the sea. You're the mayor, and there's certain things you've got to do. What's right for one is right for all.
Yeah, I know. That was in my campaign speech. What's right for one is right for all. Marilla, where's my gardening gloves? I'm go out and wrestle with this thing.
Evening, Mayor.
Evening, Judge. Feel like a game of checkers?
Might.
It's a nice night, isn't it, Jim?
Yeah.
Puts me in mind of the night I was first courting Anne. The dusk turning deeper every minute, and the stars coming out, and the sweet smell of late summer in your lungs. Anne had a blue dress that summer, and she looked like a picture. Did you remember, Jim?
Misty it was, with lace.
Ah, so I didn't have lace. It had ribbons. Anne couldn't abide lace on anything.
It had lace. I remember just as well as those ridiculous celluloid collars that you wore. It had lace.
Well, maybe you're right. I don't know. I'm not too good at remembering clothes, even Anne. But I know exactly how blue her eyes were, and the line of her cheek, and the curve of her lips. And I remember how her hair used to be like sunshine when she'd stand on this porch and say goodbye. Things seem all wrong sometimes, don't they, Judge? Seems as though Anne should be right out here with us now. Well, maybe she is. Well, let's get started with the checkers. Might as well beat you now and get it over with.
Beat me now? Why, you never beat me squarely in your whole life.
Why, you old checker-cheating scoundrel? Are you inferring I don't play honestly?
What about the time you said you jumped free and it had only been 2?
That was 19 years ago.
Does that make it any more honest? Go ahead, move.
Judge, Tom was in to see me today.
Tom, what do you want?
He said he wanted to enlist in the Navy and you wouldn't let him.
That's right, I won't. He's got plenty of time ahead for fighting. Right now, he's going to finish law school.
The boy feels it's his duty to go, and he's right.
Well, he shall go someday if necessary, but not yet. Not just yet. Let him finish school.
You remember the Cummins boy who used to deliver groceries? Well, he's gone. Charlie Jackson's son from Harvard, and the young DA in your own court. Why, confounded man, this is a last desperate war for survival. The country has to be defended and held at any cost. Oh, I'll grant you raised your boy well, Jim. You taught him pride in country and pride in self. But today you should say thank God. Thank God for this son who's got enough honor and honesty to face the fact that his country is in a death struggle and needs him. Tell me, do you think he wants to go? Do you think it's easy for him?
No, I don't think that.
Well, then, are you going to have less courage than he has?
I would go myself if I could. It's easier to die yourself than to see someone you love die.
Oh, he'll be back in that school next year finishing up.
He's my whole life. I've waited for the day when I'd see his name on the door with mine. Jim Williams and Son. I've lived for that day.
It's Tom and me. May we come in?
Of course. Come in, children. Come in, Jane.
Good evening, Dad.
Hello.
Good evening, Mayor.
Hi, Fathers. Dad, Janie and I, we've been talking, and I think, well, that is, Janie thinks, we think.
Come on, speak up, son.
Well, it's that we know we're young and all that, but for a long time...
Oh, tell him it started when you stole my dolls, and it's never ended. Tell him it began when I was 15 and you were 17, and you kissed me. Tell him it began, too, just now in the garden. Stars look down on the trees that we've known all our lives just this year. Tell him it's going to be forever. And we want to.
There, you see, that's how it is.
I think I begin to understand.
You understand? What right have you to understand? I am the father here. So you're engaged. Is that what you're trying to say, son?
Yes, sir.
Well, sir, I'm proud of you. You picked the prettiest and the nicest girl.
I'm going to cry.
You do, and I'll push your face in.
Well, that's a nice romantic thought.
We want to get married right away, sir.
Get married right away? Oh, now that's another matter. You're both pretty young.
Boy, you wouldn't want to get married and leave right away for the Navy, would you?
Leave right away for... Dad, is it all right? You won't mind if I enlist?
I shall be most proud of you.
Then we have to get married more than ever now.
Well, you'd be pretty lonely with a husband away at war. Wouldn't be easy.
It isn't easy to go to war either. You have no right to stop us. No one in the world has a right to stop us because no one can promise us anything. We're the ones that are making the sacrifices. We have a right to whatever happiness we can get.
Have you talked to your mother about this, Janie?
Yes, she understands.
Well, Mr. Mayor, will you be free to perform a wedding in the next few days?
Mr. Judge, I shall consider it an honor. A real honor. Under the authority vested in me and in the presence of God and this company, we've come to these chambers this evening to join together this young man and this young woman in marriage.
Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Williams.
The very best of health and good fortune to both of you.
Isn't it wonderful? Oh, Tom, isn't it wonderful?
Make them printed in the records a mile high, Mayor. Mr. and Mrs. Tom Williams.
And let's remember every moment of it. The way the mayor's tie stood up. The judge's hair. But this is the beginning. We're young and we have each other and the whole darn world. Will you remember all those things about your wedding, Mr. Williams?
I'll remember you.
Extra naval battle, extra big naval battle, midnight special, extra read all of it. Who can that be waking a buddy up in the middle of the night? Oh, no respect for common decency. Well,
Telegram for the mayor. Sign here.
What is it, Marilla?
some fool telegram. Here it is.
No. Oh, no.
What is it? Don't stand there looking like that. You're enough to scare everybody out of their skin. What is it?
The following Springdale boys reported dead or missing in the Coral Sea. Dead, James Connor. Robert Winters. Tom Williams. May I come in, Judge? I knew you were up. I saw the light in your window.
Come in.
I just received the wire. I know you must have had one.
Yes, I've had one.
I don't know why I came. Exactly. Except that I wanted to be with you. He died by his gun. They say there'll be a medal.
Fine. I'll hang it on the door beside my name.
Oh, do you hate me so bitterly?
You sent my son to his death.
That's a hard way of looking at it, Jim.
I've come to the conclusion that you're a hard man and an ambitious one. It'll look well on the records, the number of recruits you were able to get. A few friends lost in the process, a boy or two dead surely won't matter.
Oh, is it possible you don't understand how this has gone with me? Why, I taught Tom to hold his first baseball bat. I taught him to swim. A few months ago, I officiated at his wedding.
Yes, you officiated at his wedding. And tomorrow you will hold further ceremony for him and his comrades. You'll make a speech about patriotism and expect to fill our hearts with your words. But the devil take your words. Couldn't you even leave me in peace to my sorrow? Did you have to impose even on my grief?
I thought we were almost brothers. I thought what came to one of us came to both.
Brothers, you are the mayor, and I am a father who has lost his son. The city lies between us.
Oh, Jim, don't be like this, please. Don't do this.
You don't mind if I say good night?
Good night, Judge. I apologize for imposing. Good night, sir.
Janie's in the parlor. I gave her some hot milk, but she wouldn't touch it, poor little thing.
No, I'll go right in. Janie, my dear.
I know. The papers are out. I know.
Oh, it's too bad. It's too bad.
I keep saying to myself, all over and done with. All over and done with. But the words don't ring true. I keep seeing him running down the street, leaping the fence. I remember the freckles he always got in the summers. And the strong look of his hands on a steering wheel. I remember him in this room, standing here trying to say that we wanted to get married. And I remember his eyes, and the warmth of his lips. And I keep telling my heart, all over and done with, but my heart won't listen.
Oh, drink your milk, Janie. Don't let yourself go to pieces.
No, don't go to pieces, Jenny. Keep walking in the same pattern. It isn't hard to live without your heart once you get used to it. Drink some milk, Janie. It's warm and soothing. It'll quiet your nerves and drown your memories.
He died bravely and gallantly. Do you want to weaken his death with tears? Do you want to dilute his sacrifice? Now, my dear, listen to me.
Don't touch me. Don't you dare touch me. You'll kill him, do you hear me? He went because of the things you said.
Oh, Janie, I've known Tom Williams since the hour he was born. I loved him like a son.
Love. You don't know the meaning of love. You aren't a man, you're an institution.
Well, perhaps, Janie. Everything I do is done in the name of the city. That's the way it has to be. But what is the city? It's you and the judge and the Lawson boy and the Uptons on the next street. The city is the people, and I'm its voice. The danger of each and every one is my personal danger, and their sorrow is my sorrow. The sacrifices I ask are in its name and for its preservation.
I've loved you all my life. I think I hate you now.
Well, go ahead and hate me, Janie, if it'll ease your heart. It's your democratic privilege to hate or like the mayor. But, girl, do you think I wanted to send Tom to war? Do you think I wanted to send any of them? I saw another war. I know how the bodies look face down in the mud, and something inside me weeps that these things must be again.
You knew he'd probably never come back. Why did you let him go? Why didn't you stop him?
Because he said he was an American, and because being an American is being a free man, and unfortunately freedom must be bought in blood. It was purchased that way once at Valley Forge and must be kept. Jeannie, I'm not very proud of you right now. I thought there was strength in you and courage.
I've lost him. How can I bear that?
How can you bear it? How did the women bear it who stood listening to the guns of Yorktown with death in their hearts? How did those white-faced women who opened the first dispatches from Gettysburg bear it? And the women who wore gold stars in 1918? It wasn't easy, Janie, to keep the level eye and the grief held in stern check and the head erect. Their men died for America, and regardless of the swift shock pain, they went on living and working and fighting to keep America so that those dead didn't die in vain. Theirs was the courage and the faith that kept the flag of freedom in the wind. Can you live in their country and lack the same stamina? Are you unworthy to follow in their footsteps? Well, Janie?
I'm so ashamed. I'm so ashamed. I'll find a way to help somehow. You did love him, didn't you? And you love him now. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Janie. That little boy that skinned his knees on those front steps and skated and rode bicycles down the street and fell in love next door has left an emptiness in the hearts of two old men that can never be filled. But the sons must fight for the cities. And so Tom is dead in the coral seas, and there's an end of a chapter for you. And the end of a book for his father and me. But that's the way it has to be.
The end, you say? And yet not quite the end. Not quite the end of Tom and the skinned knees and the bicycles. Not when there's to be a son to come and live in the same pattern. Not when there's to be a son.
My friends and neighbors, we've come here to commemorate those of our sons who have given their lives in this great struggle in which we're now engaged. Believe me, I know the personal grief of each and every one of you. I, who have no son of my own blood, have shared the lives of yours. I've known the progress of teeth and broken legs and baseball teams and romances. I've heard them sing at football games and insult the baseball umpires. Now I've seen them march away to play a deadlier game, still singing and insulting. Some of them are not to return. Some of them have already given their lives in the name of America. And you who saw them go, ask me, is it right? Why did they go? What did they die for? And I must answer you in this manner. They died for Patrick Henry, for Nathan Hale and John Paul Jones. They died for schools and movie houses and summer picnics, country roads, woods in Maine, and lakes in California, for the right to say what they like, and to like what they like, and debunk what they don't like. All those things that became suddenly sacred to them when they were threatened. We have lost them. Weep for the quiet streets, the empty hearts. But we'll go on living the same pattern they held most dear. For the soil is free, the skies are empty, and the cities are unscarred. The flag is still triumphant, and that triumph belongs to them.
Going home?
Oh, Janie. Yes, I am.
I'm going your way. You mind if I walk along with you?
Oh, I should be honored to have such a pretty young lady on my arm. Here.
Afternoon, Mayor. A fine speech.
Oh, afternoon, Judge.
It's a bit warm, isn't it? Well, confound it, you never did have the manners you were born with. Are you going to ask me if I'm stopping by for checkers or not? I can always find another partner, don't forget.
Oh, do you feel like a game of checkers, Judge?
Might.
Do you mind if I stop in and watch? Just to see that you don't cheat?
Who cheats?
Oh, you do. Come on, boys.
Our star, Mr. Barrymore, will return in just a moment. You know, I'd be the last one to say there's no room for difference of opinion. But when a lot of experts agree on something, there, it seems to me, is an opinion well worth listening to. Now, the makers of 33 leading washers are unanimous in recommending our new anti-sneeze Rinso. Such a recommendation should carry a great deal of weight with you ladies, and I hope it does. For if you take the advice of these experts to try Rinso, you'll be doing your clothes and your washer a great favor. Here's what I mean. The makers of the famous Norge washers have long told their customers to use Rinso. Now they have more reason than ever to do so, for there are no new washers being made for the duration. Yes, the washer industry is devoting its full time to the war effort. Yet the Norge people want you to keep your washer in the running. So they repeat, use Rinso. For with Rinso, it takes as little as a 5-minute run to turn out a spanking clean load of clothes. And that saves not only your clothes, but your washer. And one more suggestion. Have your Norge checked by a reliable dealer. And do use the new anti-sneeze Rinso regularly. And now we take you behind the scenes to meet the mayor himself, Mr. Lionel Barrymore.
I'd like to say thank you for tuning in tonight. I hope you've enjoyed the show, and I hope you'll tune in again every week. We'll try to make it interesting for you, and I think we'll succeed. Because the things that happen in Springdale are the warm, human things that happen in your town, in every town in America. Some of them serious, some of them funny, all of them real. That's why when the sponsors of this show, the makers of Rinso, spoke to me about it, I was full of enthusiasm to do it. Yes, I was proud to be associated with a show that would reflect the American scene as this one does. And I'll tell you something else. I'm pretty proud of my sponsors, too. Rinso's a mighty familiar part of the American scene. So once again, I'm glad you listened tonight. And I hope you'll make this get-together a regular habit. Good night.
Mr. Barrymore appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. The mayor of the town was written by Miss Jean Holloway. And this is Harlow Wilcox inviting you to be with us again next week, same time. Good night. This program came from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorns had a beat on the rolling back in the saddle again. That's right, folks. Another visit with all the gang here at Melody Ranch. Pat Buttram, Johnny Bond, the Cass County Boys, the Pinafores, Carl Cotner's Melody Ranch Orchestra, and yours truly, Charlie Lyon. But right now, meet the boss man himself, America's favorite cowboy, Gene Autry.
I was born in Kansas, I was bred in Kansas, and when I get married, I'll be wed. In Kansas, there's a true blue gal who promised she would wait. She's my sunflower from the sunflower state. She's my sunflower, she's my sunflower, and I know we'll never part. She's a sunflower, she's my one flower, she's the flower of my heart. Skies are fair in Kansas, clouds are square in Kansas, never saw a place that I compare with Kansas, so I'm going home. The sunflower from the sunflower state. She's the sunflower, she's my sunflower, and I know we'll never part. She's the sunflower, she's my one flower, she's the flower of my heart.
Hey, yeah.
And now, neighbors, here's a tune that's been riding high on the popularity crest for quite some time now. Kids?
Vaya con Dios, my darling.
Now the hacienda's dark, the town is sleeping. Now the time has come to part, the time for weeping. Vaya con Dios, my darling. Vaya con Dios, my love. Now the village mission bells are softly ringing. If you listen with your heart, you'll hear them singing. Vaya con Dios, my darling. Vaya con Dios, my love. Wherever you may be, I'll be beside you. Although you're many million dreams away, each night I'll say a prayer to guide you, to hasten every lonely hour of every lonely day. Now the dawn is breaking through a gray tomorrow, but the memories we shared are there to borrow. Vaya con Dios, my darling. Vaya con Dios, my love. Vaya con Dios, my love. Vaya con Dios, well, thank you, friends. Many, many thanks. Now, hey, what are you laughing at there, Uncle Charlie?
Oh, excuse me, Gene, but Pat here was just telling me about an experience he had over in London, England this summer.
Well, believe me, Unc, he had plenty of experience.
Oh, now.
Which one was this?
Oh, tell him about the pocketbook you found in Trafalgar Square, Pat.
Pocketbook? Oh, yeah. Maybe we will. Maybe we will.
Never mind acting so smart. Did this pocketbook that you found have any money in it?
Okay, so it had $19.33 in it.
And what did you do with it?
Well, you must know I went for a ride on another bus.
You did what?
Tell him about the conductor.
Tell him about the conductor. Tell him about the conductor. Why don't you go back to making the early morning smudge pot announcement?
Well, now, wait a minute. Let's get back to the subject. What about the conductor?
Oh, nothing. Best man I ever seen.
Oh?
He knew everybody on the bus personally, he did.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, in fact, you won't believe this, but he was going along the boulevard just
The
fine
what?
there. The boulevard.
Oh.
He was going along, and all of a sudden, the bus stopped.
Uh-huh.
The conductor yelled out, "Charles!" Well, before you knowed it, Mr. and Ms. Charles got up and got off.
Oh, no.
Yes, sir. Then a little further on, he calls out, "Piccadilly." Sure enough, Mr. and Ms. Piccadilly got up and got off.
Isn't that smashing?
Yes, sir. I don't know how he done it, but the payoff come a little further on when he yells out, "Patrick." Well, sir, it wasn't where I was going, but I got up and got off anyway. Didn't want to hurt his feelings.
Well, that was mighty nice of you.
Well, I kind of thought so, too. Anyway, there I was, way out in the middle of nowhere. And all of a sudden, this fella comes up to me and he says, I say there, old chap, is this Patrick? I said, he sure is. The fella says, I'm looking for 1933.
And what'd you do?
What could I do?
Don't stray too far away, though, because if you do, you're liable to miss the Cass County Boys and the Blue Jeans singing one of the better current revivals that goes as follows. Kids?
Don't call my name. Don't call my name. Oh, Lord above, forgive me, please don't call my name. As I lie here, sick and lonely in my bed, I recall the reckless life that I have led. And although my humble heart is filled with shame, please don't take me, Lord above, don't call my name. Don't call my name. Don't call my name. Oh, Lord above, forgive me, please don't call my name. I confess I haven't lived the way I should. And I guess I've done a lot more bad than good. But the Bible says there's hope for every heart. Please don't take me. Let me make a brand new start. Don't call my name. Don't call my name. Oh, Lord above, forgive me. Please don't call my name. Don't call my name. Don't call my name. Don't call my name. Lord above, forgive me. Please don't call my name. Hallelujah.
Well, sir, if the girl in this next song hasn't caught on yet that I'm following her, here's one more last reminder. I'm walking behind you on your wedding day, and I'll hear you promise to love and obey. Though you may forget me, you're still on my mind. Look over your shoulder, I'm walking behind.
Baby, I'll kiss again with a love as new. But I shall wish again I was kissing you.
'Cause I'll always love you wherever you go. And though we are parted, I want you to know that if things go wrong, dear, and fate is unkind, look over your shoulder, I'm walking behind. Well, thank you, neighbors. Many, many thanks. Mighty glad that you enjoyed it. And now, since once more it appears to be yarn spinning time here at Melody Ranch, suppose I get right on with the story that I call Double Poison. A story that, according to my best mental notes, all began one late summer evening when Senor Juan Sanchez, a neighboring rancher, and I were sitting right here on the front porch of Melody Ranch, indulging in a friendly little game of checkers. Well, what do you know? That makes 3 games in a row for me, Juan. Seems like you're not doing so good tonight.
I'm afraid, Senor Autry, that my mind is, how you say, not on my business this evening. You see, I'm most worried about my cat.
Yeah, I know. You're not the only one who's worried, though. Just before you got here, Chet Simmons called.
Huh?
He's lost 10 more steers in the last 3 days.
See? I myself have lost 6 heads since Monday.
Oh?
Some fella has lost 12, Senor Hawkins over 20, others a few more, some a few less.
We've lost nearly 30 head right here on Melody Ranch.
And yet, somehow I can't help but remember an old Spanish saying of my father's. No hay mal que por bien no venga. In your language it means nothing bad ever happens that does not bring some good.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so for all of our sake. Well, sir, after Senor Sanchez had left, I got to thinking that this cattle dyeing business was really getting serious. Yet so far, all we'd come up with were just a lot of questions without any answers. That's why the very next day, I decided to saddle up Champ and go out, take a look around for myself. I remember it was just 3 o'clock in the afternoon and hotter than the $3 bill. As a result, both Champ and I were pretty thirsty. So we pulled up at Whistling Springs. Oh, Champ. Oh, boy. I don't know about you, old fella, but I'm as dry as a bone. What do you say we take on a little water? Okay. Now get off. Brother, this is really going to taste... Hey, what's the matter, boy? What are you grabbing hold of me for? Hey, now, wait a minute. Are you by any chance trying to tell me that this water's no good? Is that what you're trying to say, Champ? Well, you're done. So, that's it. This water must be poison.
And you say, Gene, that this particular water came from Whistling Springs?
That's right, Frank. I took the sample myself. Does it show anything?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing, except that it's just plain, everyday H2O.
But that can't be. Otherwise, why wouldn't Champ...
Take a drink? Maybe he just wasn't thirsty. Did you ever think of that?
Yeah, maybe you're right. Well, thanks anyway, Frank. Sorry I bothered you. See you later.
Right. Say, tell that horse of yours not to be so choosy about the water he drinks.
Well, sir, I'd no sooner left Frank Parker's assaying office and gotten back to Melody Ranch than Pat Buttram came running in, all excited with a copy of the latest Sagebrush Weekly Gazette. Seems there was an ad in it claiming a big Eastern syndicate was offering to buy up all the ranches in these parts, and at what the copy called fair prices. Well, needless to say, that was the clincher. 2 hours later, every rancher within a 10-mile radius was at the Cattlemen's Exchange in town, waiting to hear from Ed Thompson, our association president.
All right, men, now let's quiet down. Quiet, please. Now then, I'm sure by now you've all seen the ad in the paper telling about some Eastern syndicate wanting to buy up our land.
Momentito, por favor. Excuse me, Senor Thompson, but may I say something?
Sure thing, Sanchez. That's what this meeting's for. Go ahead.
Gracias. Señores, I too love my rancho as much as any of you. But, well, I have been hit so hard by my recent cattle losses that, well, I'm afraid I will have to sell my land.
Now, wait a minute. Hold it down. Quiet, I said. Now, you look here, Sanchez. What we need right now more than anything else is a solid block to beat that syndicate. No sellouts at all. Because believe me, all they're waiting for is just one crack.
See, I know, Senor Ponce.
No buts about it. You're either for us or against us. Now, which is it?
I'm sorry, Senor, but I am afraid that I will still be forced to sell.
Okay, quiet, man. In that case, Sanchez, I'm warning you. If I find out what I now think about you is true, there's going to be a party around here. Only it's going to be a necktie party.
Brother, it sure is dark in this here barn of Senor Sanchez. I can't see a... Holy smoke, Gene, look. Over on that bench.
Chemicals, Pat. Enough chemicals to start it.
What's the matter?
Quick. Duck behind those barrels. I think I just heard somebody coming.
Okay, you in there, whoever you are, come on out in the light with your hands up. Hey, Gene, it's Frank Parker, the assayer.
Yeah. It's just us, Frank. Gene Autry and Pat Buttram.
Well, I'll be. What are you two doing out here in Sanchez barn?
We might ask you the same thing.
Well, yeah, I guess good at that. You see, that water you brought me was poison, Gene. What?
Are you sure?
Positive. I told you it wasn't because I didn't want to get you and the rest of the ranchers around here all stirred up. At least till I had a chance to do a little checking on my own. But now that I've seen those chemicals over there, I'm afraid Senor Sanchez is going to be in for a pretty rough doing, Mr. Parker. Going for Ed Thompson and some of his boys just quick as I can, Pat. In the meantime, I suggest you two grab Sanchez and hold him till we get back. Then we'll fix his double-crossing clock once and for all. See you later. God dang it, Mr. Autry, I still can't believe Senor Sanchez would do a thing like this.
He didn't do it, Pat.
Of course he didn't. That's what... Hey, wait a minute. What do you say?
I'll explain it to you some other time. Right now, though, I want you to get Juan and go where I tell you to just as fast as you can. In the meantime, I've got a plan. A plan that involves a little white lie, some water, and our assayer friend, Frank Parker. And so, Frank, that's what happened. Pat and I trailed Sanchez to a cabin out on the edge of the desert, less than 15 miles north of here.
Oh, that's his game, is it?
Well, I figured with your knowledge of chemicals, you'd have a better chance of getting him to confess than we would.
Yeah, maybe you're right at that.
I know I'm right.
Where'd you say this place was?
Just across that stretch of desert north of town. Shouldn't take us more than 2 hours at the most to get there.
Okay, let's go.
Well, sir, 4 hours later instead of 2, and 27 miles across the hot desert instead of 15, Frank Parker and I finally pulled up in front of an old deserted cabin. Anyway, just as I'd planned, at the time we got there, poor Frank was so hot and thirsty from that beaten desert sun, the only thing he wanted was a drink of water.
Water? Autry, where's the water you've been promising me? My throat is burning up.
Don't you want to talk to Sanchez first?
That can wait. All I want now is some water.
Okay, you're the boss. Hey, Pat.
Yeah?
Bring out your canteen, will you?
Coming right away, Gene. Oh, hi, Frank. Quick, give me some of that water. Sure thing. Here you are. I could drink this whole thing dry.
I don't blame you. That water from Whistling Springs is just about the best there is.
Did you say Whistling Springs?
That's right.
But that water's poison. You're trying to kill me. Get me to town. Get me to town, quick. I gotta fix an antidote.
How are you gonna make an antidote? Unless you know exactly what the poison is.
I know what the poison is.
How do you know?
I know because...
Because you put it there, didn't you, Frank?
All right, Autry, I did it. I did it. I know when I'm licked. Look, both of you.
Oh, my head.
Well, I'll be if and it ain't Ed Thompson.
Yeah, Pat. Ed Thompson. Frank Parker's boss. The head of the Cattlemen's Association and the man behind this whole Eastern Syndicate.
Okay, Autry, you win. I might have known that dumb assayer would pull something like this.
Never mind him. Just get me to town. I don't want to die.
Don't worry. You're not going to die, Parker. You see, there wasn't a drop of poison in that water you drank.
Why, you...
Tie 'em up, Pat. They both look like they could use a long rest in jail. And so that wound up what almost turned out to be quite a little land swindle. Yet you know something? I can't help but think if just a few of these guys who spend their time trying to figure out a lot of dishonest shortcuts to making a buck would only utilize their energies in the right direction, they'd wind up with a lot more bucks. Well, sir, let's see here. Oh, yeah. What do you say right now that we recall for you a great song that not only tells how a cowboy feels about his life on earth, but about his life to come in the great hereafter. A song that's been a favorite of all of us out here in this land of the boots and saddles for quite a long, long time. It goes like this. I've been thinking today as my thoughts begin to stray of your memory, to me worth more than gold. As we ride across the plains, midst the sunshine and the rain, we'll be rounded up in glory by and by. As we ride across the plains with the cowboys that have faith, with the storms and lightning flashing by your side, there we'll meet to part no more upon that golden shore when he rounds us up glory by and by. We'll be rounded up in glory. Rounded up by and by. We'll be rounded up in glory. We'll be rounded up by and by. When the milling time is o'er, and we will stampede no more, when he rounds us up in glory.
Listening to Melody Ranch with Johnny Bond, Pat Buttram, the Cass County Boys, the Pinafores, Carl Cotner, and America's favorite cowboy, Gene Autry. Charlie Lyon speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Hapstead presents The Great Gildersleeve. The makers of Hapstead present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, do you housewives find it difficult sometimes to get meals in a hurry these busy days? Yes, and make them as tempting and nutritious as your hard-working family deserves? Well, that problem is much simpler if you have a package or two of Pabst-ett on hand. Because Pabst-ett is the delicious golden cheese food of 100 different uses. Pabst-ett spreads easily to make tasty, appetite-satisfying sandwiches. It slices neatly to serve with apple pie or fruit. It's easy to make smooth cheese sauces with Pabst-ett to pour over hot vegetables and other foods. Yes, and there are any number of main dinner dishes you can make in a jiffy. Why, in no time at all, you'll discover 100 or more ways to give tempting variety to everyday meals with Pabst-ett. So keep Pabst-ett on hand. Remember, it's easy to digest. A fine energy food that's wholesome and nourishing. Yes, ask your grocer tomorrow for Pabst-ett in the distinctive round flat package. Remember, it's Pabst-ett. Pabst-ETT. The delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. And now let's join our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who's brushing up on his golf game in preparation for the finals of the annual Labor Day tournament at the Summerfield Country Club. On the eve of the great event, we find him in his living room behind the sofa, addressing the ball with a mashie.
Well, now, let me see. This is a very difficult shot. Quiet, Bertie. Never talk to anybody when they're making a golf shot.
Yes, excuse me.
Yeah, now watch this. If you ever get in a trap, Bertie, there's just one thing to remember.
Oh, I keep out of traps.
Yes. The thing is, you want to get under the ball and give it plenty of backspin. Now watch this. This is what we call a chip shot.
Chip shot, huh? What do we do with the chips?
Oh, my goodness.
What's Miss Marjorie going to say when she sees what's happened to her vase?
Well, those things shouldn't be left lying around on mantels. As a matter of fact, I know something that'll look a lot better up there anyway.
What's that?
A nice big silver cup with my name on it.
Oh, yeah, so that would go good. Oh, by the way, Mr. Gildersleeve, Miss Marjorie said to tell you we're putting you in the sewing room tonight.
It's the sewing room? Why? What have I done?
She said she's going to put Mr. Ferris in your room.
Who's Mr. Ferris?
I don't know, but he's the gentleman who's going to sleep in your room.
Where am I expected to sleep? On the floor?
Oh, no, you're going to have Leroy's camp cot, the one that folds up.
It folds up. Suppose you get the broom and sweep up these divots, Bertie. How soon is dinner? I'm starving.
Oh, anytime now, Mr. Gildersleeve. We're just waiting for Mr. Ferris.
Yeah, Mr. Ferris again. Well, I'm hungry enough to eat a horse. What are we having, Bertie?
Oh, we're having calf's liver.
Have we come to that?
And mashed potatoes and fried eggplant.
Fried eggplant.
Yes.
You know I can't stand eggplant, Bertie. It makes me break out.
Yes, I know it, but Miss Marjorie said Mr. Ferris just dotes on eggplant.
Well, I don't dote on Mr. Ferris. You can tell him that, whoever he is.
Yes, I'll do that. Excuse me now, Miss Gildersleeve. I got to see what's cooking.
Whatever you do, don't let anything happen to that eggplant. Eggplant, sewing room. I don't know why we have a sewing room anyway. There hasn't been any sewing done in this house for 20 years. That you, Marjorie?
Good evening, Uncle Mort.
Listen, what's this thing all about? Say, you're really done up tonight, aren't you?
You like it?
Huh?
I got it for the dance. It only costs $10 more than my allowance, especially reduced. You haven't told me whether you like it.
Well, you haven't given me a chance. Turn around, my dear.
Well?
Marjorie, come kiss your dear old uncle.
You do like it then?
Honey, you look like $1 million, specially reduced.
I'm glad.
There's only one thing. If you don't think that dress is a little,
Oh, don't be old-fashioned, Uncle Mort. I'll bet probably every girl at the dance will be wearing a dress like this.
Maybe I'll change my mind and go.
Oh, please do. It's going to be such fun.
No, my dear. I've got to get my sleep. I got to be in the pink tomorrow.
Oh, come on.
No, you and Doug go ahead and have a good time.
Oh, I'm not going to the dance with Doug.
You're not?
No.
Why not?
Well, Doug and I have just had an understanding, that's all.
You mean you're not speaking?
No, it's all perfectly friendly.
Oh, brother, that's worse. Well, who is taking you to the dance?
I'm going with Leroy.
Leroy? You didn't buy that dress with all to go to the dance with Leroy. And another thing, since when does Leroy go to dances at night? I don't ever... Leroy!
Oh, hello, Unc.
Come back here, young man.
Yes, Uncle Mort.
Where did you get that necktie?
Upstairs.
No, I thought so. Suppose you take it right back upstairs.
Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, Unc, can I go to the dance tonight?
What do you mean, by the way?
I mean, can I?
Why do you ask me? You seem to be going.
Oh, gee, thanks, Unc. I'll sweep out the whole garage tomorrow.
Well, see that you get back here by 10:30.
Oh, okay. I'll sweep out the tool shed.
Say, I forgot to ask you how you came out in the tournament today, Uncle Mort.
Oh, the tournament? Oh, I'm doing pretty well. I played Judge Hooker in the finals tomorrow.
Judge Hooker?
Yeah.
Well, the judge must have improved his game.
He's improved his handicap. I think they added in his age or a social security number or something.
Oh, you can beat him.
Yeah?
Why don't you come to the dance? After all, he's coming.
I don't trust that old goat. He's just the type who would sneak home early and go to sleep. Besides, we got a good bet on this game. $2.
Well, you're going to miss the best dance the club's ever had.
That's right, Unc.
And you know all the trouble we had over the band. Well, guess who we finally got?
I don't know. Who?
They got Bill Farris.
No.
Yes.
Who's Bill Farris?
Margie, tell him who Bill Farris is.
He's a band leader. He plays the trumpet.
Just probably the greatest trumpet player in the world, that's all. Next to Maury Haynes.
I never heard of him either.
Oh, you have too, Uncle Mort. You know that record, I Don't Want to Walk Without You, Baby?
I oughta. You played it night and day for 3 months.
Well, that's Maury Haynes on the trumpet. Bill Farris plays a lot like him.
Keep him away from here, then.
Oh, don't be a Nicky, Uncle Mort.
Nicky.
As a matter of fact, he happens to be coming here to dinner tonight. We're putting him up for the weekend.
Oh, he's the one who's sleeping in my little bed, huh?
Oh, we couldn't ask a guest to sleep on a cot.
He's the gent who's ordering the meals around here now, huh? Bill Farris. I put up with a lot of things, my dear, but this is the first time I've ever had to play second fiddle to a cornet player.
Miss Marjorie. It's been there so long now, it's curling up at the edges.
Well, I'm curling up at the edges, too, Bertie. We've waited long enough for this star boarder of ours. Let's eat.
Oh, I guess we'll have to. I told him 7 o'clock.
There he is. That's him. I'll go, Bertie.
Leroy, I'll go.
Leroy.
Oh, do let me go.
Never mind looking in the mirror, Marge. The guy's waiting.
Hiya, sugar.
Well, hello.
Well, hello. She hadn't seen him since 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Come right in.
I don't care if I do.
Well, I do.
Sorry I'm late. I had to stop off to close the deal. Say, this isn't a bad little dump you got here.
Yeah, thanks.
Who's your fat friend?
Uncle Mort, this is Mr. Farris.
Just call me Bill.
And this is my uncle, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hiya, Jack.
Just call me Mister.
He's a character, isn't he?
Hey, Marge.
Oh, yes, and this is my little brother.
Hiya, Slat.
Hi, Mr. Farris. You know something?
What?
I think you got a swell band. I listen to you every time you're on the radio.
Well, that hardly comes under the heading of news, Bud. They all listen to me. You listen to any of the bands today, Eddie Francis, Goonie Myers, Maury Haynes, they all steal from me.
Oh, but I love Maury Haynes. Don't you?
Maury Haynes, don't make me sick. What's that guy got? No talent? Nothing.
Yeah.
Well, I can blow more trumpet with my left ear than he can blow with his mouth. Maury Haynes. Well, I could have been right up where Maury Haynes is today, cleaning up.
Then why aren't you?
I'll tell you why, just to give you an idea of what you're up against in this business. Maury Haynes and I auditioned for the same radio program a while back. There's no question which is the better band, but it so happens that the sponsors got a crutch on I Don't Want to Walk Without Your Baby. Well, I don't happen to have it in the books. Maury has.
Oh, I love it, though.
Well, I see I gotta educate you, sugar. I wouldn't be caught playing that tune in a dog fight.
What's the matter with it?
It's a lot of corn. That guy, Haynes. If it wasn't for that broken-down ballad, where would he be today?
Well, I rather like it.
Well, Uncle Mort, you
Oh, I don't want to. I think it's got something.
Well, don't sing it around me, brother. I can't take it.
Excuse me, Miss Marjorie. Dinner's ready and then some.
Oh, yeah, do you mind if we sit right down, Mr. Ferris? I'm afraid we'll be late for the dance.
Oh, I couldn't eat anything. Matter of fact, I got a little hungry, so I grabbed a bite on the way over.
Oh, well, you don't mind if we grab a bite after waiting for you for an hour.
Oh, go ahead, Jack. Eat your head off. Don't mind me.
Murder.
Well, come on, gorgeous. You don't want to eat now. I got the car waiting outside. If you get hungry, we'll stop at a bean wagon.
Oh, that would be fun. If Uncle Mort doesn't mind.
No, he doesn't mind.
Coming, Leroy?
Okay. Hey, will you give me a lesson on the trumpet, Mr. Ferris? I can blow a bugle.
Well, some other time. Hey, don't stay up too late, Pop. You Pop? Shove this bag in my room when you go upstairs, will you? Oh!
Hooker, watch this drive now. Head down, wrists locked, left arm stiff, come back slow, and 1,700 yards right to the pin. Now we come to the water hole. Watch me drive this one across the Sleepy Lagoon. Sleepy Lagoon. Where's all that racket? What's going on out here? Oh, they must be back from the dance. This is a fine time for Sleepy Lagoon. I'll go down there and put that goon to sleep. Oh! He'll never get me in a folding cot again. Where's that light switch? Oh, my poor little pinkies. Where's that door? It was here last night. Oh, I'm in the sewing room, yeah. Oh, here it is. Quiet down there, quiet! All right, if I gotta go out there.
Boy, that was solid, Bill. Now let me try it.
Okay, son, blow your brains out. Remember, take the second valve on that high one. Well, if it isn't Fatso. Where'd you get the nightshirt?
Leroy, you skin right upstairs as fast as your little legs can carry you. I told you to be in bed by 10:30.
Is it that late, Unc?
It's 2:30 and you know it. Look at your eyes. They're popping out. Now get up there.
Yes, Unc.
Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle Mort, if we disturbed you.
My window is right over the porch here.
Okay, I won't play anymore. Go climb into your snuggle bunny.
Snuggle bunny. Why don't you take that sour cornet and turn it in for scrap? It's fellas like you who are holding up the war effort. You better come up pretty soon, my dear.
Right away, Uncle Mort. As soon as I turn out the light.
Oh, what's your hurry? You can sleep any time. Let's park on the swing here and take a gander at the moon.
Well, just for a minute. It's awfully late.
Oh, move over. Let's get acquainted.
Well, I really must go.
Oh, nonsense. I don't come to town every day, you know. Say, I hope you're not one of those old-fashioned types.
Well, no.
Well, then move over. That's better. Take a look at that moon, will you? You know, that moon was just made for you and me.
You know, I really must...
No, don't say anything. Don't spoil it. Nice out here, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Marjorie!
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. You know, with so many foods becoming scarce these days, we're lucky there's an abundance of cheese. Cheese is so tasty, satisfying, so nourishing, too. And it's mighty easy to add luscious cheese goodness to all kinds of dishes when you use Pabst-ett, the delicious golden cheese food in the handy round flat package. You see, Pabst-ett is just right for cooked cheese dishes because it melts so smoothly without stringing. Why, making a grand-tasting smooth cheese sauce with Pabst-ett is easy as 1, 2, 3. All you do is melt Pabst-ett in a double boiler, stir in a little milk, and season. There's a real cheese sauce for hot vegetables, fish and chicken dishes, macaroni, any number of foods. Of course, you'll want to serve Pabst-ett, too, in sandwiches, salads, with fruit and pie. Altogether, there are over 100 delicious ways Pabst-ett can glamorize your meals. That's a good thing because Pabst-ett is so nutritious. It's an excellent energy food, rich in milk protein. And it gives you vitamin A and the important milk minerals, calcium and phosphorus. So you see, for many reasons, it's a good thing to have Pabst-ett on hand. Stock up on Pabst-ett tomorrow. Remember, Papstedt, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. And now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. After a hard night in the sewing room, he comes down to breakfast with murder in his heart and circles under his eyes.
Oh, what a night. I think I'll just have a poached egg this morning, Bertie.
Yes, sir.
Uncle Mort, I'm sorry about last night. Really, I am. I tried to...
Think nothing of it, my dear. Think nothing of it. What's a mere golf trophy compared to one night of giddy pleasure?
Oh, Uncle Mort.
Oh, well, I guess I'll just give up the game. Would have been nice to win a cup, though. Just once before I die.
Oh, Uncle Mort, don't talk like that. You're going to win.
Anybody home?
Oh, it's Judge Hooker. Come in, Judge.
He always comes for breakfast. What does he want? I suppose he came over here to gloat.
Old goat yourself. Morning, Marjorie.
Why, Judge, what's the matter with your leg?
Attack of gout. I've got it bad.
Did you say gout?
What'd you think I said? Can't you see it's killing me?
Oh, Judgy, that's a shame.
Yeah, something I ate. It kept me awake the whole night.
Well, that's too bad. Bertie, cancel that egg. I think I'll have some hotcakes and sausages.
Yes, sir. What'd you say, do with the egg?
Cancel it.
Oh, shucks, I went and poached it.
Never mind, bring it on. I'll eat it anyway. Care to join me in an egg, Judge?
No, thanks.
Oh, it's too bad about your foot, Judge. That'll kind of spoil your game, won't it?
Yes, I'm afraid we'll have to postpone the match, Throckmorton.
What do you mean, postpone it? You either play it or forfeit it.
Now, Gildy, you wouldn't want to win that cup by default.
Well, it's tough luck, Judge.
You wouldn't want people saying you took advantage of a fellow when he ate a lobster.
You should have thought of that before you ate the lobster.
Oh, have a heart, Gildy. You know I can't walk around that course.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the kid? How's your sleep?
You've got the nerve to ask me that.
Hiya, Judge. What's the argument?
Well, maybe you can settle it for us. You know anything about golf?
Oh, do I know anything about golf? Don't make me laugh.
Well, I've got the gout. I can't play today, and Gildersleeve here claims I have to forfeit the match.
Well, that's easy. I'll play it for you.
You? Oh, no, you won't.
Why not, Gildy? It's better than a default.
Oh, he's afraid, that's all.
I am not afraid. I'll play this fellow if that's the way you want it.
All right, Fatso, let's get going.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Ferris, this is our first tee. We're rather proud of this hole.
Yes, it's 485 yards with a trap to the right of the green. Better watch out for those woods at the left, too.
Never mind the diagrams, Pop. Just show me the flag.
Pop.
Where's that driver? Well, keep your eyes peeled now. This one's going a long way.
Oh, my goodness.
Gee, that was a beaut, Bill. It must be 300 yards.
310.
That's the longest drive in the history of this hole.
It was just a lucky fluke, I hope.
All right, Pop, I gave you something to shoot at there. Whip out the old pile driver and see if you can knock the ball off the tee.
Don't worry about me, Ferris. I'll show you a drive. Hand me that club, Leroy.
Here, Unc.
And give me a ball.
Here.
You better give me the good ball.
Oh.
There. Now stand back, son. I've got a lot of things to remember here. Head down, wrists locked, left arm stiff, and come back slow.
You forgot one thing, Pop. You forgot to hit the ball.
Leroy, remember you're caddying for me. You laugh at my jokes. Watch this now.
That's all I wanted to know. I'll see you boys in the clubhouse after the first 9.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Latest results after 8 holes of the final round match between Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve and Bill Ferris, who is substituting for Judge Hooker. Gildersleeve is 2 down. Well, may the best man win.
Am I away?
Go ahead and putt.
What are you getting down in these for, Unc? You gonna pray?
No, my boy. This is the 9th hole. I'm taking no chances. I'm going to sight this putt very carefully.
Come on, come on.
All right, all right. One side, Leroy. Take that pin out. Quiet now. Sighted putt sank same. Well, looks like I'm going to win this hole, Ferris.
Not if I sink this 25-footer. It'll be a tie.
Brother, if you sink that putt, I'll buy you a lunch.
It's a deal. Hold your breath.
Loose.
Come on, Fatso. Let's go to lunch.
Well, Ferris, another piece of pie?
No, not for me, Pops. Light lunch is best when you got another 9 to play.
Light lunch, 3 pieces of pie. Well, maybe I guess you're right.
Mr. Gildersleeve, can I show you some French pastry?
No, thanks, Garçon. Light lunch today. You got it right there with you, though, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
That little chocolate house looks pretty good. What's inside of that?
Just a light filling, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, fine. You can give me the chocolate house.
Yes, sir. Which one?
You might as well give me both of them. Oh, hello, Judge. What do you want?
I just wanted to make sure you're eating your head off as usual. Well, Mr. Ferris, you think you can beat him worse this afternoon than you did this morning?
Oh, sure. I didn't have the feel of my clubs this morning.
You that guilty?
I ought to shoot better than 37 on a dinky little 9-hole course like this.
No, just a minute, Ferris. You can't come to Summerfield and knock our golf course.
You're right, Gildy.
Oh, take it easy, fellas. It's a cute little course. If you like croquet.
Croquet, nothing. I'll have you know that Walter Hagen played this course, and he said it was wonderful.
The Hague said that?
Yes. He said I've never played on anything like it in my life. Those were his exact words. They sounded better even when he said them.
Well, I still say if this is a good course, I'm Bobby Jones.
Well, you listen to me, Jones. Ferris. I'm just sore enough to make you eat those words. I'm 2 down to you on the first 9, right? I'll bet you $50 that I win this match. Did I say that?
$50? Hey, Uncle, you off your stick?
Yeah, I must be. No, by golly, I said $50 and I'm going to stick to it. What about it, Ferris?
It's a bet, Pop. I never hoped to make $50 any easier. Come on.
Wait till I eat this last roof.
Hey, Uncle Mort, here comes Marge. Maybe she'll bring you luck.
Quiet, Leroy. Ferris is about to drive.
How's it going, Leroy? Uncle Mort just bet his shirt, and it's already hanging out.
Never mind that shirt. Give me that driver. All right. Head down now. Left arm stiff. Oh, nuts to that. Slam it.
Wonderful, Uncle Mort. Wonderful.
I needed food. That's all. I needed food.
Attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Latest results on the final round match between Gildersleeve and Ferris. Gildersleeve has staged a great rally, and the players reached the 18th tee all even. They're playing the deciding hole now. And once more, may the best man win.
You know something, Unc? I think Ferris has been cheating on the last 2 holes.
Cheating? Oh, no, my boy. He wouldn't do a thing like that. Still, he's a cornet player.
Yeah, I know for a fact he forgot to count a couple of his shots.
He did? Why, that's terrible.
Hurry up, Fatso. Let's get this over with.
All right. Go ahead. It's your shot.
Give me that club. There. Right smack on the green. Pop that, Butterball.
Butterball.
Now, don't let him get you going, Unc. Here's your club.
All right, my boy. Here goes.
Look out!
No, see here. You deliberately did that to make me miss.
I did not. I was talking to my caddy.
If you weren't such a little fellow, I'd knock the stuffings out of you. I mean, if you weren't such a big fellow.
Quit squawking. Let's get going.
Move over, Leroy.
Okay, Unc. Don't worry. I know a way to fix him.
What's that? Never mind. Let me shoot first.
Gosh, Unc, you're only 6 inches from the pin.
Come on, Leroy. Marjorie, we'll win this thing yet. What were you saying, Leroy?
If he's going to cheat, we can take care of him.
Oh, now, nothing unsporting, my boy. Can't have anything like that. Are you sure it'll work?
Don't you worry, Uncle Mort. Just leave it to me.
Yeah.
Well, Pop, Looks like you'll be home in 5, but if I make this putt, I'm down in 3 and the match is over.
Yeah, I can't deny it, Ferris.
It's only a 6-foot putt. Want to concede it?
Concede? Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve concede? Never. There's a principle involved.
What principle, Unc?
$50.
That's the spirit, Uncle Mort.
Well, have it your way, kids. The cup means nothing to me, but oh, that cash. Hand me my putter, Sam.
Do it now, Leroy. Now. Okay.
I don't want to walk without
Hey, quiet. I told you I can't stand that song. Quiet.
The boy is just musically inclined. Go right ahead and putt.
Darn kid. No. All right, I missed it. But if I sink this one, I still win.
Oh, yes, I can still lose. Go ahead.
I don't want to walk without
Listen, I told you I don't like that song. Now cut it out.
Sink the putt, sink the putt.
Okay.
I don't want to walk. Another miss.
Say, Ferris, if you miss once more, maybe I'll win.
Don't worry. Watch this one.
Yeah.
That's no fair.
I didn't make a sound.
No, but I thought you were going to.
Say, if I make this putt, I win, don't I? Quiet now. You victory.
Wonderful. By golly, Throckmorton, I'm glad you won. It was worth $2 to see you beat that stuck-up trumpet player.
Horace, you're a pal. Come on, let's get up there to that 19th hole, huh?
I
don't want to golf without you. No, sirree. How do you like my trophy, Bertie?
My, sure looks handsome up there, Mr. Gildersleeve. Just what the mantle needed. But I thought they were going to give you a cup.
Well, none of the clubs are giving cups anymore, Bertie. The government needs the medal for scrap. But this is a very valuable Ming vase.
It's gorgeous, all right.
Yeah, you should have seen how I won it, Bertie. I was lying about 50 feet from the hole, you see?
Yeah?
Here, give me that club.
All right.
Thank you. I'll show you. I took my trusty number 5 iron. I swung it easy like this. Oh, good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was composed and conducted by Billy Mills. This is Frank Bingman speaking for the makers of Packset and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Have you discovered the speedy way to make swell macaroni and cheese? These days, clever women make that favorite dish without any fuss of grating cheese, without any bother with blanching and baking the macaroni. They simply open up a package of the product called Kraft Dinner. They cook the special Kraft Dinner macaroni quickly in boiling water, and with the Kraft Grated, which also comes in each Kraft Dinner package, they sprinkle the cheese flavor through and through. Presto, the dinner main dish is ready in only 7 minutes cooking time. But the best part of it is, Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese is extra special good. Fluffy, light, and drenched in cheese flavor. When good cooks discover this 7-minute way of making macaroni and cheese, they say never again to the old-fashioned slow method. And Kraft Dinner is a money saver as well as a time saver. So tomorrow when you're shopping, get ready for quick, tempting main dishes of macaroni and cheese. Ask your dealer for Kraft Dinner. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft Music Hall with Bing Crosby, Mary Martin, Victor Borga, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, the Music Maids, and Hal. Bing's distinguished visitors for this evening include Ronald Reagan, star of Warner Brothers Pictures, Spike Jones and his City Slickers in person, and Sabu the Elephant Boy. And here's Bing Crosby.
Katie, oh beautiful Katie,
You're the only good girl that I adore. And when the moon shines over the cacao shed, I'll be waiting at the kitchen door.
Be my beautiful Catherine, you're the only good thing that I adore. And when the moon shines over the cow, where we keep the cows, I'll be waiting at the front door.
Katie, beautiful Katie, you're the only good girl that I adore. And when the moon shines over the cowshed, I'll be waiting at the kitchen door. Welcome to the old Kraft Music Hall, friends, and greetings and appreciation to the fighting men of the United States and the United Nations, soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen at sea and ashore in every strategic quarter of the globe, to whom this chivalry is being shortwaved.
Just think, Bing, it's getting to be winter down in Australia, and around here signs of spring are everywhere.
Yeah, they tell me they're putting up signs of spring in all the theatrical boarding houses from Hollywood to New York.
Oh, you're kidding.
No. These signs of spring say, don't send out your laundry till after you've checked with your draft board.
Well, the signs of spring I meant were women's hats.
Oh, they are a sign of something. Off the face hats, over the eye hats, under the chin hats, and around the ear hats.
I think they're kind of cute.
You like them, huh? Why don't they come out with a startling innovation like an on-the-head hat? Has that been done?
Well, that's impractical. With a hat on her head, how could a woman show off her new hairdo?
What is this off-the-face business, anyhow? Was there ever an on-the-face hat?
Well, certainly.
There was, huh?
The Army has lots of on-the-face models. Only they call them gas masks.
Oh, I see what you mean. The Army's got lots of everything, Larry. They got tanks rolling out of our factories a trainload a day. 3,500 airplanes a month.
We're up to 3,500?
Mm-hmm.
Gee.
Yep, 3,500. That's getting pretty close to a perfect score.
Well, what's a perfect score?
Well, a couple of more thousand. When a bell rings, we tilt Tokyo and Berlin lights up. At the moment, John Scott and his group light up with a little introduction for Mary.
Life was so peaceful at Lockheed. Life was so calm and serene. Life was reggae till that unlucky day I happened to read that magazine. Why did I read that advertisement where it said, since I rumble, Jim thinks I'm sublime? Why, oh, why did I ever try when I didn't have the talent and I didn't have the money and teacher did not have the time? Oh, Arthur Murray taught me dancing in a hurry. I had a week to spare. He showed me the groundwork, the walk-around work, and told me to take it from there. Arthur Murray then advised me not to worry. It'd come out all right. He wasn't mistaken. The falls I've taken, I don't know my left from my right. All the people around me can all sing a 1, a 2, and a 3. But any resemblance to waltzing is just coincidental to me, 'cause Arthur Murray taught me dancing in a hurry. And so I take a chance. To me it resembles the 9-day tremble, but he guarantees it's the dance. Turkey trot, or gavotte, don't know which, don't know what, jitterbug, funny heart, as long as you got a rut. Walk the dog. jump to the clock, Lindy hop till you drop, ball the jack back to back, cheek to cheek till you're weak. Oh, you've heard us have lover, well, Jack move over, make way for the queen. The queen of the dance.
Thank you, Mary. With most of his most recent release, Jungle Book, opening in Hollywood this evening, New Universal's picture, young star Sabu hasn't been in the old Kraft Music Hall in over a year and a half. That's right around the time he was appearing in The Thief of Baghdad. Ah, Baghdad. The very mention of the place fills me with a strange, incurable longing. Homesickness, I suppose you might call it, but then I suppose my love of everything Oriental goes back to my first visit to Cairo, Illinois. But I digress. I was speaking of Baghdad. That was the Baghdad that I knew, the Baghdad of my youth. How well do I remember that small swap shop and motel that I had back of Cutgrave Caliph's saltwater taffy shop. Sabu was one of my two assistants. I recall the morning I was practicing my Oriental basket trick. My other assistant was inside the basket, and Sabu, who was beside me, said,
Sub Crosby, what do you need? Two assistants?
Oh, you shall see. Now stand aside. I'm about to do the trick. Very simple. All I do is plunge these three razor-sharp swords through the basket. Apparently through my assistant. So. Now open the basket lid, and you will find my assistant still in one piece. Right?
Wrong.
Can't understand it. I lose more assistants that way.
Do not despair, Sab. You are still the only American faker in all Baghdad. You will be proud to know that I have finally learned your wonderful trick with the magic carpet. Look, Sab, in the other room. The magic carpet is 4 feet off the floor.
Yes. How did you manage to sweep that much dust under one carpet?
Someday you must teach me your system, sir. How do you get your carpet to fly?
The moths hold hands.
Baghdad is a strange place. Did you hear the terrific crash last night when Jumbo climbed to the top of the elephant pen and jumped?
Jumbo did that? Why?
Jumbo thought he was Dumbo.
Look, two people have just entered the shop, Sabu. One is wearing a zeet sheet with a pleat seat. Who is the other?
A beautiful girl named Princess Martini.
How'd you know her name?
Oh, her name is written on her sarong. Princess Martini, Golden Gloves, 1941.
Oh, that's the A little tired, aren't you, Princess?
I am Princess Martini.
Are you with Olive or Pearl Onion? That's a Gibson, I forgot.
You look as if you had a terrible trip, Princess Martini.
I did. My camel and I stumbled into an abandoned tiger pit. Someone had dug along the trail.
Tiger pit? Sabu, do tigers have pits?
I don't know. I never had a tiger.
I stand before you, Swanee Crosby, a beautiful woman who needs help. The harem is revolting.
Yes, I know, but good fun. Wait a minute while I take a look at my crystal ball. I see a large, formless shape hovering over you.
Oh, you must mean Trotter. Trotter, the tent wearer.
Yeah. That boy's sure got a great shape with a plump slump, hasn't he?
Somebody call me. I'm available for crystal readings.
Why, I thought you were a snake charmer.
Do I look like a snake charmer?
No, you look more like an elephant, boy.
Pardon my intrusion, but I am the Sheikh Hot Tents Carpenter. I have come for my little harem hotfoot, Princess Martini. Oh, desert doll. Oh, Persian pigeon. Why have you from me departed? What grounds had you to ever fear me? My own Jean Tierney.
Oh, that is not true. Haven't I always been a good wife to you?
Well, I don't know. I haven't received a report on you lately.
That settles it. I shall fly away to Hollywood. Will you take me with you on your magic carpet, Sabu?
I would be very happy to, Princess Martini.
Say, Sabu, this telegram just came for you. You shan't be able to fly to Hollywood with Princess Martini on your magic carpet after all.
Oh, why not?
This telegram is from the Baghdad Interceptor Command.
Oh. Yes, I've just been grounded.
Thank you very much, Sabu. The boy from Baghdad comes now, the boy from Peoria, Ken Carpenter.
These days, all of our clocks are set ahead to wartime, and many a household is set to a time-saving, labor-saving schedule. So let me suggest a big help with nutritious meals that must be ready on the dot. Keep in your refrigerator a 2-pound box of Velveeta. That's Kraft's nutritious cheese food, rich in milk nutrients, digestible as milk itself. Toasted sandwiches filled with Velveeta's delicious cheddar cheese goodness are quick and practically a whole lunch. Smooth cheese sauce, speedily made by melting Velveeta, adds goodness and fine nutrition to eggs, seafood, and vegetables. Sliced Velveeta with fresh fruit is an easy, delectable dessert, and mighty wholesome, too. All of these ideas, you'll find, fit right in with the suggestions given in the federal government's official food guide. Now, Uncle Sam asks you to pay particular attention to planning well-balanced meals. So follow the government's official food guide in making out your menus. Right foods can help build a strong, victorious nation.
I miss you since you went away, dear. Miss you more than I can say, dear. Daytime, nighttime, nothing I do can make me forget that I still love you. I kiss you. In my dreams I kiss you. Whispering, darling, how I miss you. Tell me, do you ever miss me as I miss you?
I miss you since you went away, dear. Miss you more than I can say, dear. Daytime, nighttime, nothing I do can make me forget that I still love you.
I kiss you. In my dreams I kiss you. Whispering, darling, how I miss you. Tell me, do you ever miss me as I miss you?
As some of our clients probably know, Victor Borge, the young Danish pianist, wit, and raconteur, recently familiarized us with his version of the up-to-the-minute English. This is a little thing known as the upper language. And as I understand it, it's really catching on, Victor.
I'm very happy to know that many people are using my new invention, the upper language. But I have heard some mistakes, and I think it's better that I'll explain it to you so you won't make those mistakes in using this language. First of all, I want to explain to you why I invented it. You know, in wartime, everything goes up. Everything gets more expensive. If you pay 10 cents today for something, you pay 11 tomorrow. So you add 1 to every price. Sometimes you add more, but we start out with 1. Couldn't do it less. And the only thing that hasn't gone up yet is the language. And that's why I come in. I made the upper language. It means that every number in the language gets up with 1. You know, you add 1 to each number in the language. There are many numbers in the language. Maybe you never notice it, but there are. And I'll give you a couple of examples how it would be. A word like wonderful. There's a number 1 in that. Wonderful. It will be tooterful. This is very simple. Then we have create. It will be crenine. Before will be B5. And, of course, lieutenant will be lieutenant. Promotion. Then, a word like tennis will be 11-is, of course, and double talk will be triple talk, and so on and so on. Then, I could mention a little sentence. If you say, I ate a tenderloin with my fork, ate tenderloin with my fork, it will be, I 9 and 11 tenderloin with my 5. This is the idea, and I would like to read a little story to you, so you could, in the upper language, and later on we have a little song written, so you can hear we can sing and we can talk and we can do everything with this language. This little story is called All This and Heaven Free. And it starts like this. Twice upon a time, a man arrived here in sunny California. He came all the way from 11th. It's a little bit difficult, Tennessee, but 2 of his legs were broken, so he had only 2 left. He came here to an institution, 3 rest, and recuperine. This fellow was a 50-11er. You see, I have to explain this to you because this is really difficult. He was a 49er. But a 49er is a 50-10er, but a 10er is an 11er, so a 49er will be a 50-11er. It should really be a 60-12er, but that's too much. This story gets pretty involved, so I think I'll rather show how the upper language sounds in daily conversation. And lovely Mary Martin, wait a minute, Mary Ma 11. Fine, that's the new name. Mary Martin 11 will help me out. So you can hear how it sounds in daily conversation. The following conversation takes place in a little house in Baltimore. Baltimore. Mary, my daughter, I'm thirsty. Will you bring me a bottle of 8-Up?
Oh, I'm busy, Father. I only have 3 hands.
Say, did you go to the, take the course in the first 8, the second 9 today?
Yes. I met a beautiful little lieutenant.
Tell me, Mary, was it love at second sight?
Father.
My dear child, tell me the truth. As I told you twice before, you have only 2 fathers, and that's me. Come on, tell me.
Well, he's just 3 to 9.
Now, my daughter, may I take this opportunity to tell you who's knocking at the door?
Maybe it's opportunity.
No. Opportunity only knocks twice. Come in.
How do you do? I'm I'm Lute 11 at Double Crosby.
Mr. Lute 11, will you give me some information about yourself? Are you married or double?
I'm strictly on the up and up.
Good, then you couldn't be married. May I ask you, on my daughter's B1.5, are you sincere?
I think Mary is dutiful.
I don't give 3 cents whether you think she is 1, 2, 3, or 4-ful. Are you sincere?
Do I look three-faced?
I wish you did, then I could take my charge. However, I'll leave both of you 3 alone, and I think you make a dutiful treble.
Tweedaloo, tweedaloo.
Mary, you are my 2 and only.
And you are my tutor for little Lute 11.
And I come from Timbuktu.
You are my tutor for little Lute 11. You're the only to find me. It's higher praises that he deserves, so we sing his praises in higher words. You are my tutor for little Lute 11.
And I come from Timbuktu.
There's a handsome lieutenant, and he's mine, all mine. No word is high enough, no praise to the sky enough. So I had to raise all the words by one. He is much more than wonderful, so I add one. I call him tutorful. That's one more than wonderful. In fact, he just reads divine. He is my tutor for little Lute 11, and he comes from Timbuktu. He is my tutor for little Lute 11, he's the only to find me. It's praise higher that he deserves, so I sing his praises in higher verse. He is my tutor for little Lute 11, and he comes from Timbuktu. Does he come from California? No, no. Does he come from 11th? No, no. Does he come from Washington? No, no. He comes from Timbuktu. It's higher praises that he deserves, so I sing his praises in higher words. He is my tutor for little Lute 11, and he comes from Timbuktu. And he comes from Timbuktu.
Time marches back. 1927. Calvin Coolidge is President of these United States. 1927. The 18th Amendment to the Constitution is being widely ignored as flask-toting flappers and finale hoppers cause grave concern for the future of the younger generation. Thinking men with growing children are saying...
You know, Mary, when it comes to drawing those flappers and those finale hoppers, nobody can touch John Hill, Jr.
Oh, he sure is popular.
Mm-hmm.
But, Harry, why do you suppose they call the boy flappers finale hoppers?
Well, you see, these finale hoppers, they show up carrying a slight load. They crash the joint just before home sweet home, and they finagle the flaps from the guys who are sleeping it off in the locker room.
You know, Harry, I wish I could Charleston with you without wearing shin guards.
You can relax, baby. The Charleston's all washed up. Right now, I'm learning the black bottom.
The black bottom?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the name of a dance?
Well, it's a fair pie, too. A black bottom, a new twister, sure got 'em and
Oh, Harry, where do you learn such things?
Oh, a little speakeasy around the corner. I like to.
There's a what?
There's a little speakeasy around the corner. You know, next to the soda fountain where I get my malted and tuna fish on whole wheat every noon. And I like to talk
Yeah, and
to
I suppose you put your ear to the wall and hear them singing and dancing the black bottom.
Oh, you don't even have to put your ear to the wall. The whole building shakes. It's kind of a rickety building.
It's kind of a rickety alibi, too.
You trying to tell me you think I sit around in speakeasies?
Well, I might think that if I didn't happen to know you couldn't get into one.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the day you suggested a glass of wine to celebrate our anniversary. We rang the bell at 6 places, not a one of them would let you in.
Well, you don't want to go around kicking about that. You said yourself you liked the chocolate soda better.
Yeah, we stood in the rain, and the man opened the little peephole, and you said, hello, Charlie, remember me? And he said, nope, this is a private residence. And then we went on to someplace else.
Funny, isn't it? How all those places suddenly turned into private residences.
One thing struck me as strange.
You mean when a mounted policeman came out with his horse?
Yes. I wondered if you noticed it, too.
Say, have you heard Paul Whiteman play, Through the black of night, I got to go where you are. And if it's wrong or right...
Sounds wrong to me.
Oh, no, not the way Paul Whiteman plays it. You know that trio he's got with him, those, the Rhythm Boys.
Do you like them?
Don't you?
Well, there's 3 too many of them.
It's a trio.
I know.
Listen, they don't do bad with Mississippi mud. Happy as a cow just a chewing on a cut, and when the doctor beat the feet on the Mississippi. Oh, dear, happy as a cow when the doctor beat the feet on the
Harry, 2 of the boys aren't bad. That little old fat one was a cymbal that annoys me. What do you keep hitting that cymbal for?
Listen, if any of his whispered warbling seeps through, the kid's through.
Well, I don't like that jazz stuff anyway. I like songs like, sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm blue. My disposition depends on you. It does too, Harry.
Does what?
Oh, nothing.
I took one look at you. That's all I meant to do. And then my heart stood still.
Honestly, Harry, remember the first night you held my hand? It was in the balcony at Showboats.
Oh, yeah. And all evening on the way home you kept singing, we could make believe I love you. Only make believe that you love me. Others find peace of mind in pretending. Couldn't you, couldn't I, couldn't we make believe our lips are blending in a phantom kiss, or 2 or 3. Might as well make believe I love you, for to tell the truth, I do. And thus, friends, for make-believe. And here's Ken Carpenter for real.
Today, we're looking to the experts in many fields to point the way to total victory. For instance, guided by the advice of our government's nutrition experts, millions of homemakers are setting out meals designed to build strong Americans. And these homemakers follow the federal government's official food guide. Since this valuable food guide lists dairy foods as a must for every day, we bring you a little report on one famous dairy product, Kraft's cheese food, Velveeta. Listen.
Velveeta is a rich source of milk calcium and milk phosphorus, food minerals that help build sound teeth and bones. This cheese food contributes milk protein, too, that helps build strong muscles. The milk fat in Velveeta helps make it a fine energy food and also an excellent food source of vitamin A. Velveeta, likewise, is an excellent food source of vitamin G, an important part of the B complex. And this cheese food is digestible as milk.
But on top of all that, Velveeta is mighty good eating. Rich yet mild cheddar cheese goodness. Swell for sandwiches, cheese sauce, snacks, dessert. So count Velveeta in on your well-balanced menus. But learn, too, about all the foods that help build a strong nation. To get your free copy of the federal government's official food guide, write direct to the Office of Defense Health and Welfare Services in Washington. By serving the right foods every day, 3 times a day, you can help win the total victory. Hey, that's a nice tune, isn't it, Dr. Crosby?
What's a nice tune?
This one, listen.
I'm listening. That's a great tune, Carp. If the firm gets behind it, it ought to be a smash. Which brings us back to the Kraft Music Hall involving Ronald Reagan, Spike Jones and his City Slickers, John Scott Trotter, and at the moment, Mary Martin and Friend. I'll be with you in apple blossom time. I'll be with you to change your name to mine. One day in May, I'll come and say, happy the bride that the sun shines on today.
What a wonderful wedding there will be. What a wonderful day for you and me. Church bells will chime.
You will be mine
in apple blossom time.
in apple blossom time.
I'll be with you
and change your name.
One day in May, we both shall say, happy the bride that the sun shines on today.
What a wonderful wedding there will be.
What a wonderful day for you and me. Church bells will chime.
You will be mine
in apple blossom
Pursuant to our frequently outlined policy of spotlighting the talented individuals in John Scott Trotter's versatile organization, we turn to a brand new group that's recently been clicking solid with the Cats. This is a group under the barrel house baton of the regularly accredited drummer of Trotter's troupe. That would be Spike Jones, guiding genius of the much heralded Spike Jones and his City Slickers. Slickers include such other Trotter regulars as Perry Bodkin, guitar and banjo, King Jackson trombone, also Don Anderson trumpet, Hank Stern on the tuba, Stanley Wrightsman piano, and vocals by Del Porter, formerly of the foursome. As music lovers know, the arrangements of Spike Jones and his City Slickers are so intricate in their contrapuntal refinements, so subtle, so gossamer sheared and lacy in their harmonic structure, that I have asked Spike himself to give us an example. Spike Jones and his City Slickers playing his recently recorded and soon-to-be released version of Little Bo Peep Has Lost Her Jeep.
Private Jackson had a girl he fondly called Bo Peep. Now Jackson didn't have a car, so drove by in a Jeep. They took a ride, the time flew by, and Bo Peep was in heaven. Till Jackson cried, Bo Peep, this Jeep's got to be in camp by 11. So little Bo Peep has lost her Jeep and don't know where to find it. Her soldier boy took it back to camp and left Bo Peep behind it. It didn't have doors, the seats were hard, but Bo Peep never minded. It didn't ride like a Cadillac, she wondered who designed it. Roller coaster nearly killed her, aeroplanes, they never thrilled her. But with Jackson at the wheel, she got that Jeep appeal. Now little Bo Peep wants to find her Jeep and find her soldier chappy. If he comes to jug in his old Blitz buggy, Bo Peep will be happy. Now little Bo Peep, she lost her Jeep. Her boyfriend made an error. He let her drive. Goodness sakes alive, that Bo Peep, she's a terror. With throttle pushed down, she tore through town. The red lights didn't stop her. The soldier knew that they both were through when she sideswiped a copper. Little Bo Peep, she's lost her Jeep. Oh my, why must her joy in? Now little Jeep is laying in a heap, and the guardhouse has her boyfriend.
What happened there? The cornet drop his watch or something? That is really magnificent, Spike. That's the kind of music that will live. Full of such softness and such polish and finesse, such culture, such refinement.
What say, Lillis?
It looks to me like swing music's here to stay.
Sure is, Lillis. Wonderful world, wonderful
Yeah,
world. The other day I went up to a farmer while he was milking his cow to ask him for the time.
What'd he say, Spike?
Well, sir, there he sat,
Yeah.
a-swinging and a-swaying and a-milking. And he says, 8 to the bar, Jackson, and she's sending solid.
Put the cover on the corn crib, Mother. We've shucked enough for tonight.
And the cover is on as Spike Jones and his City Slickers play Pass the Biscuits, Miranda.
In the hills of Tennessee, set beneath the hickory tree, there's an ornery rifle-shooting mountaineer. He loves mountain views, and he also loves good food, and when he goes home to supper, you will hear, oh, pass the biscuits, Mirandy. I'm just as hungry as them. Pass the gravy, Mirandy. I need some sop to sop 'em in. Since 9 o'clock, I've been sitting on a rock, a-shooting everything in sight. I shot the boys and a dozen Martin boys. Shooting gives a man an appetite. Oh, pass the biscuits, Mirandy. Pass them and kiss me goodbye. They're so heavy, Mirandy. I feel like I'm a-gonna die. Then he heard a rifle crack, and a bullet hit the shack, and another broke the dishes on the shelf. So he grabbed his trusty gun, 'cause the battle had begun, and he knew that he must then protect himself. Oh, pass the biscuits, Mirandy. I'm a-gonna load up my gun. I'll use your biscuits for bullets. I'll put them marbles on the run. He poured a ton of black powder in his gun, rammed the biscuits into place. Then he took aim, oh my gracious, what a shame. Bang, the gun exploded in his face. That's a bandage for Randy. I know that I'm gonna die. Darn your biscuits for Randy. I knew they'd get me by and by.
It's Mary. I'm crazy about Mary. For Mary is plainly lovely. When she's with me, I'm a happy guy. Oh, Mary. Without her, I'm lonely. And if she will say I do, then I will too, and make Mary mine. When she's with me, I'm a happy guy. Oh, Mary. Without her, I'm lonely. And if she will say I do, then I will too, and make Mary. Oh, Mary. Gonna make Mary mine.
Ronald Reagan, recently awarded star billing for his fine work in the Warner Brothers picture King's Row, is also soon to be seen in something called Juke Girl. These, with a picture called Desperate Journey, will probably wind up Reagan's film career pro tem, because on April 19th, Ronald Reagan joins the United States Armed Forces. Just what branch of the service you going into, Ronnie?
Well, after 5 years in the reserves, Bing, I'm receiving a commission in the cavalry.
Oh, that's wonderful. You know, I think they should give every man in the Army a commission.
Oh, Mary. How could they give every man in the Army a commission?
Oh, it wouldn't have to be much. Just a little something, say 30 cents a jab.
Too many guys willing to do it free.
Look, you being an ex-radio announcer in Big Ten football circles ought to qualify for you for a spot in, we'll say, like an observer in the air corps, huh?
Well, it's been over 4 years since I've been behind a sports announcer's mic, Bing.
Isn't that just like radio? Wasting a fine actor like you doing silly old sports broadcasts. When they could have used you in those daytime serials.
Yeah, it would have been happy casting, too. Ronald Reagan's capable characterization of one of those happy-go-lucky, misunderstood citizens would fit admirably into any one of these exciting mid-morning matinees. Oh, in Fancy's Flight, I can almost hear the announcer now saying...
The makers of Vagabond Varnish for walls, floors, and pancakes present the dreary drama Heartbreak Hospice, the true-life story of Ronnie, boy exterminator. And remember, friends, if Vagabond Varnish doesn't give you a glossy finish and a fine glow, your hospital expenses will be cheerfully refunded. And now to Ronnie, boy exterminator of Heartbreak Hospice. Well, it seems like only yesterday that poor Ronnie drank potato bug spray, thinking it was orange pico. But don't worry, Ronnie is all right now. The police gave him the 3rd degree and pumped it out of him. And how about Ronnie's fiancée, Marva? Are her troubles never over? That is what Ronnie wonders as he says to her.
Marva, my darling, let me take you away from all this. The house seems so empty, so cold and drafty. Since the oil burner blew up.
No, Ronald. Here I shall stay. This is my home, and I'm stuck with it.
I tell you, Marva, you don't belong here anymore. Now that Claude has proven that John knifed Oscar after Henrietta's nervous breakdown, when Daphne told Murdo that Consuela had received the mysterious message from Paulette, telling Sharon that Fleetwood had secretly been operating a gin mill in Clarabella's backyard, right in the shadow of Mr. Grunsmere's counterfeit money plant.
No, dear, things really haven't been the same in Heartbreak Hospice since that night 20 years ago when I sent the grocery boy out on an errand, never to see him again. Come in.
Well, here I am.
Who are you?
Harvey, the grocery boy.
Where did you come from?
Finkel's Delicatessen. I have your liver, you remember?
After 20 years, you finally came back. What took you so long?
Who told me to hurry?
You must go now, Harvey. Marva and I want to be alone.
Why?
Well, can't you see Marva's mopping the floor?
Well, why don't she use a mop? She'll never get that grit out of her hair.
Oh, please go away, Harvey. Things are terrible at Heartbreak Hospice. Last week we had 15 catastrophes.
15 catastrophes?
Pretty bad, huh? 2 below our usual quota.
Who's that laying over in the corner?
Marva's grandpa.
Oh, I thought he was going to swear off.
He did swear off, but only off pretzels.
Marva, what about your Uncle Varicose?
Uncle Varicose was a vain man.
Yes. 2 days ago, he fell from a 12-story building.
What happened?
He was a flagpole sitter. He always wanted his own way, and the pole finally gave in.
Fell 12 stories, huh?
Yes. Uncle Varicose was terribly let down.
Of course.
It could have been worse. His company was very efficient.
Efficient? How?
As he passed the 6th floor, they handed him his compensation insurance.
Good firm.
Sometimes I wouldn't know how to get along if it wasn't for Ronnie. Yesterday we had a short circuit, and he came and lengthened it.
Good boy. But from now on, Marva, you will share your troubles with me.
I'm sorry, Harvey, but I've fallen in love with Ronnie. So you must take back your liver and go. Go and never again darken my sofa pillows with your hair oil.
No, I won't let you make this sacrifice. I can see that it is him you really love. And besides, I'd rather go anyway.
Well, if you're so set on going, stop at the grocery store and tell them to send over a can of sardines.
Are you hungry?
No, the goldfish are lonesome. Harvey, do you hear that? Do you know what that noise means?
Faucet's dripping.
No, it means Ronnie is out in that storm.
Run for your lives! The dam has burst!
Just a minute. What dam has burst?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Thank you very much, Ronald Reagan. Mary Martin carries on now with The Way You Look Tonight.
When I'm awfully low, when the world is cold, I will feel a glow just thinking of you and the way you look tonight. Oh, but you're lovely with your smile so warm and your cheeks so soft. There is nothing for me but to love you, just the way you look tonight. With each word your tenderness grows, carrying my fears apart. And that laugh that wrinkles your nose touches my foolish heart. Lovely, never, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it? 'Cause I love you just the way you look tonight. Ooh, just the way you look tonight.
Very lovely, Mary. Now then, Ken, how do things look tonight to you?
Well, if the folks at your house like to sneak a bite between meals or at bedtime, you ought to know about Kraft's famous cheese food. Rich, yet mild Velveeta is the very thing refrigerator raiders love to find. Spread on crackers or sliced for sandwiches, this cheese food tastes mighty good. And mothers, it's okay. Velveeta helps supply valuable milk protein and milk minerals. It's an excellent food source of vitamins A and G, and digestible as milk. These days, all you patriotic women are paying particular attention to planning well-balanced meals. You're probably following the federal government's official food guide that lists all of the foods that can help make America strong. Being a dairy product, Velveeta naturally deserves a place in your menus often. But we suspect that Dad and Junior and Sister will still want their snacks no matter how scientifically you plan your meals. So again we say, for snacks, get Velveeta, the nutritious, digestible cheese food the whole family will go for.
Sing me a song of the islands, my serenade that the trade winds know. Sing me a song of the island where hearts are high when the moon is low, where rippling waters seem to say aloha, vae ahoe. Bring me the fragrance of ginger. Strum your guitar while I dream away. Sing me a a song of the island. Aloha, vaeaoe.
Mele mai no kaina. Himeni no kamakanila. Mele mai no kaina. Aolina pu'ubai e a.
Where rippling waters seem to say, aloha, vaeaoe. Bring me the fragrance of ginger. Strum your guitar while I dream away. Sing me a song of the island. Aloha,
Before we close tonight's business, friends, may we congratulate station KFI on their 20th anniversary. Next Thursday, there'll be another meeting in the old Kraft Music Hall. And over and above our regular group, we'll have such distinguished guests as Captain Floyd J. Sweet of the Army Air Corps Glider Training Detachment. That's next Thursday. Till then, think about this. Whatever it is you're doing now, it's about an 8 to 5 shot that you're doing it because you want to. That's what this war is about, your right to do what you want to do. Unless this war is won, yes, and until this war is won, nobody's going to be able to do just exactly what he or she wants to do again. So we got to win. We're going to have to pack a heap of power, and it's going to take every man, woman, and dollar that we can scrape together. This is no small change job. This is it. So see your boss tomorrow. Tell him you want to double that dough that he's holding out of your salary for war bonds. There's no better time than right now to double up and beat the double dealers. See you about that first thing a.m., huh? Good night.
Kraft Music Hall comes to you from Hollywood's Radio City.
6 o'clock. I'll have to hurry. Bob will be home all in a flurry.
Let me suggest macaroni and cheese, a dinner dish that's bound to please.
But, Mr. Grocer, I haven't time. Although your suggestion is very fine.
Oh, yes, you have. Just get Kraft Dinner. Cooks in 7 minutes. A surefire winner.
Yes, in only 7 minutes cooking time, you get delicious, tender macaroni drenched in cheese goodness. You do it with a product called Kraft Dinner. One package serves 4. Yes, 4 delicious servings of swell macaroni and cheese. Get Kraft Dinner for hurry-up lunches, dinners. Get Kraft Dinner tomorrow. Don't forget to tune in the Kraft Music Hall next Thursday. The Rudy Valley Seal Test program with John Barrymore will follow immediately over most of these same stations from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
It's Texaco time.
Texaco, from Maine to Mexico, wherever you may go on any route. Texaco.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jimmy Wallington, tending the Texaco pump for Texaco dealer number 1, Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater Summer Show. 30 minutes of the music you like best, played by the Texaco Star Orchestra under the direction of Al Goodman. sung by Jane Froman, Bob Hannon of the Texaco Star Singers, and presented by Texaco dealers from coast to coast.
Texaco, from Maine to Mexico, remember roll with Texaco.
To our American fighting men around the world who will be tuning in the Texaco Star Theater Summer Show by shortwave, a big hello from the folks at home. And for everybody, the folks on the home front as well as for the boys abroad, a brand new tune that's working up toward the top of the popularity polls. Bob Hannon with Al Goodman's Texaco Star Orchestra and Singers tees off with I Met Her on Monday.
We sang a song, and like this it did go. Monday, bread and butter. Tuesday, string beans. Wednesday, soup. Thursday, roast beef. Friday, fish. Saturday, pasty. All you little rookies, we wish the same to you. But nowadays it's a different chance. The days are the same, but they change the slant. Just listen.
I met her on Monday, the meeting was grand. The next day was Tuesday, and I held her hand. Wednesday night, I met her dad and mother, and gave a nickel to her freckle-faced brother. Kissed her on Thursday, 9:45. Met her on Friday, and kissed her again. And what do you think happened on Saturday night? That's right, we met the preacher. That's right. Boy meets girl, that's the old routine. But when it strikes home, if you know what I mean, it's part of a heavenly plan. Here's how it all began.
He met her on Monday,
and the meeting was grand. I hope you understand.
Next day it was Tuesday.
That's when I held her hand, her pretty white hand. Wednesday night I met her dad and mother, and gave a nickel to her freckle-faced brother.
Next day it was Thursday.
At 9:45, I kissed her and then,
Mister, what gives Friday?
Then I got such a yen, I kissed her again.
Tell us what happened on Saturday night.
That's right, we met the preacher, and that's all right.
Lovely to look at and lovely to hear. The Texaco Star Theater singing star Jane Froman, and a beautiful song from several years ago that's well worth reviving. Jane Froman sings, I Cover the Waterfront.
Away from the city that hurts and mocks, I'm standing alone by the desolate dock, in the still and the chill of the night. I see the horizon, the great unknown. My heart has an ache, it's as heavy as stone. Will the dawn coming on make it light? I cover the waterfront, I'm watching the sea. Will the one I love be coming back to me? In search of my love, and I'm covered by a starless sky above. Here am I, patiently waiting, hoping and longing, oh how I yearn. Where are you? Are you forgetting? Do you remember? Will you return? I cover the waterfront. I'm watching the sea, for the one I love must soon come back to me. For the one I love must soon come back to
Every mile counts these war days, and wise drivers are using their cars, tires, and gasoline in ways that ensure more miles of essential transportation. That's where your Texaco dealer can give you skilled, practical help. Every mile counts in the protection of the vital parts of your car. So have your Texaco dealer give it regular maintenance and lubrication with his quality Texaco products. Every mile counts in the care of your tires. Your Texaco dealer's regular check on pressure and condition helps prevent waste of that irreplaceable rubber. And every mile counts, too, in gasoline mileage. So use your Texaco dealer's high-quality gasoline, Texaco Fire Chief or Premium Texaco Sky Chief, and have him give regular attention to spark plugs, air cleaner, and other parts which frequently affect gasoline consumption. Yes, now when every mile counts, make a Texaco dealer your car warden. See him regularly, and let him help you care for your car, for your country. Now from the Texaco Star Orchestra and Singers, a parade of the melodies of a great star of the musical world, the Irish-American composer Victor Herbert. His songs have been sung and hummed and whistled by almost every person between the Atlantic and Pacific, and yet they have never lost their beauty and freshness. Al Goodman, who is proud to have been the conductor of a great Victor Herbert show, My Dream Girl, and who has recently recorded an album of Herbert's melodies, has chosen a group of those you like best. A Victor Herbert Cavalcade. Texaco Star Orchestra and Singers with Genevieve Rowe begin with the street song from Naughty Marietta. Herbert, perhaps more than any other American composer, wrote songs for lovers. Jane Froman sings one of the best, Just a Kiss in the Dark.
Oh, that kiss in the dark was to him just a love, but to me it was a thrill to thrill. Just a kiss in the dark, but it kindled the spark, the awakening of love young
And again on the theme of love, which Victor Herbert's romantic soul knew so well, comes Bob Hannon's choice, Because You're You.
Not that you are fair, dear, not that you are true, not your golden hair, dear, not your eyes of blue. When we ask the reason, words are all too few, so I know I love you, dear, because you're you.
That Irish reel of Victor Herbert leads us to a song from his Irish operetta, Eileen, one of the greatest love songs Victor Herbert wrote, Thine Alone.
Here
And now, turning from the flowing melodies of Victor Herbert, Al Goodman and the Texaco Star Orchestra go to work on the swing shift in an ultra-modern arrangement of an old tune by George Gershwin. It's Lady Be Good from the Gershwin show of the same name. Have you ever seen this danger sign on a highway? Danger, no smoking? No, that isn't a highway sign, but it could be. For there's a kind of smoking that's risky business on any road. That is smoke pouring from the exhaust pipe of a car. Because this smoke can mean trouble and also wasted gasoline. As any Texaco dealer can tell you, smoke is a common indication of excessive engine wear. And excessive engine wear means a waste of gasoline and oil. In many cases, such extreme wear could have been prevented by a good oil like your Texaco dealer's insulated Haviland. Insulated means that Haviland is especially processed by Texaco to protect your motor at all operating temperatures, hot or cold. Haviland is distilled, too. Carbon-forming impurities that steal gasoline and rob your car of power are taken out by Texaco. Before you see that danger sign, smoke pouring from the exhaust pipe of your car, drive into your Texaco dealers and change to his insulated motor oil. Insulated Haviland. The Texaco Star Theater Summer Show continues as our singing star, Jane Froman, again takes the spotlight. Jane is singing this time a new and beautiful song that's becoming more popular every day. At last, my love has come along.
wrapped in clover. The night I looked at you, I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheek to, a thrill I've never known. You smiled and then the spell was cast, and here we are in heaven, for you are mine at last. I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheek to, a thrill I've never known. You smiled, and then the spell was cast, and here we are in heaven, for you are mine at
It's hard to realize, but our country has been at war almost 9 months, and still we Americans haven't agreed upon a war song. There have been a great many martial tunes written since Pearl Harbor, but none has taken the country by storm as Over There and Tipperary did in the years of the First World War. We need a war song. Perhaps if no great ones come along, we should turn back to those of 1917 and 18. So let us refresh your memory of what we were singing when the AEF first went over there. From Al Goodman's Texaco Star Orchestra and Singers, Songs of the First World War.
It's a long way to Tipperary. It's a long way to go. It's a long way to Tipperary, to the sweetest girl I know. Goodbye, Piccadilly. Farewell, Leicester Square. It's a long, long way to Tipperary, but my heart's right there.
You'll remember this one, too. Pack up your troubles in your old kit's bag and smile, smile, smile.
Pack up your troubles in your old kid's bag and smile, smile, smile. While you've a Lucifer to light your bag, smile, boys, that's the style. What's the use of worrying? It never was worthwhile. Oh, pack up your troubles in your old kid's bag and smile, smile,
For a change from the marching rhythm of the other songs of World War I, here's a sentimental ballad that many will never forget.
Hello, Central, give me no man's land. My daddy's there. My mama told me. She tiptoed off to bed after my prayers were said. Don't
here is the greatest of all war songs, as great now as it was in 1918. George M. Cohan's Over There.
Over there, send the word over there, that the Yanks are coming, the drum's coming everywhere. So prepare, say a prayer, send the word to beware. We'll be over, we're coming over, and we won't come back till it's over.
And up go the house lights in the Texaco Star Theater as we end another summer show. Be with us again next Sunday evening to hear Al Goodman, Jane Froman, Bob Hannon, and the Texaco Star Orchestra and Singers. Brought to you by your neighborhood Texaco dealer. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and reminding you that if you drive too fast, your tires won't last. Drive under 40 to save rubber, and drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tire pressure checked. Remember, you're welcome. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ten p.m. BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time. WABC, New York. 880 on your dial.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hand, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellows and girls, don't ever get the idea there's nothing you can do to help win this war. Just because you can't join the Army doesn't mean that you can't be part of this big fight to preserve the American way of life. No, sir, not at all. There is one big, important thing you can do, and I'm going to tell you about that right now. You see, aside from the fact that we can't all be soldiers, sailors, or Marines, because we're too young or too old or something, it's necessary for a good many of us to stay right here where we are. As a matter of fact, Uncle Sam says that for every man in the armed forces, there must be 11 people back home to keep him well supplied and to see that everything runs smoothly. It's sort of like a civilian army that cooperates with the armed forces to help win this war. And that's where you come in, you and I. For we're all members of this civilian army. And the best way we can help our boys out in the front is to buy war-saving stamps and bonds and buy them regularly. Now, how does that help? Well, let me tell you. It helps our government to finance this war. It helps to buy guns and tanks and planes and all the other things the Army, Navy, and Marines need to knock out the Japs and the Nazis. For instance, every time you buy a 10-cent war-saving stamp, your dime will pay for 5 bullets. And every 5 10-cent stamps buys enough fuel oil to carry a destroyer a full mile. So you see how important it is for you to buy a war-saving stamp every time you get a dime. Now see if you can't get Mother or Dad to give you a dime every day or every other day with which to buy war-saving stamps. Talk about this with all your friends. Ask them to buy war-saving stamps regularly. Ask Mother and Dad and all your neighbors and relatives to sign Minuteman pledges. Do all you can to build up the sale of war-saving stamps and bonds. And that's what you can do to help win this war.
And now to our story. Last week we learned how a German saboteur, known only as the Wolf, is attempting to cripple the American transportation system, so valuable in time of war. Thus far, 14 disastrous accidents have occurred on American railroad lines, all created by the Wolf. In each case, 50 feet of track had mysteriously disappeared, vanished into thin air. On the trail of the Wolf, Clark Kent prevented an accident with a Silver Clipper, cracked Midwest streamliner. But now the Wolf is about to strike again, and unfortunately, Kent has stepped into his trap. It is midnight. A 26-car troop train carrying American soldiers west has just pulled out of the terminal. In 10 minutes, gathering speed, it will roar over the mile-long St. Clair River trestle with its deep, swirling waters below. But meanwhile, a shadowed figure is picking its camp away across the trestle. Off in the far distance, the troop train's whistle is an eerie forewarning of doom. And suddenly, the shadowed figure stops and crouches low over the steel rails. Slim-fingered hands make strange, mysterious motions along the shining track. And in the heavy, dark silence, the Wolf chuckles.
This time, Clark Kent won't interfere.
Meanwhile, miles away, Clark Kent, having been led to believe he is being taken to the executive offices of the C&L Railroad for an exclusive story, is riding in a car driven by one of the Wolf's henchmen, a man named Keno.
How much further did you say we have to go, Mr. I don't think I caught your name.
The name's Smith. John Smith.
Oh, that should be easy to remember. Well, look, Mr. Smith, we've been driving an awfully long time, and we don't seem to be...
Here we are now. Yeah, this is where we pull in.
What's the big idea? This is a deserted dirt road.
Yeah, that's what it is, Bud. Now, this ain't no water pistol poking you in the ribs either. It's the McCoy.
Hey, who are you, anyhow?
You ever hear of a guy called the Wolf?
The Wolf?
Yeah. Well, I work for him, see? Now, relax, brother. You're getting a break tonight. I'm supposed to knock you off, but I'm no killer.
That's what you think. What about the 40-odd people who lost their lives when the Tri-State Limited jumped the tracks? That was one of your jobs. What about the 27 people who were killed when the Flying Cloud crashed?
Well, that's different.
No, it isn't. Instead of killing one, you've killed hundreds.
No, not me. The boss did it.
You're just as much to blame.
Now, pipe down, pal, or I'll put a slug in you.
Don't be a fool, Smith, or whatever your name is. The Wolf is using you as a tool. He'll double-cross you without blinking an eye. You'll be sorry when it's too late, when they strap you into that electric chair and turn on the...
Shut up.
Now, listen to me. Take my advice. Tell me where the Wolf is. What's he doing?
You can't stop this job. The train's pulled out.
What train?
A 26-car troop train.
You mean to tell me you're going to sit by and let that Nazi murderer take the lives of American soldiers?
Stop it.
Tell me what train it is. Where's the Wolf planning to wreck it? Quickly.
It's too late, I tell you. It's too late.
It's never too late. Now tell me. Hurry.
The St. Clair River trestle.
Yes?
10 miles west of Chicago.
That's all I wanted to know. Too bad I can't stop and give you the thrashing you deserve, but that'll wait. Now, you're coming with me. Off with these clothes. There we are. That's better. Now, over my shoulder with you. It's your turn to ride now, my slimy friend.
With Superman. Up, up, and away! Red cloak streaming in the wind, Superman leaps into the darkness, the limp form of Keno dangling over his powerful shoulder like a sack of wheat. Swooping down into the valley, his keen ears pick up the distant warning whistle of the troop train as it nears the St. Clair trestle.
I may be too late. Train starting across the trestle now. Down, down. Great Scott, some of the track is missing. If that train goes through, it'll drop into the river. I've got to stop it, I've got to. You, my ratty friend, can rest here for a moment. Now to brace myself. Done a lot of strange things, but I'm not sure about this. That train's coming pretty fast. I wonder, can I stop it? Can I? Well, I'll know in a moment. Here it comes. And here I go. There. I made it. With only inches to spare. Better make myself scarce before things begin to happen. Come on, my unconscious pal. You're going for another ride. Up, up, and away!
Leaving the St. Clair Tressa behind him, Superman returns to the car parked on the deserted dirt road. Reviving Keno, he tries to force a full confession out of him.
Now listen. This is your last chance to tell the truth. What happened to those steel rails? How were they ripped up?
I don't know. I tell you, I don't know. Now, who are you and what are you wearing that costume for?
Never mind that now. What happened to those rails?
Oh, you're killing me.
Now, mate.
You're breaking my arm.
All right, then talk.
All right. All right, I'll tell you.
All right, make it fast.
Well, the wolf had some stuff in a bottle.
Yes?
All he had to do was to rub it on the tracks, and they just melted.
What? You're lying.
No, I swear it. I swear I ain't. I seen it work all like magic. He made the stuff, and it could melt anything.
All right. I believe that temporarily. Now, where can I find the wolf?
I don't know.
Would you like some more persuasion?
No, don't touch me.
Where can I find the wolf? Well, I'm waiting. All right, if you prefer the other way.
No. I'll tell.
Go ahead.
The Hotel Royal.
Yes?
Room 528.
That's better. Now, you're coming along with me.
Where?
For a little ride through the clouds.
Hey, let me down. Now, let me down.
Hold your breath. Here we go. Up, and away!
A 5, please.
Yes, sir. Well, Kent, if this is a wild goose chase, your career as a newspaper reporter is over.
I assure you it's no wild goose chase, Captain Reed. Your police department would get all the credit for clearing up the railroad sabotage case.
Well, I hope you're right, Kent. Come on, let's go.
He's in room 528. That one across the hall.
Very well. Higgins, you and Blake stand on one side of the door. McCall and Anderson take the other side. Kent and I will handle the middle. All set?
Right there.
Right. Open up in there. Open up, I said. This is the police.
He won't answer.
I'll make him answer. Open up or we'll break the door down. Get back, he's shooting. Kent, you're hit.
No. I'm all right.
But you were standing where the bullet came through.
Well, it missed me, I guess.
You're a lucky boy. Now, look, we've got to be careful. He's in there all right, ready to kill. We don't want to run any risks.
Captain, may I be excused for a few minutes?
Oh, kind of shaken up, aren't you? Well, I can't blame you. This sort of stuff isn't up your alley. Sure, go ahead. We'll handle him. Wait for us in the lobby.
Thanks a lot, Captain. I won't wait for the elevator. I'll take the stairway down. I'll see you later.
Okay.
I guess this is far enough. Now, off with these clothes. Poor Captain Reed was worried about that bullet. He'd keel over if he knew it hit me and flattened out like a pancake. There we are. Now to tackle the wolf.
As Superman. Up with this window. Now, let's see. 5th floor. That's the floor directly above me. Room to the right of the elevator shaft. Yes, I can see it. Up! Not much room in this windowsill, but it'll do. There he is, facing the door, ready to shoot. All right, Wolf, this is the end.
No, stand back.
Not a chance.
Stand back or I shoot.
Go ahead. That's it. Empty your gun.
No, it's not possible. The bullets have bounced off your chest.
You all through? Now it's my turn.
Help, no.
Wait for help. Didn't last very long, did you, Wolf? I'll just leave you there, crumpled in the corner, until the police break in. So long, rat.
Hello? Hello, are you still with me?
Yes. Go ahead, Kent.
Now, here's the last part of the story. When the police, under Captain Reed, that's R-E-E-D, broke into the hotel room, they found the wolf mysteriously beaten. A supply of the chemical compound used by the wolf to disintegrate the steel rails was found in his suitcase. That's all.
Hold on, Kent. Mr. White wants to talk to you.
Okay.
Kent.
Yes, Mr. White?
Kent, you're terrific. You've got a job with this paper for life.
Now, who in heaven's name saved that troop train? Nobody seems to know.
Well, gosh, I don't know, Mr. White. It's sort of mysterious.
Oh, forget it. Now, listen to me. I've got the biggest assignment in the world for you. Something that involves the lives of millions of people. You get back here fast. Don't waste a minute.
Okay, I'll be in your office in 10 minutes.
Are you crazy? You're 1,000 miles away.
Oh, I meant, that is,
Never mind. Get here as fast as you can. So long.
Oh, I almost stuck my foot in it that time.
Yes, I'm afraid Superman almost did stick his foot in it. 10 minutes to travel 1,000 miles, well, that's traveling. Well, he probably won't make the same mistake again. In the meantime, what is this new assignment? Something that involves the lives of millions of people. We know, but we are pledged to secrecy because it's the biggest, most exciting thing Superman has ever done. So don't miss the new thrilling story that begins tomorrow. Same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Did you ever stop to think why American machine gun crews make such good scores in their battles against the Japs and the Nazis? Their teamwork, their super marksmanship comes from practice. Practice every day until they can hit the bullseye practically every time. But that much practice eats up a lot of bullets. And that's just where you come in. You buy bullets for machine gunners every time you buy war stamps. 5 bullets for every 10-cent stamp. So get behind your team by buying stamps just as often as you can. Can you think of anything more exciting to buy for your dime than 5 .45 caliber bullets? 5 bullets for American soldiers to use in protecting your home from the Japs or the Nazis. So get going. Get your stamps today and every day.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Follow the adventures of Superman tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flash. 1, multimotor, high, scene, 15 Joe 4, overhead, southeast.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this series of Monday evening programs honoring the 150,000 volunteer observers and filter center workers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA.
Ken Carpenter speaking. Tonight, the 4th edition of Eyes Aloft, a gala program this evening, including the presentation of the handsome Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to an outstanding filter center or observation post. Dramatized true stories from the home front. The Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and sportsmen give a musical salute to another branch of national defense. And you'll hear in person from a man and his wife, Mr. and Mrs. Alfred Van Egan, formerly of Amsterdam, Holland. Here now, your Eyes Aloft narrator. A man who is helping Hollywood make educational films for the Army and Navy, the well-known newsreel commentator, Gain Whitman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let it be understood by those who care that a sinister and deadly evil is beginning to gnaw at the very heart of the Volunteer Ground Observer Corps. Beginning, yes. And there is time to stamp it out. We speak of the paid observer replacing the volunteer observer. In Washington, in Oregon, in California, isolated cases of the paid observer have cropped up. You who are responsible for conducting the great work of the Aircraft Warning Service must also serve as its physicians. You must recognize the diseases of morale and stamp them out before those diseases assume the proportions of plague. The practice of buying off one's patriotic duty must be blotted out in every case. In the beginning, it's all very insidious, apparently harmless. and seemingly the answer to a confronting obstacle. Here, in an imaginary case, the disease starts to attack something like this.
Well, John, you shouldn't have accepted the responsibility as chief observer in this community if you didn't intend to carry through.
Well, who says I'm not carrying it through?
You just said you were ready to give up the whole thing.
Well, I didn't mean it.
How do you intend to get more people to help take watches? Now, who's there?
Now, how do I know?
Shall I take it, John?
No, I'll get it. Hello? Yeah? Oh, George. What's wrong? He hasn't. Well, hang on a few minutes. I'll call and see what I can find out. If I can't locate him, I'll be right up myself. Okay, George. Sorry. Hey, you see, Mary?
Was that the post?
Sure.
Somebody hasn't shown up for a shift?
It's a 8:15. Mace Copefield should have been there at 8 to relieve George Schaefer.
What's the matter with Copefield?
Oh, I don't know. He just hasn't shown up. Oh, brother, would I like to tell a few people off in this town?
Too few are doing too much.
And those that are worn out. Farmers are into the second cutting of hay. They can't get labor. The pear and prune crops ripe, and they're trying to pick it short-handed. Oh, I don't know what the answer is.
Where are you going, John? I thought you were going to telephone Copeland.
Oh, what's the use? He knows he had a shift tonight.
You're going up to the post?
Yeah. It's a watch till 1 a.m. I'll take it.
This is the 4th you've taken this week. You shouldn't do it.
Well, somebody has to keep the post going.
Oh, well, I'll get my jacket and go up and sit with you.
Oh, well, thanks, Mary. I'll appreciate it.
Maybe you should tell this town what you think of it one of these days.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll lose my good disposition and do that someday. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Such are the first symptoms. Observers fail to report for shifts. The conscientious volunteers begin doubling and tripling their own service. Chief observers begin to fear that they are personally falling down on a community job.
Oh, Gain, may I interrupt for one moment?
Certainly can. What is it?
Well, so that there will be no misunderstanding whatsoever, may we explain that there are over 2,000 observation posts operating in the Pacific Coast area. Most of these posts are manned solely by volunteer civilian observers. However, because some areas are so remote or not populated or for similar reasons and must still be guarded just as any other area, then the Army has assigned observation work to Forest Service stations or, in a few isolated cases, the Coast Guard, Navy, and Army carry on. And in still rarer cases, paid employees who guard railway bridges or hydroelectric dams assume the role of observers. But the great heart, the very soul of the Ground Observer Corps, is the willing, patriotic, unpaid civilian volunteer observer. And that's the only way the system can work successfully. That's the way it must be. After all, what true American wants to buy his way out of community and national responsibility? All right, Gain.
Now, let's return to the devastating problem which confronts our mythical chief observer. He and his wife have gone out in the night to make their way to the post.
Ooh, it's chilly tonight.
I think we'll have an early fall. Mind the step here, Mary.
Yes.
Oh, come in, John. Hello, Mary.
Hello
Hi,
there.
George. I'm sorry about you getting stuck like this, George.
Oh, that's all right. It's happened before, and I've lived through it. And you call Miss Copeland, John?
No, I didn't.
We'll take the watch.
Oh, now, John, Mary... Wait a second, quiet.
What?
Open the door.
Plane. Can you see it?
No, this is riding lights. Single motor heading east. I'll get it.
It's a good thing somebody was here.
Oh, don't worry. I wouldn't have left till somebody showed up to relieve me.
First plane over here this week, and Mace Copeland isn't here to have the honor of reporting.
Army flash. 1. Single. Low. Heard. Angeles 51. Overhead. East. You know, it makes a fella feel important to be calling right in direct to the United States Army about these things.
More people ought to feel that way about it.
I'm pretty discouraged tonight, George. I don't think I'm doing a good job as chief observer.
Oh, now, sit down. I want to tell you about a plan I figured out tonight. See what you think of it.
Well, I'm going to sit here by the stove. Go on.
I'm getting to the point where I'd like to tell every slacker in this town what I think.
Well, that won't help you any.
I'm tired of begging them to help. Every other town in this whole county has well-manned observation posts. Look at ours.
Well, there's only a couple of hundred people in our burg, John.
Yes, and only 23 of them helping to run this post.
It irritates me so when I hear people laugh and say, oh, the Japs will never never come and bob Midvale.
Yeah. Don't they know they're only part of a big system? Don't they know the world is bigger than just Midvale?
Oh, you're upset tonight, John.
Yes, I am upset. And by thunder, I got a notion to go up to that lumber mill at noontime tomorrow and give those mill workers a little stump speech.
Now, you'll get in trouble.
Now, listen, John, here's my idea, and I think it might work.
What is it?
Well, the women are keeping the daytime shift pretty well manned. It's the night shifts that are hard to keep filled.
You're telling me.
Well, now, during harvest season, some of the men are working awful hours trying to get their work done.
Don't I know it?
You know that Mrs. Ibbott who lives on the edge of town with the 2 kids?
Yeah.
She's a widow, and she's been on relief since she came here.
Oh, what about her?
Well, why couldn't us observers all chip in, say, 50 cents a month and hire Mrs. Ibbott to take over the night watches? Help her, and at the same time, help us.
Hey, not bad.
Well, that's a wonderful idea, George.
But wait. There are only 23 observers. Even if we all put in $1 a month, that's only $23. Mrs. Ibbott wouldn't work for that.
Well, the whole town ought to be asked to contribute.
By thunder, I know what I'm going to do.
Now, John, please.
I will go up to that sawmill tomorrow noon. I'll ask those men, as long as they aren't putting in any time as observers, to hand out a little money regularly.
Now, look,
I'll
John,
tell them what I think of their attitude.
It seemed such an easy way to solve the problem. Pay somebody to handle the watches. But what a black mark on a community fully capable of manning a post. Did they realize they were making a mercenary of Mrs. Ibbott and making of themselves no 4-bit patriots? True enough, they were sincere, but they were also short-sighted. So next day, well-meaning, blundering John went to the mill at noon, turned into a stump speaker, pouring out the things that were in his heart. Some of the more rowdy transient workers openly laughed at him.
Hey, for our homes. We're doing this work for the Army, for America.
I'll vote for you, brother. Shut up. Let John say what he wants. Go on, John.
I'm getting sore now. Some of you are laughing at what I'm trying to tell you. Well, when I look at your faces, I can pick you out, one by one. A year ago, those of you who are ridiculing me now were on relief, taking money from the government. Yes, and people like me were paying your way. Now the nation's at war. The mill is open, going strong, and paying you big wages. And you're spending your money like water. When the war is over, you'll be broke again. And men like myself will have to go back to supporting you again.
Why don't you hire a hoe?
You birds have no community spirit, no national loyalty.
What do you want us to do? Go around wave a flag?
No! I want you to spend some of your time to share the job of running our local observation post.
Now, when do you think the Japs are coming to bomb Midvale? Give the man a chance. What do you want, John?
Since you birds won't put in your time, will you put in a few dollars of your money to help pay to hire a regular nighttime observer? Come on, boys. Here's a hat. Pass it around. Drop in your contributions. Come on. Come on, put something in.
Well, you can't buy this sort of thing any more than you can buy the loyalty of a soldier. The community who fails to look upon the aircraft warning service as an honorable, worthwhile venture, a link in home protection, is indeed a sad-thinking community. No, you can't buy love for country any more than you can buy mother love. There must be an intense, burning community spirit to carry on this work on the 100% volunteer basis, or the observation post in that location is destined for failure. By experience, this is what invariably happens. The first month.
Bill, we're hiring Mrs. Ibbott as a paid observer for night watches. You won't have to take a shift anymore if you'll give me 50 cents a month.
Say, that's great. Keep the post running and I get my sleep besides. 50 cents a month, you say? Oh, well, that's wonderful. I'll go for that idea. Here you are, John. 4 bits.
The second month that the community has a paid observer.
How about 50 cents, Bill?
Huh? 50 cents? For what?
You know, the woman we're hiring as observer.
Huh? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Here. Say, how long is this thing going on anyway?
History of the few such cases of paid observers that exist shows this community attitude the third month.
Well, Bill, I'm back again. First of the month. 4 bits, please.
Oh, now, look, John, I don't see why I should keep on dishing out. Why doesn't everybody?
Why didn't everybody help with the watcher shift?
Well, that's different, but I don't want to keep on shelling out 4 bits a month forever. You better just count me out from now on.
Okay, Bill, whatever you say. You're the 5th person who's told me that this month. Okay, Bill, we'll count you out.
What seemed to be a good idea turned out to be a bad one. Community morale was destroyed. Because of apathy, disinterest, bad management, the post failed. Every post that has resorted to the paid observer method is eventually destined to become a weak and inefficient link in the volunteer civilian army that protects the Pacific coast from the possible invasion by enemy planes. Of the several thousand posts in this area, fortunately, there are only a few which have resorted to the paid observer system. Those few must be stamped out before the disease spreads. To be maintained successfully, the Aircraft Warning Service must come as a free contribution of service, right from the hearts of the people. May the watch cry ever be, Eyes Aloft.
Each week, the Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and the Sportsmen present our stirring Aircraft Warning Service theme song, Eyes Aloft, in medley with the official fighting song of some military force. And this week, we turn to our United Nations ally, Australia. We join thrilling Eyes Aloft with the song of the Australian Army, Waltzing Matilda.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love. One if by land and two if by sea was once a sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA. Once a jolly swagman camped by a billabong under the shade of a coolibah tree, and he sang as he watched and waited till his billy boiled. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me, waltzing Matilda, waltzing Matilda. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me, and he sang as he watched and waited till his billy boiled. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. Once a jolly swagman camped by a billabong under the shade of a coolibah tree, and he sang as he watched and waited till his billy boiled. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me, waltzing Matilda, waltzing Matilda. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me, and he sang as he watched and waited till his billy boiled. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. One if by land and two if by sea was once a sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA.
A feature of our show, growing in popularity, is the McKinley Diary. The centrally located McKinley, Oregon Post seems to typify the true spirit of the Ground Observer Corps. The distant drone of a small sawmill finds its way down from out of the hills, and the drone loses itself among the trees of the Green Valley Hollow. There is the distant lowing of cattle, the call of a bawling calf to its mother across the pasture. An auto chatters tread-worn tires along the dusty gravel road that bends through the little valley. A tan-faced observer quietly sits in an old chair leaned back against the outside of the unpainted little frame shack that squats beneath the great old cherry tree. His ears have heard the drone of the sawmill, and the bawl of the calf, and the whir of the passing motor car. But they are not sounds to concern him, for he is attuned to hear only the approaching whine of an airplane. Though the vigil is never broken, few planes are ever seen over McKinley Post. To while away the long hours, watchers record it in their diary. Each week we read one or two brief entries, word for word, just as they were written by McKinley Post observers. Here now, let's turn to some page at random. June 7th, Sunday.
Just returned from the funeral of Cookie, Jerry's classmate and pal.
I shall miss his cheerful face and quaint sayings if I drive the children to and from school this year as I did last. Mabel O'Sullivan.
And over here on the next page, June 8th, Monday.
A new page and a new day for us here in the peace and quiet of our homes. But there are other very sad events not caused by war that strike in our midst. I am taking the watch today in the place of Mrs. Cook, one of our most faithful watchers. She has just lost one of the most precious treasures given her by God. Cookie has been taken home by him to dwell forever in the land of happiness and peace. This is a little poem I've written tonight while on duty. I dedicate it to a dear little boy who is now gone away. Your little friends will miss you when back to school they go. They'll miss your smile, your face so fair, for Cookie won't be there. His desk is empty, his books are gone, but his words and smiles still linger on. And from above an angel fair whispers, fear not, for Cookie will be there. And when you gather in the playground beyond the shining blue, you'll find the loving master waiting there to welcome you. A look around that classroom at shining faces there, and in the midst of all that group, Cookie will be there. Mildred King.
Now here is Ken Carpenter to talk with a man and a woman who have come to make America their new home. The gentleman, a well-known lecturer, writer, and newspaper correspondent of Amsterdam, Holland. Meet Mr. and Mrs. Alfred Van Egan.
How long have you and Mrs. Van Egan been in America, sir?
We arrived in New York in 1939.
Yes, this coming November, we will proudly celebrate our third year in this wonderful country.
1939. Well, then, were you people in Holland when war broke out?
No, Mrs. Van Egan and I were in France. I was in that country at the time gathering material for a series of articles for the Amsterdam newspaper, The Telegraaf.
Oh, I see.
Alfred and I were in Paris when Germany attacked France.
Yes, we saw Paris experience her first blackout.
Well, how long did you stay in France after the outbreak of the war, Mrs. Van Egan?
We left at once for our homeland. You see, my husband was an executive member of the Netherlands Red Cross Committee, and he felt that he would be needed.
I am sorry to say that my fears were not completely shared by Hollanders in general. Few seemed to feel that Hitler would ever attack the Low Countries.
What'd you do after you got home to Amsterdam?
My newspaper commissioned me to go to America and write a series of articles about the American war attitude. After Mrs. Van Egan and I arrived here and traveled about, we found ourselves in love with America and its people.
Where were you when America entered the war?
Visiting friends in Encinitas, California. I was writing a book at the time, but when war broke out, my wife and I decided that writing should be secondary, that we must spend our every effort in trying to assist the nation we had grown to admire and respect.
Well, that's fine, but you're both Hollanders.
We have both taken out our first citizen papers now.
Oh, well, I didn't know. That's splendid.
We both went right to work, Mr. Carpenter, in the community that had accepted us. From last February on, we have shared the work as ground observers at the Leucadia post. 3 months ago, I was pleased at being asked to organize the local Encinitas rationing board. That takes 6 days a week, but I still have time to continue serving as an aircraft warning service observer.
Alfred and I intend to help all we can, as long as we are needed, in all of America's war efforts.
Well, more people should have the same appreciation and interest in doing for our nation at this time. Now, one thing, Mr. Van Egan. Do you know anything about any aircraft warning service that Holland might have had?
Well, in poor Holland, at the outbreak of the war, the Dutch army had an unorganized skeleton aircraft warning service.
Yes.
If Holland had been awake and prepared as America is today, the story might have been different.
Yes, Holland lost pretty quickly, didn't she?
Mr. Carpenter, Holland lost in the first half hour of its war with Hitler. Germans made a surprise attack at 4 a.m. 30 minutes later, the entire Dutch air fleet in Holland had been paralyzed.
That's fast work, horrible work.
That's why Americans must keep our volunteer civilian aircraft warning service in constant operation. When and if the jets ever come, this country will be prepared. America's fighting planes will be warned in time. They will be in the air to defend this nation.
Well, thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Alfred Van Egan.
Our last true life story for today comes from an observation post in Grays Harbor County in the state of Washington. The post is located in the center of the picturesque town of Hump Tulips on the Olympic Peninsula. Early this summer, an amazing incident happened there. It proved the courage of the observers who operate Hump Tulips Post. Mid-afternoon, two watchers, Mrs. Eleanor Randall and Mrs. A.K. Harris, were on duty. Miss Kraft was just arriving to relieve them.
Well, I'm here, lady. Guess we saw you coming, Marjorie. You're 10 minutes early.
How are you, Mrs. Harris?
Fine,
Mrs.
Randall.
We're fine.
Did you get to report any planes this watch?
No, we were just looking at the logbook. Hasn't been a plane reported from our post since last Friday.
Well, I think I'll go on home. Stop in at the store and get a few chops for dinner. You coming now, Mrs. Harris?
Hey, wait a minute. Don't I hear something?
You mean a plane? Shh, quiet. Listen. Hey, I'm going out and look.
I do hear a plane.
There it is. It's flying low. Well, come in and report it. I think there's something wrong with its motor. Here?
Well, say, I never saw a plane like that before.
He does look strange. It's a bi-motor. I'll report it right away. You people keep your eyes on it.
Yes, we will.
I think it's going to land somewhere over back in there. Oh, hello. Army Flash. 1, bi-motor, low, seen, Aberdeen 124, northwest. Well, can you still see? Heavens, do you see that?
Something fell out of it.
It's a man. There, look. See his parachute opened. There's another one. And there's another one.
I'll bet this is what we've been watching for. A Jap attack by air.
Well, if it is, those paratroopers have probably got machine guns and bombs and everything to attack with. We've got to do something. Oh, dear. I don't see a man anywhere on the street. We've got to find somebody.
I thought I saw your husband go in the store down the street.
Let's go.
We'll get him.
Somebody has to stay here and keep the post in operation in case of trouble.
Well, I'll stay. You two go. Get Lloyd Randall or somebody. Do something.
Flew over. Drop, Jeff. Paratroopers. We're being attacked.
Where? What?
Come on, Lloyd. They're going to land in the cow pasture over there.
Yeah?
Come on.
Well, I'll just take this shotgun here. Yeah, and let's watch the shells off the shelf.
Hurry up.
Come on, girl.
All right, let's go.
Some Tulips observers ran out onto the street, a shotgun, their only weapon. They jumped into a truck that was standing outside. A few other men boarded the back of the truck. They sped off down the street. When they got to the edge of the pasture, these hardy guerrilla warriors plowed their truck to a barbed wire fence, bumped across the pasture, finally coming to a sudden stop with one wheel spinning in a pothole.
Lloyd, we stuck? Yeah. Oh, dear. Get out, boys. You women stay on the truck.
Oh, be careful, Lloyd.
All three of them Japs are down on the ground now, boys.
Oh, look. Here comes one of them now.
Let me get a shell in this old shotgun. I'll show them what they're up against. Somewhere or other, I don't think they're Japs.
Why, look. This man's coming is white.
White? Yeah, wait. I'll call to him. Hey, who are you? You better halt.
I'm not going to stop and put on that fool shotgun.
Well, he looks like one of our American soldiers.
I kind of think we made a mistake, folks. It looks okay to me.
You shoot any holes in my hide, and Uncle Sam will sue you.
Say, what is this?
Where'd you fellas come from?
Oh, me and my two buddies over there, we just dropped in.
We saw that.
We're Army Air Corps, Grays Field.
Oh? Well, we're ground observers, Hump Tulips Post.
How'd you like that? We thought you fellas was Japs. We were about to
Select week's winner and make the award. Captain Smith.
This week, the Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award is presented to the Hump Tulips Washington Observation Post For courage, splendid morale, efficient operation, for outstanding service to the 4th Fighter Command of the Army Air Forces, we salute Hump Tulips.
Immediately at the conclusion of this program, the gold trophy will be flown by transport plane to the Northwest. Tomorrow afternoon, Lieutenant Joseph Caraher, Seattle Ground Observation Officer, will formally present the handsome trophy to his observers at Hump Tulips, Washington. This is Gain Whitman bidding good night to the 150,000 aircraft warning service workers who keep 24-hour-a-day vigil of our home front. Good night.
Next week at this hour, another thrilling human interest broadcast of Eyes Aloft. This series is written and produced by Robert L. Red. The music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. Next week, we will switch to Portland, Oregon for an interview with Ken Yarnstead, who is just home from China, where he served with the Flying Tigers. This is Ken Carpenter charging you to always remember, Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes of...
Eyes Aloft has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Hello, Silver. There's trouble at Border City. Hello, Silver.
Border City, located a few miles from the Rio Grande, was a rendezvous for men from two nations. The cafe was gay each night with music and dancing and the singing of Lolita.
Hello, Juan. Hello, Pedro.
Hey, come dance with me, Lolita.
Oh, no, not now. Bye-bye. Come and dance with you.
Hey, Lolita, ain't your turn to say hello to me?
Oh, bye-bye, Jim. I come back.
Lolita, the toast of Texas Jack's Cafe, threaded her way among the tables until she reached the end of the bar. Her voice fell almost to a whisper.
You sent for me, Baldy?
Yeah, I signaled for you to get over here. Did Tex speak to you about anything in particular?
Tonight?
Yeah.
He said he does not like the way certain things are going.
Mm-hmm. He didn't say what things he meant, did he?
He did not need to say. I knew what he meant. Baldy!
I'll get it. Brush it to the floor and stomp on it.
Oh, every time I see a spider of any sort, I tremble.
Yeah, that one was just an ordinary spider. It wasn't no tarantula.
See?
As I was saying, There's been 3 men die here, each of them in the same situation.
I know about that situation, Baldy. It is not to tell me about that you sent for me.
No, you're right. There's a man here. He's that tall gent standing at the other end of the bar, drinking water. You go there and talk to him. I reckon maybe he'll give you a sign of some sort.
Oh. Yes, I will go at once.
What's the matter, Baldy? Don't you like spiders? You sure stand on that one.
Senor, my name is Lolita.
Oh, good evening, Lolita.
You look as if you had traveled far and fast, without much sleep.
Perhaps I have. The last time I slept was 2 days ago, in the Padre's mission.
The Padre? North of here?
Yes, 2 days' ride.
What are you doing? You make marks in the wet place on the bar.
Well, now from here we draw 4 crooked legs. And 4 crooked legs from the other side of the body.
Tarantula.
Have you seen a picture like this?
Senor, it is not safe to speak. There may be a dozen of the gang in this room.
Yes, I know.
The good Padre sent you here.
I reckon I learned more about tarantulas.
Upstairs, in the room in the back. A man is there awaiting you. It is he who was once sheriff. Dan Martin.
Dan Martin? Has he returned to Border City?
Yes, in the hope of killing spiders. Tarantulas. Oh, amigo, I am so glad you come. Dan Martin has waited for days on end. He dared not leave his room for fear he would be murdered before he could tell the one man he could trust about tarantulas. But you wear no mask.
I came disguised, Lolita. I'll go upstairs. Martin. Dan Martin. I want to speak to you. Dan. Dead. So they got you, Dan. Well, they'll pay for it. They'll pay and...
Oh, my hand!
I want you.
No. Let me go. Let go of me.
Don't try to knife a man in the back when he's looking into a mirror.
Wait. Let me talk.
You'll talk outside. First, I'll lock the door. Now, this way.
No.
Right out this window. Hello.
In here.
I'm dropping something for you. Hang on to it.
No, please don't. Put me down.
Here he comes. I'll be right after him.
Hey, all right now, wait. We'll smash the door. Now, wait up a second, men. All together, we'll smash her. There, that does it. Hey, what was that shooting? Look, Dan Martin's dead.
Oh, no, it cannot be.
Oh, the killer must have got out that window. Come on, after him. Come on now. There he goes, that white horse. Come on, boys, outside the saddle. We gotta get that killer. Come on, boys.
Hold on, Lydia.
Oh, Baldy, it cannot be.
No, take it easy. I want to speak to you. Who was that man you was talking to?
He said he came from the Padre. He identified himself. There could be no mistake. I told him Dan Martin was here.
Well, looks like you told the wrong man.
Baldy, is it certain that Dan Martin is dead?
I guess there's no doubt about that.
Oh, but take a look. Make sure, Baldy. Make sure he is really beyond all help.
He is. Here's a knife that did it. Right here on the floor.
It has been broken. A bullet.
Mm-hmm. That accounts for the shot. I reckon that hombre... No, drat it, that don't make sense. Why would he take a shot at the knife after he'd used it? I thought maybe he wanted to shoot away the tarantula picture on the handle. But he needn't have tried shooting it away. All he had to do was take the knife along with him.
Baldy, there was someone else in the room. I am sure of it.
Yeah? How'd you know, Lolita?
Because, Baldy, I am sure I heard someone cry out as we stood outside the door. You remember?
I couldn't hear much of anything above the noise everyone was making.
I'm sure I did. And then when we saw the white horse, did it not look as if there were 2 men riding it?
Well, maybe so, but being dark, I couldn't tell.
And Baldy, that tall man did call his horse Silver. I am sure there was someone else here.
Wait, I hear someone coming upstairs.
Yes. He walks like Texas Jack.
That's who it is.
They tell me Dan Martin got it.
That's right, boss.
Poor Dan. Too bad. Who did it?
We do not know, Texas Jack, but it was not the one who came from the Padre.
Knifed, huh? Let me see that knife.
Here it is, boss. Just like the others. It's got a picture of a tarantula on the handle.
Well, what happened to this blade?
A bullet hit it.
A bullet fired by the Lone Ranger.
Oh, I see.
He got out through that window, boss, and took someone with him. I figure he made off with the critter that got poor Dan Martin.
Only it's getting worse all the time. This here tarantula gang is out for big money, and it's working on both sides of the border.
Well, Now the Lone Ranger's on hand, boss. I figure he'll find some way to get information out of that coyote captured. By Juniper, if he can't smash the tarantulas, then nobody can.
You talked to him, huh, Lolita?
Yes, Texas Jack.
Well, I know he don't care about money. But I'd be willing to spend any amount to do what he wants done if he can smash this gang. If you get the chance, you tell him so.
But money to him
Yeah,
is...
I know. He don't care about it. But there's a lot of people that could be helped by money. Maybe he'd let me help people like that. As sort of a reward to him.
Boss?
Well?
I don't savvy why you're so anxious to see the gang busted up.
Main reason is they aren't busted, I will be. Here, look at this. It's the ace of spades with a picture of a tarantula drawn on it. With my name. That's a warning. And I know what it means.
The Lone Ranger, having taken the knife killer to a small camp in the woods, dropped him to the ground and then dismounted.
I wouldn't follow us this far, Tonto.
That's right. No one know we here.
Now, listen here.
What's your name?
They call me Buzz Hanford.
All right, Hanford. You know why I brought you here. Talk.
I will. I'll be glad to talk. Let me show you what I found in Dan's room. I know who you are. I knew it as soon as you shot the knife out of my hand. No one else would shoot that way.
What did you find in Dan's room?
This playing card. Ace of spades. Maybe it's too dark, but I'll tell you what's on it. There's a picture of a spider, a tarantula. That means that Dan was marked for killing by that gang.
Tell me about the gang.
Well, I can't tell much, except that it's mighty strong. And Dan is the fourth to die inside of a week. Dan knew a lot about the gang. He was waiting to tell you what he knew. But you won't believe what I say.
Go on.
The knife, the one I had, was still in Dan when I went to his room. I heard you coming. I took the knife and hid. I know I'd be suspicious of the murder if I was found with Dan. You rapped on the door, and then you came into the room.
Where were you when I rapped?
As soon as I heard you coming up the hall, I got back at the curtain near the bed.
Why didn't you answer the door and tell the truth of the situation?
I didn't know who was coming. I thought it might be the killer coming back again to make sure of his work or to get his knife.
Were you going to kill me?
Oh, what's the use of my talking? The truth don't sound straight. You'd never believe me if I said I wasn't going to kill you.
What were you going to do?
Point the knife against your back, make you walk out of the room, then lock the door and go out the window the way I got in. I climb up the tree outside the window.
Buzz, for the time being, I'll accept your story.
You will? Then listen. Dan wanted to speak to you. He was hoping he'd be spared long enough, but he knew he was a marked man. He wanted to tell you about the gang.
Did he know who was behind that gang?
I think he did. He knew one of the members.
You?
Yes, but you'll think I'm sending you on a wild goose chase. It sounds too doggone far-fetched.
Name him.
Listen, have you ever heard of Don Ricardo, the torero south of the border?
A torero?
Yes. He's made a name for himself in bullfights down south. He's a matador, and a good one.
Yes, I've heard of him, but he hasn't been in it long.
No, he only got to be a matador a few weeks ago.
Is he a member of this gang?
He is.
But I've heard that he's an American. He's supposed to be from Texas.
Him plenty big man, Mexico.
Where can I find him? You know that?
I'll tell you. On one condition.
Well, where is he?
Will you go to him?
Yes, of course.
Wait, I said go to him, not after him. You savvy what I mean? I think he needs you. I don't know why, but I think he does. Now, look at this paper. Can you read it? Is there moonlight enough?
Just tell me what it says. Seems to be part of a letter.
It's the start of a letter. It was being written by Dan Martin when he was knifed in the back. He says, "Dear son Dick, I'm hoping to send the Lone Ranger." That's all it says. Here's the envelope he had ready for it. Don Ricardo is Dan Martin's boy.
I see.
Here, take this envelope. Dick's address is on it.
Good.
He's in San...
Well, what happened?
My back.
Him hurt bad.
Here, Tonto. Put him on the ground. What happened to him, Kumasabi?
Let me take a look.
A knife. Just like the one that killed Dan Martin.
Him dead.
The man who threw this knife can't be far. Here's Silver. Steady, big fella. Come on, Silver.
For over an hour, the masked man searched the woods for a sign of the man who had thrown the murder knife. Buzz beyond help was then carried into Border City. In daylight, the Lone Ranger and Tonto examined the ground on all sides of their small camp, looking for footprints of the killer.
All right. plenty big mystery.
No one could throw a knife as hard as that one was thrown without coming close to our camp, Tonto. Yet neither Scout nor Silver gave warning of any sort.
And no footprint near camp.
This makes 2 murders since we came.
And plenty other before we come.
Tonto, I wonder if that blade was meant for Buzz.
You think maybe blade meant for you?
Remember the death card? The ace of spades? Buzz said the victims of this tarantula received that card.
That right?
Buzz handed me an envelope with the address of Don Ricardo or Dick Martin. Inside the envelope, there was just such a card. Here it is.
And that card, one Buzz took from Martin.
I wonder.
What we do, Kemosabe? Go back, look round Border City for killer?
No, Kemosabe. We're going to cross the border and meet Dan Martin's son. Come on. Steady, big fella.
You ready? Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Oh, Ricardo, the tarantula gang is after him. There are here 2 members of the gang.
Are the 2 men talking to Ricardo, members of the gang?
I am sure of it.
Don't get hard to handle, Ricardo. Down, Ricardo, because we still have your paw where we can do a lot of damage to him.
Scanlon, you made a fortune down here in Mexico. I can't help you rob the governor himself.
You can't, eh? Why not?
Because I can't. I won't do it.
Getting hard to handle, eh? Now, listen, you young upstart. Being the matador you are, you can go into any home in the state and be right welcome. You're going to get an invite to the governor's home and then tell us how we can rob the place, savvy? If you don't, we kill your old man. Remember, we got plenty of members of our gang in Texas. Folks are getting downright scared of the tarantula.
Scanlon is the leader from Texas Jazz.
Oh, this is the celebrated Don Ricardo. Senor, all who are here are friends of the host, so introductions are not necessary, eh? My name is Lolita. You will dance with me?
No, Ricardo, don't dance.
I'd be pleased to dance, senorita. The honor is mine.
Oh, good. We go, eh?
All right, we've got to do something. That girl tell him the old man's been killed.
Yeah, she knows who he is. I bet Texas Jack sent her here to tell the kid. And I think Texas Jack suspected us of being in the tarantula gang for some time.
Hey, look. You look at him. So we lose no time telling him.
Get ready for him. He's coming back.
Yeah, mad, too.
Why, you dirty rats. I found out.
Found out what?
That girl told me Dan Martin had been murdered. And by the tarantula. That means I don't have to work for you any longer.
Well, what are you aiming to do? You talk and you'll be in as deep as we are. Remember, you helped on everything we did.
I don't mind about myself. I'm going to tell all I know.
Later that night.
Amigo, I came as soon as I could.
Have you learned anything, Lolita?
So little it is hardly worth telling.
Did you find out how those men kill?
With the knife. The tarantula knife.
Yes, but how do they use it?
That I do not know, senor. But I am afraid for Don Ricardo.
He decided that he wouldn't tell about those men until after the bullfight.
I know. And he will not be alive after the fight.
Tonto was guarding him. He went to bed early.
Si, senor. There will be no harm to him before the fight. I am sure of that.
Why?
Those 2, Scanlon and the other, are betting that Don Ricardo does not kill the bull.
I see. That means that he will get into the fight.
Si. He will start the fight.
What can they do to him during the fight?
I do not know. Oh, senor, you must protect him. I do not want him hurt. He is not bad. He was forced to help those men. He thought his father would be killed if he refused to help them.
He tells all he knows. The governor may be lenient with him.
He is going to tell all he knows. He will do so as soon as the fight is ended.
We must make sure he does.
Scanlon and Red made no attempt to injure the young matador. Through the night, Tonto watched. And the next morning, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Ricardo's other friends stayed close. The hour for the bullfight drew near. The crowd assembled in the ring. There were 2 fights before Ricardo made his first appearance. Ricardo's first bull was an easy one that he handled quickly. Then 2 more fights before the big fight of the day, the fight that thousands had come to see. In a shady spot behind the stands close to Don Ricardo's dressing room.
Scanlon and Red are in the stands, Tonto. They can't possibly get at Ricardo now.
Maybe them shoot him.
I don't know. We'll have to be on watch. He certainly won't let him tell what he knows about them.
That's right.
Wait, Lolita.
Senor, I saw him in the dressing room. He is all right.
Are you sure?
There was water sent him.
Water?
I tasted it first. I wanted him not to drink it. I drank all of it. Ricardo, he will be all right.
But you...
Don't let them shoot him. Watch Ricardo, my friend.
Otto, get the doctor. Lolita has taken poison that was meant for Don Ricardo.
The first two parts of the fight were well worth seeing by those who admired the work of the toreros. The bull was all that had been expected, a savage, fighting, raging fury of a beast weighing over half a ton. In their seats in the first row, Scanlon and Red were dressed in native costumes with blankets over one shoulder. Blankets that concealed the means of sudden death.
Second part's almost over with now, Scanlon.
Yep. The third part is where the matador comes out to finish the thing. That's where Ricardo gets hit.
I don't know much about these bullfights.
Well, I know this much. He has to wave that in your letter to get the bull's attention. And he sort of holds the head of the critter close to the ground by waving the flag. He reaches over the horns with the sword.
Oh, I savvy.
He's got to put the sword in that hump on the back. That's where he has to be wide awake and fast on his feet. And Ricardo won't be.
Between the second and the last parts of the fight, Don Ricardo advanced and stood before the governor to whom he dedicated the bull. Then there were cheers as the final scene was about to begin.
He didn't look drugged to me.
It'll take hold any second now.
But what if it don't? You think we could kill him and get out of here alive?
We'll have to take that chance. If he talks, we'll hang.
Yeah.
There'll be plenty of excitement. The folks milling around as soon as he's shot. Then we'll make our getaway.
There they go.
Never had Mexico seen a fight like this. Don Ricardo was lightning fast. He went through the routine of passes with a flag with such precision that the sharp horns of the angry beast came within an inch of his chest. He handled his muleta in a way that brought the enthusiastic crowd screaming to its feet.
Something went wrong. That drug didn't affect him a doggone bit.
But it should have.
Look.
Get ready for the kill. Let the critter watching that me later. Now.
If only the bull would jerk its head now.
He's got it. We lost our bets.
Scanlon, we gotta shoot him. Look, he's walking to the governor's seat. Now he's gonna tell all about us.
Senor! Senor Governor! Oh, Ricardo! Excelente! Senor! There's something I must say. A confession I must make. I'm not what I prepared to be. For some time, the people in this state...
Scanlon, partly concealed by the blanket Red held, brought a weapon from beneath his own blanket. It was a crossbow. A strong bow was taut, and in the groove along the rifle-like stock was one of the same kind of knives the Lone Ranger had found. A deadly weapon that could be aimed accurately.
Don Ricardo, what are you saying? You, the greatest matador of Mexico. Not what you appear? What do you mean?
And then, from the gate came a clatter of hoofs, a flash of white, a ringing cry. The Lone Ranger, face masked, a lariat swinging over his head, raced toward the seat to stride the mighty Silver.
Hey, what's this?
Come on, Silver! Now let go and cut!
Luke dropped over Red and Scanlon. The rope jerked tight. Silver charged on, dragging the two over the edge of the ring and into the arena itself. They sprawled there, roped together. People stared. Don Ricardo cried.
Those are the men. Those are the two who call themselves tarantulas.
They were about to kill Don Ricardo, so he couldn't reveal them. There's their weapon, the crossbow.
Crossbow?
They shot those knives from it. That's how they could kill with a knife at a great distance.
And you, amigo, you captured them.
Don Ricardo defied them. He will tell you all about them now. Come on, Silver.
In the cool shade behind the stands, Lolita slept in a blanket. The masked man rode up, dismounted.
Steady, Silver, steady, big fella. What's the doctor say, Tonto?
Girl will be all right when drugs wear off.
Good. We'll have to get away before the crowd comes out. Call Scout. We'll get after the tarantulas in Texas.
Here, Scout. Scout, you come.
Brave girl, Lolita. We may meet again.
You ready? Kemosabe.
All right, Tonto. Steady, Silver.
Come on, Silver. Hit him up. Count. Hail, Silver! Hi!
have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Starring Claude Rains in Soldier of a Free Press, an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company. This summer, Winston Churchill said, quote, "There has never been a war where so much liberty has been given to war correspondents. They have been allowed to take their chance of being killed and to send home very full messages. This is what the press has always asked for, and this is what they got." End quote. No greater tribute could be paid to the freedom of the press, for only with a free press could war correspondents be expected to bring to their readers the news of this global war. Winston Churchill's words were indirectly a tribute to Richard Harding Davis, for it was the career of this first great war correspondent that helped make the world realize the urgency of getting war news direct from fighting fronts. Tonight, with Claude Rains in the title role, the Cavalcade of America presents Soldier of a Free Press, a new radio play based on the career of Richard Harding Davis. Soldier of a Free Press. Richard Harding Davis was born in the Civil War year 1864, under a star that was red with blood. In his career as a newspaperman, he was to cover many great events: the Johnstown flood, the coronation of a Russian Tsar, the Diamond Jubilee of Queen Victoria. But the fame of Richard Harding Davis is built on the world's wars, and it began in 1897, when he was assigned to report the attempt of the Cuban people to overthrow the yoke of the Spanish autocracy. But it was no easy job getting news in Havana.
Well, what are you up to, Dick?
Sending a cable back to New York. As usual, nothing happened in Cuba today except of the brutal and barbaric punitive nature. Signed, Richard Harding Davis. I'm getting fed up.
Oh, sit back, relax, Dick. Look out on the Prado. Get a sunburn. Life is very pleasant down here.
Very pleasant. The nearest we've gotten to the alleged war is to hear those poor devils being shot by the firing squads back at the Cabanas fortress.
I must say I haven't your scruples. I'd just soon take what the Spanish officers tell us is happening.
A war correspondent should correspond about a war. What can I do? General Wilder's given me a pass. There's no place for it to get me to.
Senores, por favor.
Oh, hello. Lieutenant Montes, isn't it?
Si, senor.
What's the word on the war today, Lieutenant?
You are Richard Harding Davis, senor?
Yeah, I am.
General Wilder has sent me. Your request to see an action at first hand has been granted, senor.
Really?
If you will present yourself at the Cabanas Fortress at dawn tomorrow, senor, you will be conducted to the field.
Now, that's more like it. Now we're talking. I'll be there, Lieutenant. Complete with field glasses. I don't understand, Lieutenant. You spoke of an engagement.
Yes, but the Spanish soldier does not fight with his rabble. What you are about to witness, Senor Davis, is a more usual event. The execution of one of the rebels.
That boy? Why, he's not old enough to smoke that cigarette. Why is he to be shot?
As a matter of fact, I do not know. And I do not care.
What's his name?
His name? Oh, what does it matter? Rodriguez, I think. Listo! Viva Cuba! Abundan! Viva Cuba! Senor, you would like to take a look at the body?
His cigarette. Still lit. Yeah, the boy's dead, all right. He's left a little flame burning.
A little flame, still alive in the close presence of death. Richard Harding Davis sensed here might be the spark that someday
would light the powder keg which would liberate Cuba. But before the smoke of the firing squad's powder was fairly out of his nostrils, he was off halfway around the world for his next war assignment, in the Balkans. The campaign ribbons were beginning to line up on his military jacket. Then home, where he began reaching new heights as one of America's foremost journalists. When, one gray morning, clattering over the telegraph, came the electrifying news, U.S. battleship Maine sunk in Havana Harbor. Davis caught the first train for Tampa, Florida, where he waited for the chance to get across to the island with the soldiers.
So you're here, are you, Davis? Well, I guess we can start the war in earnest now.
Teddy Roosevelt. Oh, no, well, wait. Lieutenant Colonel Roosevelt, isn't it? I heard you were getting together a troop of irregulars.
Don't sneer at the Rough Riders, sir. It's an outfit of soldiers. By the way, what are you doing here with all the ordinary newspaper men? At last I heard you were watching this war from the bridge of Admiral Sampson's flagship.
Well, sir, I was. It was too much like reporting the burning of the wall of Astoria from Brooklyn Bridge.
Want to get closer to the fighting, do you? Aren't you afraid you're going to dirty your fine clothes?
You forget, Colonel, I have campaigned in 2 wars already.
Wars? You call those comic opera squabbles wars? Well, maybe as far as your newspapers are concerned, they were wars. All I can say is you'd better not get too close to the real thing.
General Shafter, I see that the order for disembarkation directs that none but fighting men be allowed in the boats of the first landing party.
What about it?
But, sir, this will keep the reporters back.
Mr. Davis, you're getting observant.
But we should be permitted to be right in the thick of things, sir.
Mr. Davis, will you please allow me as commanding officer of this expedition to run it as I see fit? If the Spaniards oppose our landing, I shall need every rifle I can get ashore to hold the beach. There's no room for reporters.
But, General, I'm a special correspondent.
I don't give a hang what you are. You're all to go ashore after the beach has been taken.
Davis, you here again?
Hello, Colonel. It's easy to see the troops that are going to see action are your Rough Riders. Can I march with you?
You've been in this country before, haven't you? Well, walk along with me and tell me something about it. You should be useful to Kraft, at least.
Colonel.
Yes, General Wood.
I'm going to deploy the troops. I don't like the feel of marching through this jungle in close order. Our landing was so easy, I suspect a trap. Will you take charge of me?
Down! Cover, everybody! Take cover! Answer their fire! There they are. Take a look through your glasses, Colonel. I'm going to tell some sharpshooters where they are.
No, wait. Get under cover.
And fire came from that tin shack, boys. Can you see it there through the trees?
Take them off one by one.
Good man. I'll be back in a minute.
I'm in. What's the matter? It's my shoulder. It's got my shoulder.
Let me take your blouse off. You feel better about it?
Oh.
How's that?
Thanks, mister.
Now, you take it easy. Take it easy. Say, you won't need this gun for a bit. Let me have it. Lieutenant, run your men. Let's charge their
Davis?
Yes, Colonel Roosevelt. I'm sorry I forgot to observe the rules for non-combatants, sir.
That's not why I sent for you. I sent for you to apologize, sir, for what I said to you a month ago in Tampa. There was no man in the regiment who was more helpful to us on this day. No one who showed more courage.
I did what I could, sir.
Davis, you did a splendid job. I want to offer you a commission as a regular officer in the Rough Riders.
I'm deeply appreciative, Colonel, but I don't think I can accept it.
Nonsense.
I'm a reporter, and I'm proud of my job, Colonel, just as I'm sure you are of yours. That's the reason I can't accept your offer. But I'll tell you this, sir. As long as I live, nothing will give me greater satisfaction than to know that I was with you and the Rough Riders at San Juan Hill.
2 more campaign ribbons on Richard Harding Davis's military jacket. One for the Spanish-American War and one for the Boer War. The century had turned, and still he followed the destiny of the blood-red star under which he'd been born. Assignment in Manchuria, the war between Russia and Japan, and for months he tried to make the sly, elusive Japanese allow him to get close enough to the fighting so that he could report it.
Major Tarky?
Yes, Mr. Davis?
After being sent halfway around the world to cover this war of yours with Russia, I've been kept cooling my heels 4 months. Now you've given me permission to come here to Manchuria. Why don't you let me through to the front to see this war of yours?
So sorry, Mr. Davis. But there is nothing to say at this time.
Why can't you give us permission to go to the front and find that out for ourselves?
When there is something to report, you will be given permission to go. I promise you, Mr. Davis.
When will you know?
Very soon now. So sorry, you must wait.
Look, Major, let me ask you this. According to my information, things are shaping up for a battle at Liaoyang.
Liaoyang?
Yeah. They tell me it looks like a major battle. Biggest engagement of the whole war. Now, how about giving me a pass to watch that battle?
Unfortunately, there is not and there will not be a battle at Liaoyang. The Russians withdrew immediately. The Mikado's troops took possession without a struggle.
Without a struggle?
No shot was fired.
But that's the only place soon to make a stand between here and...
I'm very sorry, Mr. Davis.
Well, they've given up Liaoyang without a fight. This war's as good as over.
That is true, Mr. Davis.
I see. Well, in that event, and I can't say I'm doing it with sorrow, I'm going to say goodbye to you, Major Tarky, and I'd be very grateful if you could arrange to get me transportation to the China coast. Is this the office of the Chinese Telegraph Agency?
Yes, sir.
Good. There's no sign outside. I want to file a press dispatch.
You are a war correspondent?
Mm-hmm. I don't feel much like one at the moment.
I must congratulate you.
What for?
Well, sir, you are the first to reach this office with the news of the great battle of Liaoyang.
What are you talking about? Well, the major from the Japanese War Office told me there was no battle.
They have been fighting for 6 days. I can give you many details of the battle.
Why should you do that for me?
I am Chinese. The battle at Liaoyang goes badly for the Japanese. I am happy to send such a cable.
You are listening to Claude Rains in Soldier of a Free Press, a new radio play on the Cavalcade of America, brought to you by DuPont, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
As our play continues, Richard Harding Davis, played by Claude Rains, has 2 more campaign ribbons on his military blouse. Still, he is the reporter of the world's wars. But all his previous assignments were simply the rehearsals for the assignment he was given in August 1914.
At 11 o'clock this morning, I watched the city of Brussels occupied by the German army. Behind them, so close upon each other that to cross from one sidewalk to the other was impossible, came the Uhlans, infantry, and the guns. No longer was it regiments of men marching, but something uncanny, inhuman. The force of nature like a landslide, a tidal wave, or lava sweeping down a mountain. It was not of this earth, but mysterious, ghost-like. It carried all the mystery and menace of a fog rolling toward you across the sea. For 3 days and 3 nights it roared and rumbled, a cataract of molten lead. To perfect this monstrous engine, to guide it, the minds of the German Emperor's military autocracy, with whom it is a religion and a disease, had been solely concerned for years. It is, perhaps, the most efficient organization of modern times. And its only purpose is death. All right, madam, all right. There's nothing more to your story?
No, monsieur. That is all. My husband and all my children, they are vanished. I have not seen them.
Okay, what is it? Who are these people?
Can I know their passports?
French.
Oui, monsieur.
And you, let me see your passport. How the dickens do Germans get here? I thought you were miles back. The 6th Army has occupied all this territory.
Your passport.
Here. An American citizen.
Newspaper.
You're a lie. It's a British passport.
No.
You come with me.
I'm not British. I'm an American correspondent, just because my...
You are under arrest. You come with me.
Now then, Mr. Davis.
I demand that you release me at once. I'm Richard Harding Davis, an American citizen and a war correspondent.
You have memorized the facts on your passport very creditably.
Do you think I'm lying? What do you take me for?
You are an English officer out of uniform. You've been taken inside our lines. You've been following the movements of our army for the last 6 days.
I followed your army because it's my business to follow armies.
That, my dear British officer, is evident.
Look here, you've got to believe me. All you need to do is to call the American ambassador.
Why should I believe you? Your German pass has not been signed, only stamped. It's probably forged. Your American passport was issued not in Washington, but in London. The photograph of you in this passport shows you wearing a British uniform.
I can explain that. The uniform was modeled on one worn by the West African Field Force during the Boer War.
You expect me to believe that since then the British Army has, by a wild coincidence, decided to copy that precise uniform?
Listen. If you can invent an explanation for the uniform as quickly as I told you that one, standing in this room before 8 officers who want to shoot me, you'd be the greatest general in Germany.
Very well, then. Let us pretend that the entire British Army has changed its uniform to match yours. But if you are not an officer, why does that photograph show you wearing war ribbons?
Those ribbons prove me a correspondent. Only a war correspondent could have been in so many wars in which his own country was not engaged.
Or a military attaché?
All right. I'll make just one final suggestion. Will you give me a pass back to Brussels? A pass which says that I'm to be treated as a spy and shot on sight if I'm found off the direct road to Brussels, or if I fail to make the 50 miles in 48 hours.
Mm-hmm. Very pretty. Nice suggestion. It's now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I will accept your proposal, Mr. Davis, on condition that you start at 3 o'clock in the morning.
3 in the morning? But the first German sentries told me would shoot me on sight at that hour.
Those are my terms.
Why don't you take me out and shoot me now?
Your own idea will save us the trouble, Mr. Davis.
Jim. Have you seen Dick Davis?
No. Haven't seen him for days. I thought he went field.
Yeah, he did. But I imagined he'd been back by now. I was sure I'd find him over here at the American legation. Hello, Joe. Davis.
Well.
What in the name of all that's holy have you been through? Look at your clothes. You hurt, man?
You look like you've been fighting the whole German army.
Well, you're not far from right. They picked me up and accused me of being a British spy. When they let me go, they were sure that some sentry was going to shoot me. No, I don't know how I managed to get through. Well, Dick, you got here just in time. For what? Some Belgian peasants shot up a patrol of Germans near Louvain this morning. Germans have announced they're going to take reprisals. What's that? Who's the general in command?
Von Ludwig. He's over at the Grand Hotel now. Hey, where are you going?
What do you think? See von Ludwig. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you taking these civilians?
They're to be shot. Get out of my way.
Dick, come on, you fool. They'll arrest you.
Yeah, but
come on. There's von Ludwig now. In that car there. Hello, von Ludwig. I'm an American correspondent. I've come to beg you to...
I have no time to talk to you. The city will be in flames in a few minutes.
Why have you allowed this outrage against civilization?
Allowed it? I ordered it. 50 of my soldiers were shot from ambush. In reprisal, we give the Belgians fine treatment, they understand.
But Louvain is a captured, defenseless town. This is cold-blooded murder. General, it's a violation of every precept of humanity and civilization.
Mr. Davis, civilization, as you call it, is dead. You are a journalist, Mr. Davis. I am a soldier. Write and tell your civilized world that the German army is making a new kind of civilization.
Well, you're right about one thing, General. I am a journalist. And as sure as there's a heaven above us, Americans will read my story of this atrocity and rise up against you. I'll write my story, General, and you and your devil-infected legions will get your due, I promise you that.
To write of the German danger that lay before his country in 1916 was not enough for Davis. He returned home filled with horror and foreboding, to devote all his time and energy to the cause he believed in so sincerely. In his home near New York in April 1916, his wife finds him writing late at night.
Dick, are you still working?
Oh, I'll be finished in a few minutes, dear.
Oh, but Dick, can't it wait until tomorrow? You've been working too hard, much too hard. I'm worried about you.
I know. I can't wait. Too much to do. I'm no longer a reporter, Bessie. I've got more to do than just tell the story. I got to point it. You know, never before in all my life have I felt so charged with grave responsibility.
But, darling, it can wait until tomorrow.
Nobody's waiting until tomorrow in Europe. The Germans are on a rampage, and America's got to be warned. This is our fight, Bessie. No one will see it. No border or trade dispute over there. It's aimed at us. Our liberties. You and me. And the rest of the world who oppose them. Listen, Bessie. This is the preface to my book. That the Allies succeed should be the hope and prayer of every American. The fight they are waging is for the things every American is supposed to hold most high and most dear. They are fighting his fight. And this fight is all part of a greater struggle which will end for all time frightfulness and despotism and win a broader civilization, a nobler freedom, and a much more pleasant world in which to live.
The appeal Richard Harding Davis wrote that night of 1916 was the last weapon of words he was to forge. For that night he died. But the tradition he created as a war correspondent lives on. The tradition of that group of correspondents who today are present on every battle scene as the eyes of the world, permitting nothing to stand in their way of getting the news for Americans at home. Such is the heritage of Richard Harding Davis. First, last, and always, a true soldier of the press. A free press.
Next week, the Cavalcade players will present Eagle for Britain, an exciting dramatization of the flight of an American bomber across the Atlantic Ocean on its way to the battlefront. It's the story of a typical flight of a flying crew of the Air Transport Command, whose pledge is the ship must be delivered. With us, we will have a pilot of the Ferry Command as guest on the program. The orchestra and original score tonight were under the personal direction of Don Bury. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from our sponsor, the DuPont Company.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
We take you now to England. If it only were as simple as that. If you could take a man, like a radio wave, and whisk him over the Atlantic, and then drop him through a loudspeaker, and let him wander for a month over the face of this island, would he be any different at the end of his wandering? How would he feel about the war and about England? Would the United States look very much different to him from the outside? From the Anglo-American angle?
Columbia Broadcasting System presents An American in England, the last of a limited series of 6 programs written and directed by Norman Corwin, produced by Edward R. Murrow, and broadcast from somewhere in the British Isles. Joseph Julian narrates, and the original musical score is by Benjamin Britten. Tonight, an Anglo-American angle.
Did you ring, sir?
Yes, Mac. I'm going to clear out at the end of the week, so I'd like my suit back from the cleaners.
Yes, sir. Going up north, sir?
No, back to the States.
Going home, eh?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'd like to go to America someday, sir.
Well, maybe you will after the war. They'll probably be running clippers every hour, on the hour.
Might I ask you, sir, before you go on doing anything with those magazines on the desk?
You want them?
If you please, sir, yes. My wife is crazy about American magazines.
I'll tell you what. There are a couple of pieces I promised to read, and I'll do that tonight. But you can take the whole pile in the morning.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good day, sir.
That night, you go through the magazines. As you fan their slick pages, you find yourself seeing things through the admiring eyes of Mac and his wife. You can fairly hear them gasping at the advertisements.
Skinless frankfurters sends a free booklet of tempting recipes.
To a housewife whose sausages have been 60% bred for some time, the skinlessness of frankfurters must be an interesting improvement.
Clean and polish your car with one application of this sensational new polish. Your car will sparkle with that original showroom shine.
Mac's car has been in storage for 3 years now and has that original dust pile dullness.
For fragrant, shining, clean hair, alive with highlights, get this brand new shampoo today.
Mrs. Mac's hair will have to do without fragrance for the duration, and also be unshining, because there's practically no shampoo to be had. You look at the magnificent color advertisements of hosiery and grapefruit and new furniture, and it's like the Arabian Nights. You're not really reading Click and Life, but a series of illustrative fairy tales having to do with a legendary country where oranges grow on trees and where the enchanted pig turns into a beautiful side of Virginia ham. Yes, a kind of never-never land flowing with milk and honey and canned tomato juice. It's very far off. The cities without a bomb ruin and the princesses in the nylon stockings. Yes, after being away from home only 2 months, it seems distant and old world. The land where at a fountain of youth they serve ice cream sodas and hamburgers perpetually. And no coupons asked either. There's another ad.
Do you have trouble sleeping? Try the improved Beauty Rest mattress. The Royal Road to Sleep for health and comfort.
Ah, that gets you. Gets you sleepy just looking at the ad. It shows a healthy, comfortable American in 4 colors snoozing away on the Royal Road to Sleep. And a good suggestion, too. You're tired. Although it may be only 10 p.m. in New York, it's 3 a.m. in England, and that means you. So you put your shoes outside the door and are just about to get into bed when an alert sounds. You put out your light and go to the window and pull back the curtains. Nothing is happening that you can see. Just some more Nazi raiders flying overhead for nuisance value on their way to bomb 2 old women and a storekeeper somewhere in the Midlands. You close the curtains, stretch and yawn. When in England, do as the English do. You go to bed. Go to a newsreel theater. On the bill are a series of shorts, mostly American, mostly very good. One is a collection of tremendous production numbers taken from lavish musical films of the past. Hundreds of girls and boys dancing on staircases. Those were the days, all right. 2 cars in every garage and a beautiful chicken in every plot. 10 years ago, it required a cast of thousands to impress Britons with the might and majesty of America. Today, it takes a mess of skinless frankfurters and a bottle of shampoo. On comes the newsreel, in the usual quiet fashion, with elfin music over the titles. Elfin like an elephant. You're shown a picture of American Rangers and parachutists and flyers in training, and it gladdens your eyes to see them. The voice on the soundtrack says categorically they're the best fighters in the world. And you wonder, looking out of the corner of your eye, how that must sound to natives in the audience who remember the Spitfire pilots in the Battle of Britain. You hope and trust the voice is right. But then, of course, Paddy Finnegan was no slouch, and Wavell's men in Libya and Timoshenko's men at Sevastopol did rather well for second-raters. Next comes an entertaining American comedy. And the audience enjoys all except one scene. A scene in which an inexperienced housewife drops eggs all over the floor and ruins a big cake. That ain't funny in this country. On the way out, you run into the manager of the theater and chat with him for a while. He says he likes Hollywood product, has a great respect for it.
The impression most of us get out of your pictures is that the United States is a country of great power and energy, of enterprise. That's why you'll find so many people here want to visit the States.
That's the national anthem coming from the screen inside the house. God Save the King. A tune we lifted for one of our own hymns. Playing of the anthem means it's 10 p.m. and the show's over. All movie houses close at 10. And there's no midnight show on Saturday. You have an appointment at the London office of a great American radio network. You take a taxi through a badly bombed area, pull up outside a plain apartment building. Across the street is a bombed synagogue. Only its walls remain. Next to the shattered entrance stands an inscription.
Blessed is he whose conscience hath not condemned him, and who is not fallen from his hope in the Lord.
You get on a rickety lift, go up 4 flights, ring a bell, and are ushered into a modest apartment. The walls are cracked from bomb blast. You meet your friend, and he takes you along with him to the main building of the BBC. It's battle-scarred and wears war paint. Policemen stand guard inside and out. You descend to the cellar, the sub-cellar, the sub-sub-cellar, and deeper still. There are cots in some of the studios. Many of the staff sleep here. No murals around this place. No conducted studio tours. Nothing for the eye. It's grim, almost military. Has special chambers in case of gas attack. Your host prepares to broadcast. The preceding program comes through from America. There's music, and then the voice of David Ross. It sounds far away, as London sounds to listeners at home. It has an unreal quality. Again, the Arabia of 1001 Nights. And then, out of a London cellar, your friend speaks to the rooftops of America.
This is London. Soon it will be winter again, the 4th winter of war. It will be a test of moral and physical endurance such as only the veteran can meet. This is now a veteran people. The future holds anxiety, but no terror. From you, they ask not sympathy, but understanding. Not help, but comradeship. Much of the old order has gone, but the right of free men to die on their feet remains. The choice was made by free men. For them, there can be no going back.
For 3 minutes, he speaks across an ocean that is half in daylight, half in night. And then he calls in Cairo.
We take you now to Cairo.
Cairo comes in, and the capsule world is there for Kansas and Missouri and for the lounge of the Beverly Hills Hotel. In the bowels of the British earth, you listen to programs coming from the States. There's music. There's a songster singing, Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland. And you wonder whether every last broadcast from the States would reward listeners in occupied countries who tune in at the risk of their lives. If radio was important enough for the Hun to spend billions of dollars on it, and effective enough to help beat France before the Panzers got there, is it too fantastic to hope that someday the United Nations might appoint a radio high command and use the weapon to its fullest? So wondering, you swing the dial to another shortwave point and hear Moonlight and Roses. Savoy Hotel in the West End of London, you find on the dinner menu an item reading, Le tasse de consommé au Vatrovsky, Staline. They're honoring Stalin on the menu at the Savoy. And that sounds like another blow to Hitler, because next to separating the United States and Great Britain, his greatest hope has been to separate Russia and Great Britain. It dampens you a little not to find a consommé in honor of an American, but then, of course, Russia is more popular in Great Britain than we are. The Reds happen to be killing more Germans than anyone else. And you think, as you sip your soup, of a conversation you had the other day with a British newspaperman about Britain, the USSR, and the USA.
Tell me, are there any quarters in America still hostile to Russia?
Yes, I dare say there are. Scattered, of course, but there. Tory press, mostly.
You know, that's something I can't understand. We consider it extremely bad tactics from a military as well as a moral point of view to criticize an ally or to cast suspicion on him, especially if he's doing most of the fighting.
I see your point. The meat dish arrives. It's lamb on a skewer. Sometime you hope to see a dish on this menu called
La fricassée de pouladine aux pommes à la Franklin D. Roosevelt.
The man leaning against the counter in the pub looks depressed, and you wonder whether it's the warm beer or the weather or the news from the front. So you ask him, what makes you so glum?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I missed the good old days.
Before the war, you mean?
No. I mean the Blitz days, when we were getting bombed every night.
Are you kidding?
Not at all. There was spirit then. We were in the thick of the fight. Everything we did took on a kind of importance, because it might well have been the last time we did it. But this suspended animation, this frustration, this business of war settling down to be a normal condition...
I don't get it. I should think you'd be grateful for quiet nights.
Well, yes, I suppose you would think so. You're an American, and your country so far is only ankle-deep in the war. The things that happen to people when they're up to their eyebrows in it, expecting bombs in their living room, are not so terrifying as you might imagine. In fact, being up to one's eyebrows in war can be inspiring.
Your friend gets up to order some beers, and you fall to wondering whether your fellow Americans will need the stimulus of danger and fire from the sky to drive them to the greatest possible exertion. You wonder whether your people back home would stand for any sniping and beefing if they were raided as a matter of routine twice daily, or if the enemy were besieging Pittsburgh. Would they still tolerate radio commentators who complain about the dim out? Would they still put up with newspapers which attacked their allies? Newspapers which not long before Pearl Harbor were urging that we give China to the Japs, and even now are suggesting that we leave Russia to the Germans, and that we'd better beware of Britain's intentions after the war. You wonder. The man waiting in the dentist's anteroom, and by the way, dentists are called Mr. here and not Doctor, looks unusually happy for anybody waiting to see a dentist. You ask him why.
Well, I've just got a packet of food from a friend in the States. A whole pound of butter, among other things.
I thought they stopped the shipment of food to individuals.
No, there were some announcements to that effect, but the fact is you can still get packets.
Well, what about the millions of British people who have no friends in the States to send them food?
Listen, that butter tastes awfully good.
No doubt it does. The two armchair experts who never flew a plane sit arguing in the billiard room of a club about who has better planes, the Americans or the British.
All Americans think their planes are superior. My nationality has nothing to do with it. I'm talking about the performance of planes.
Oh, so am I.
It just so happens that half your fighters are useless about 15,000 feet, whereas the Spitfire...
This goes on for a while with much throwing around of B-17s, Mustangs, Liberators, firepower, maneuverability, etc. And then a guy who's been sitting silently on the other side of the billiard table enters the discussion.
If you will pardon me, gentlemen, I think you're both talking utter nonsense. What do you mean? Well, the important thing is not who's got the best planes, but whether national or professional pride is going to stand in the way of getting together and learning from each other. Well, I should think that it... Also, whether experience in battle will be translated quickly into production.
One of the boys at the billiard table has just made a nice shot. Do you mean to tell me...
Do you mean to tell me that
Says your friend, a welfare officer at a tank factory?
That there are still jurisdictional labor squabbles in America?
Well, not so many.
Is it true that some industrialists are fighting the government and labor as though they were the enemy instead of the Axis?
Well, of course, I have been somewhat out of touch with home since I got here, but I don't think...
You come with me, my friend. I want to show you a little demonstration of just how serious we are about production in this country.
She takes you to a little courthouse, a plain two-story building, badly in need of paint. In a room the size of a typical magistrate's court in New York, a prosecutor for the Ministry of Labor is telling the magistrate that the two girls before the court...
Moreover, they were absent from work on February 9, 10, and 11. And as a result, they held up production to the extent of 29,000 of the components on which they were engaged.
Yes. Now, the evidence at hand substantiates that you, Miss Leeville, and you, Miss Hanson, were unnecessarily absent on 3 days and were late on others. I must say it's disgraceful you're slacking about like this. You know how necessary this work is to your country and to the war. I order you each to pay £3 damages for neglect of work and 8 shillings and 6pence costs.
The next case has to do with a man who left one job for another without the permission of the government. He gets a jail sentence.
Tell me, in your country, can a worker quit an essential war job in one city to make more money doing non-essential work in some other city?
Oh, yes, certainly.
That seems strange to me.
Why?
Well, you see, labor here is kept as close to the machine as a soldier to his gun. The unions made great sacrifices when they allowed their workers to be tied down. But it's a sacrifice they made willingly because they know that under the Axis, labor can look forward only to permanent serfdom, a kind of slavery already established in conquered Europe.
Has industry had to make sacrifices?
Have you seen the excess profits tax?
No.
Take a look at it. Almost confiscatory. British industry and labor long ago realized that neither stood a chance of surviving unless both made mutual sacrifices.
And have both played ball?
Played what?
Played cricket.
Oh, yes, both have played ball.
This is the last listening you'll do on a British radio before setting out for home. It's a pleasant sound in your ears, this old folk tune. This is the England of September sunlight, green fields, and the sonnets of Keats that you learned in high school. And down to Kew in lilac time, and the nightingale singing his head off in the Surrey woods. This is the old romantic England. And if you don't mind, you'll turn off the radio. There's no song yet written which conveys the England of a moonless blackout or the England of raiders machine-gunning village folk in front of the marketplace. The England of the munitions worker who gets up before it's light and works all day and comes home after dark to a ration meal and then takes his turn at fire guard duty. The England of 1942 is no tea shoppy. It's a grim, crowded, shabby, busy country with guns in the gardens and bombers in the parks, and drilling down at Kew in lilac time. The romance here is the romance of the commandos blowing up guns at Dieppe and then strolling back to the beach eating apples. The romance of Lancasters taking off at dusk to raid Nuremberg. The romance of powerful trade unions waiving their hard-won rights for the duration, and the government guaranteeing that they'll get them back. The romance of an excess profits tax with real teeth in it. The romance of price control and rationing and conscripted women and workers who aren't allowed to quit a job or to be absent from it or late for it.
Oh, there you are, sir. I was looking for you. Your bags are all packed.
Yes, that's fine, Mac.
Well, how does it feel to be going back?
Well, you know the old saying about home, don't you? No place like it.
That's right, sir. Well, what train do you take?
Paddington, 6.
Oh, we've just about got time. Where's the porter?
Just then the porter shows up. And you're on your way. West you go, young man. West in the direction of the Irish Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. Due west to the hemisphere you call home. The fairyland where the milkman delivers eggs and butter in the morning and nobody has to stand in line for a head of cabbage. The place where blackouts are practiced. And a man can pay his income tax and still have enough left over to buy a cigar. Nobody here begrudges the prosperity of the United States. They'd be crazy to. They're glad of it and grateful for the help, past, present, and future. But the English...
Excuse me. Are there any first-class carriages on this train?
There are, but they're all full.
It does seem a shame to have to sit in a third when you have a first-class ticket.
I'm in the same boat. Anyway, the scenery is first class. You sit, chin in hand, watching the first-class scenery go by. And you think of the faces that you've met on this island in 2 months of wandering. You'll settle for those faces any time. They're no different from American faces. Anybody who can tell them apart is psychic and ought to be reading tea leaves. The man sitting next to you opens a package of cigarettes.
Have a cigarette?
Oh, thank you very much. What brand is this?
Fifth Avenue.
Well, that's funny. The other day I bought some cigarettes called Bronx. Must be a series named after sections of New York City.
Oh, is Astoria part of New York?
Sure, right across from Manhattan.
Well, there's an Astoria brand made by the same outfit.
Huh. It's a small world, all right, isn't it? Nice guy, that. Typical of the people you meet here. You take a deep drag of Fifth Avenue. And with it, you inhale a solemn thought. There are a lot of typical nice guys on this planet. How does it happen they don't get together? Is it beyond reason that common people can strike up a lasting friendship? Something more permanent than a military alliance? Are the people going to let diplomats decide whether they shall be the same fast friends in peace as they are in war? That would be a pity. Because it isn't the diplomats who are going to pull this war out of the fire. They may help with the arrangements. But you know who's going to win it? The little guy with a third-class ticket sitting opposite. The guy with the dirt under his fingernails and the fatigue of a 12-hour day in his face. He's won things before in this war. It was he and his wife and his kid brother in the RAF who saved Britain. Not a room full of cabinet ministers.
Reading! Train stops here 5 minutes.
Reading, England. Reading, Massachusetts. Reading, Pennsylvania. All three are in this war. It may be a long way from this Reading to the one in Pennsylvania. But if you took a man from the main street of each town and put them together in a neutral pub, within 5 minutes they'd be toasting each other's health and pledging the common victory. The little guy of America and the little guy of Britain talk the same language in more ways than one. They know what side their future is buttered on. Although one of them has been taking it a lot harder and longer than the other, when the word comes to dish it out, They'll do the dishing. These Britons are proud people. And they ask no quarter, and they ask no pity. They've been through fire, and they've been tempered by it. But so are we Americans, proud people, asking nothing but the time and place to meet the enemy. We're a good deal farther from the flame, and we therefore temper slower. But fire is fire, and it's spreading on the earth. And whether it's to be the funeral pyre of all freedom or the forge in which is shaped the hopeful new world of the common man is what good common men are dying for tonight. The train speeds on. England slips past you in the dusk. You leave a strong and valiant people to return to one.
Listening to the Columbia Broadcasting System's presentation of An Anglo-American Angle, the last of a limited series of 6 programs under the title of An American in England, written and directed by Norman Corwin and brought to you by CBS direct from England through the facilities of the British Broadcasting Corporation. Joseph Julian narrated, and the original musical score was composed by Benjamin Britten and performed by the Orchestra of the Royal Air Force under the baton of Wing Commander R.P. O'Donnell. The program was produced by Edward R. Murrow.
We take you now to England. If it only were as simple as that. If you could take a man, like a radio wave, and whisk him over the Atlantic, and then drop him through a loudspeaker, and let him wander for a month over the face of this island, would he be any different at the end of his wandering? How would he feel about the war and about England? Would the United States look very much different to him from the outside? From the Anglo-American angle?
Columbia Broadcasting System presents An American in England, the last of a limited series of 6 programs written and directed by Norman Corwin, produced by Edward R. Murrow, and broadcast from somewhere in the British Isles. Joseph Julian narrates, and the original musical score is by Benjamin Britten. Tonight, An Anglo-American Angle.
Did you ring, sir?
Yes, Mac. I'm going to clear out at the end of the week, so I'd like my suit back from the cleaners.
Yes, sir. Going up north, sir?
No, back to the States.
Going home, eh?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'd like to go to America someday, sir.
Well, maybe you will after the war. They'll probably be running clippers every hour, on the hour.
Might I ask you, sir, before you go on doing anything with those magazines on the desk?
You want them?
If you please, sir, yes. My wife is crazy about American magazines.
I'll tell you what. There are a couple of pieces I promised to read, and I'll do that tonight. But you can take the whole pile in the morning.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good day, sir.
That night, you go through the magazines. As you fan their slick pages, you find yourself seeing things through the admiring eyes of Mac and his wife. You can fairly hear them gasping at the advertisements.
Skinless Frankfurters sends a free booklet of tempting recipes.
To a housewife whose sausages have been 60% bred for some time, the skinlessness of Frankfurters must be an interesting improvement.
Clean and polish your car with one application of this sensational new polish. Your car will sparkle with that original showroom shine.
My car has been in storage for 3 years now and has that original dust pile dullness.
For fragrant, shining, clean hair, alive with highlights, get this brand new shampoo today.
Mrs. Mack's hair will have to do without fragrance for the duration and also be unshining because there's practically no shampoo to be had. You look at the magnificent color advertisements of hosiery and grapefruit and new furniture, and it's like the Arabian Nights. You're not really reading Click and Life, but a series of illustrated fairy tales having to do with a legendary country where oranges grow on trees and where the enchanted pig turns into a beautiful side of Virginia ham. Yes, a kind of never-never land flowing with milk and honey and canned tomato juice. It's very far off. The cities without a bomb ruin and the princesses in their nylon stockings. Yes, after being away from home only 2 months, it seems distant and old world. The land where at a fountain of youth they serve ice cream sodas and hamburgers perpetually. And no coupons asked either. There's another ad.
Do you have trouble sleeping? Try the improved Beauty Rest mattress. The Royal Road to Sleep for health and comfort.
Ah, that gets you. Gets you sleepy just looking at the ad. It shows a healthy, comfortable American in 4 colors snoozing away on the Royal Road to Sleep. And a good suggestion, too. You're tired. Although it may be only 10 p.m. in New York, it's 3 a.m. in England, and that means you. So you put your shoes outside the door and are just about to get into bed when an alert sounds. You put out your light and go to the window and pull back the curtain. Nothing is happening that you can see. Just some more Nazi raiders flying overhead for nuisance value on their way to bomb 2 old women and a storekeeper somewhere in the Midlands. You close the curtains, stretch and yawn. When in England, do as the English do. You go to bed. Go to a newsreel theater. On the bill are a series of shorts, mostly American, mostly very good. One is a collection of tremendous production numbers taken from lavish musical films of the past. Hundreds of girls and boys dancing on staircases. Those were the days, all right. 2 cars in every garage and a beautiful chicken in every plot. 10 years ago, it required a cast of thousands to impress Britons with the might and majesty of America. Today, it takes a mess of skinless frankfurters and a bottle of shampoo. On comes the newsreel, in the usual quiet fashion, with elfin music over the titles. Elfin like an elephant. You're shown a picture of American Rangers and parachutists and flyers in training, and it gladdens your eyes to see them. The voice on the soundtrack says categorically they're the best fighters in the world. And you wonder, looking out of the corner of your eye, how that must sound to natives in the audience who remember the Spitfire pilots in the Battle of Britain. You hope and trust the voice is right. But then, of course, Paddy Finnegan was no slouch, and Wavell's men in Libya and Timoshenko's men at Sevastopol did rather well for second-raters. Next comes an entertaining American comedy, and the audience enjoys all except one scene. A scene in which an inexperienced housewife drops eggs all over the floor and ruins a big cake. That ain't funny in this country. On the way out, you run into the manager of the theater and chat with him for a while. He says he likes Hollywood product, has a great respect for it.
The impression most of us get out of your pictures
is that the United States is a country of great power and energy, of enterprise. That's why you'll find so many people here want to visit the States.
That's the national anthem coming from the screen inside the house. God Save the King. The tune we lifted for one of our own hymns. Swing of the anthem means it's 10 p.m. and the show's over. All movie houses close at 10. And there's no midnight show on Saturday. You have an appointment at the London office of the Great American Radio Network. You take a taxi through a badly bombed area, pull up outside a plain apartment building. Across the street is a bombed synagogue. Only its walls remain. Next to the shattered entrance stands an inscription.
Blessed is he whose conscience hath not condemned him, and who is not fallen from his hope in the Lord.
You get on a rickety lift, go up 4 flights, ring a bell, and are ushered into a modest apartment. The walls are cracked from bomb blast. You meet your friend, and he takes you along with him to the main building of the BBC. It's battle-scarred and wears war paint. Policemen stand guard inside and out. You descend to the cellar, the sub-cellar, the sub-sub-cellar, and deeper still. There are cots in some of the studios. Many of the staff sleep here. No murals around this place. No conducted studio tours. Nothing for the eye. It's grim, almost military. Has special chambers in case of gas attack. Your host prepares to broadcast. The preceding program comes through from America. There's music, and then the voice of David Ross. It sounds far away, as London sounds to listeners at home. It has an unreal quality. Again, the Arabia of 1001 Nights. And then, out of a London cellar, your friend speaks to the rooftops of America.
This is London. Soon it will be winter again, the 4th winter of war. It will be a test of moral and physical endurance such as only the veteran can meet. This is now a veteran people. The future holds anxiety, but no terror. From you, they ask not sympathy, but understanding. Not help, but comradeship. Much of the old order has gone, but the right of free men to die on their feet remains. The choice was made by free men. For them, there can be no going back.
For 3 minutes, he speaks across an ocean that is half in daylight, half in night. And then he calls in Cairo.
We take you now to Cairo.
Cairo comes in, and the capsule world is there for Kansas and Missouri and for the lounge of the Beverly Hills Hotel. In the bowels of the British earth, you listen to programs coming from the States. There's music. There's a songstress singing, Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland. And you wonder whether every last broadcast from the States would reward listeners in occupied countries who tune in at the risk of their lives. If radio was important enough for the Hun to spend billions of dollars on it, and effective enough to help beat France before the Panzers got there, is it too fantastic to hope that someday the United Nations might appoint a radio high command and use the weapon to its fullest? So wondering, you swing the dial to another shortwave point and hear Moonlight and Roses. Savoy Hotel in the West End of London, you find on the dinner menu an item reading, Le tasse de consommé au Vatrovsky, Staline. They're honoring Stalin on the menu at the Savoy. And that sounds like another blow to Hitler, because next to separating the United States and Great Britain, his greatest hope has been to separate Russia and Great Britain. It dampens you a little not to find a consommé in honor of an American, but then, of course, Russia is more popular in Great Britain than we are. The Reds happen to be killing more Germans than anyone else. And you think, as you sip your soup, of a conversation you had the other day with a British newspaper man about Britain, the USSR, and the USA.
Tell me, are there any quarters in America still hostile to Russia?
Yes, I dare say there are. Scattered, of course, but there. Tory press, mostly.
You know, that's something I can't understand. We consider it extremely bad tactics from a military as well as a moral point of view to criticize an ally or to cast suspicion on him, especially if he's doing most of the fighting.
I see your point. The meat dish arrives. It's lamb on a skewer. Sometime you hope to see a dish on this menu called
La fricassée de pouladine aux pommes à la Franklin D. Roosevelt.
The man leaning against the counter in the pub looks depressed, and you wonder whether it's the warm beer or the weather or the news from the front. So you ask him, what makes you so glum?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I miss the good old days.
Before the war, you mean?
No. I mean the Blitz days, when we were getting bombed every night.
Are you kidding?
Not at all. There was spirit then. We were in the thick of the fight. Everything we did took on a kind of importance, because it might well have been the last time we did it. But this suspended animation, this frustration, this business of war settling down to be a normal condition...
I don't get it. I should think you'd be grateful for quiet nights.
Well, yes, I suppose you would think so. You're an American, and your country so far is only ankle-deep in the war. The things that happen to people when they're up to their eyebrows in it, expecting bombs in their living room, are not so terrifying as you might imagine. In fact, being up to one's eyebrows in war can be inspiring.
Your friend gets up to order some beers, and you fall to wondering whether your fellow Americans will need the stimulus of danger and fire from the sky to drive them to the greatest possible exertion. You wonder whether your people back home would stand for any sniping and beefing if they were raided as a matter of routine twice daily, or if the enemy were besieging Pittsburgh. Would they still tolerate radio commentators who complain about the dim out? Would they still put up with newspapers which attacked their allies? Newspapers which not long before Pearl Harbor were urging that we give China to the Japs, and even now are suggesting that we leave Russia to the Germans, and that we'd better beware of Britain's intentions after the war. You wonder. The man waiting in the dentist's anteroom, and by the way, dentists are called Mr. here and not Doctor, looks unusually happy for anybody waiting to see a dentist. You ask him why.
Well, I've just got a packet of food from a friend in the States. A whole pound of butter, among other things.
I thought they stopped the shipment of food to individuals.
No, there were some announcements to that effect, but the fact is you can still get packets.
Well, what about the millions of British people who have no friends in the States to send them food?
Listen, that butter tastes awfully good.
No doubt it does. The two armchair experts who never flew a plane sit arguing in the billiard room of a club about who has better planes, the Americans or the British.
All Americans think their planes are superior. My nationality has nothing to do with it. I'm talking about the performance of planes.
Well, so am I.
It just so happens that half your fighters are useless about 15,000 feet, whereas the Spitfire...
This goes on for a while with much throwing around of B-17s, Mustangs, Liberators, firepower, maneuverability, etc. And then a guy who's been sitting silently on the other side of the billiard table enters the discussion.
If you will pardon me, gentlemen, I think you're both talking utter nonsense.
What do you mean?
Well, the important thing is not who's got the best planes, but whether national or professional pride is going to stand in the way of getting together and learning from each other.
Well, I should think that it...
Also, whether experience in battle will be translated quickly into production.
One of the boys at the billiard table has just made a nice shot. Do you mean to tell me
that
there's your friend, a welfare officer at a tank factory?
That there are still jurisdictional labor squabbles in America?
Well, not so many.
Is it true that some industrialists are fighting the government and labor as though they were the enemy instead of the Axis?
Well, of course, I've been somewhat out of touch with home since I got here, but I don't think...
You come with me, my friend. I want to show you a little demonstration of just how serious we are about production in this country.
She takes you to a little courthouse, a plain two-story building, badly in need of paint. In a room the size of a typical magistrate's court in New York, a prosecutor for the Ministry of Labor is telling the magistrate that the two girls before the court...
Moreover, they were absent from work on February 9, 10, and 11. And as a result, they held up production to the extent of 29,000 of the components on which they were engaged.
Yes. Now, the evidence at hand substantiates that you, Miss Leeville, and you, Miss Hanson, were unnecessarily absent on 3 days and were late on others. I must say it's disgraceful you're slacking about like this. You know how necessary this work is to your country and to the war. I order you each to pay £3 damages for neglect of work and 8 shillings and 6pence costs.
The next case has to do with a man who left one job for another without the permission of the government. He gets a jail sentence.
Tell me, in your country, can a worker quit an essential war job in one city to make more money doing non-essential work in some other city?
Oh, yes, certainly.
That seems strange to me.
Why?
Well, you see, labor here is kept as close to the machine as a soldier to his gun. The unions made great sacrifices when they allowed their workers to be tied down. But it's a sacrifice they made willingly because they know that under the Axis, labor can look forward only to permanent serfdom, a kind of slavery already established in conquered Europe.
Has industry had to make sacrifices?
Have you seen the excess profits tax?
No.
Take a look at it. Almost confiscatory. British industry and labor long ago realized that neither stood a chance of surviving unless both made mutual sacrifices.
And have both played ball?
Played what?
Played cricket.
Oh, yes, both have played ball.
This is the last listening you'll do on a British radio before setting out for home. It's a pleasant sound in your ears, this old folk tune. This is the England of September sunlight, green fields, and the sonnets of Keats that you learned in high school. And down to Kew and lilac time, and the nightingale singing his head off in the Surrey woods. This is the old romantic England. And if you don't mind, you'll turn off the radio. There's no song yet written which conveys the England of a moonless blackout or the England of raiders machine-gunning village folk in front of the marketplace. The England of the munitions worker who gets up before it's light and works all day and comes home after dark to a ration meal and then takes his turn at fire guard duty. The England of 1942 is no tea shoppy. It's a grim, crowded, shabby, busy country with guns in the gardens and bombers in the parks and drilling down at Kew in lilac time. The romance here is the romance of the commandos blowing up guns at Dieppe and then strolling back to the beach eating apples. The romance of Lancasters taking off at dusk to raid Nuremberg. The romance of powerful trade unions waiving their hard-won rights for the duration, and the government guaranteeing that they'll get them back. The romance of an excess profits tax with real teeth in it. The romance of price control and rationing and conscripted women and workers who aren't allowed to quit a job or to be absent from it or late for it.
Oh, there you are, sir. I was looking for you. Your bags are all packed.
Yes, that's fine, Mac.
Well, how does it feel to be going back?
Well, you know the old saying about home, don't you? No place like it.
That's right, sir. Well, what train do you take?
Paddington, 6.
Oh, we've just about got time. Where's the porter?
Just then the porter shows up. And you're on your way. West you go, young man. West in the direction of the Irish Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. Due west to the hemisphere you call home. The fairyland where the milkman delivers eggs and butter in the morning and nobody has to stand in line for a head of cabbage. The place where blackouts are practice. And a man can pay his income tax and still have enough left over to buy a cigar. Nobody here begrudges the prosperity of the United States. They'd be crazy to. They're glad of it and grateful for the help, past, present, and future. But the English...
Excuse me. Are there any first-class carriages on this train?
There are, but they're all full.
It does seem a shame to have to sit in a third when you have a first-class ticket.
I'm in the same boat. Anyway, the scenery is first class. You sit, chin in hand, watching the first-class scenery go by. And you think of the faces that you've met on this island in 2 months of wandering. You'll settle for those faces any time. They're no different from American faces. Anybody who can tell them apart is psychic and ought to be reading tea leaves. The man sitting next to you opens a package of cigarettes.
Have a cigarette?
Oh, thank you very much. What brand is this?
Fifth Avenue.
Well, that's funny. The other day I bought some cigarettes called Bronx. Must be a series named after sections of New York City.
Oh, is Astoria part of New York?
Sure, right across from Manhattan.
Well, there's an Astoria brand made by the same outfit.
Huh. It's a small world, all right, isn't it? Nice guy, that. Typical of the people you meet here. You take a deep drag of Fifth Avenue. And with it, you inhale a solemn thought. There are a lot of typical nice guys on this planet. How does it happen they don't get together? Is it beyond reason that common people can strike up a lasting friendship? Something more permanent than a military alliance? Are the people going to let diplomats decide whether they shall be the same fast friends in peace as they are in war? That would be a pity. Because it isn't the diplomats who are going to pull this war out of the fire. They may help with the arrangements. But you know who's going to win it? The little guy with a third-class ticket sitting opposite. The guy with the dirt under his fingernails and the fatigue of a 12-hour day in his face. He's won things before in this war. It was he and his wife and his kid brother in the RAF who saved Britain. Not a room full of cabinet ministers.
Reading! Reading! Train stops here 5 minutes.
Reading, England. Reading, Massachusetts. Reading, Pennsylvania. All three are in this war. It may be a long way from this Reading to the one in Pennsylvania. But if you took a man from the main street of each town and put them together in a neutral pub, within 5 minutes they'd be toasting each other's health and pledging the common victory. The little guy of America and the little guy of Britain talk the same language in more ways than one. They know what side their future's buttered on. Although one of them has been taking it a lot harder and longer than the other, when the word comes to dish it out, they'll do the dishing. These Britons are proud people. And they ask no quarter, and they ask no pity. They've been through fire, and they've been tempered by it. But so are we Americans, proud people, asking nothing but the time and place to meet the enemy. We're a good deal farther from the flame, and we therefore temper slower. But fire is fire, and it's spreading on the earth. And whether it's to be the funeral pyre of all freedom or the forge in which is shaped the hopeful new world of the common man is what good common men are dying for tonight. The train speeds on. England slips past you in the dusk. You leave a strong and valiant people to return to one.
been listening to the Columbia Broadcasting System's presentation of An Anglo-American Angle, the last of a limited series of 6 programs under the title of An American in England, written and directed by Norman Corwin, and brought to you by CBS direct from England through the facilities of the British Broadcasting Corporation. Joseph Julian narrated, and the original musical score was composed by Benjamin Britten and performed by the Orchestra of the Royal Air Force under the baton of Wing Commander R.P. O'Donnell. The program was produced by Edward R. Murrow.
Presenting Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways.
CX-4 calling control tower. CX-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
Control tower back to CX-4. Wind southeast. Ceiling 1200. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan. Coming in.
Fellas, doesn't the roar of that plane give you a thrill? Doesn't your heart beat a little faster every time you see one of Uncle Sam's giant birds flying high over the rooftops? I'll bet it does. And those boys piloting our nimble-wing P-40s and our long-range flying fortresses, believe you me, they know how to fly. Now, the Army and Navy Air Forces know you can't become a flyer overnight. It takes many, many months of preparation. Many months even before a cadet is allowed to touch a plane. That's why the Air Forces so heartily endorsed the program of the Air Training Corps of America. Now, the Air Training Corps of America makes it possible for you fellows in high school, even though you're only 15 to 18 years of age, to begin learning now, as part of your high school course, the things that you would start learning if you enlisted in either the Army or Navy Air Forces. Fellows who enroll in the Air Training Corps of America are given courses in physical training, military drill, aerodynamics, meteorology, navigation, and those subjects that airmen must know. These fellows, after completing the 2-year course in high schools, save themselves and the Air Forces many valuable hours later on if they should enlist as air cadets. And you can do that, too. Remember that even if you never fly one of Uncle Sam's bombers or fighter planes, the knowledge you gain as a member of the Air Training Corps of America will fit you for the peacetime expansion of aviation in which America and American men are going to play a worldwide and leading part. And when you see a boy in an ATCA uniform, you can be sure of one thing. He's wide awake to the possibilities of the future. Squadrons of the Air Training Corps of America are now being formed in high schools all over the country today. Find out if your school is offering ATCA training. Speak to your principal about it. Talk it over with your father and mother. For further details, listen in at the end of the program. And if you want more information, write to headquarters of the Air Training Corps of America at 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. And now, let's see what's been happening to Hop and Tank. As you remember, Major McCall had assigned them to track down a mysterious enemy surface raider and its even more baffling secret base. When Hop spied an innocent-appearing freighter plowing the seas beneath them, he and Tank circled down to make a routine checkup. Suddenly, without warning, the ship opened fire and rained a deadly hail of anti-aircraft shells at their plane. It was the enemy raider. Before he could fly out of range, Hop's plane was staggered by the deadly fire and went into a spin, completely out of control. While Hop tried desperately to level off for a crash landing, Tank struggled with the jammed cockpit door. In the nick of time, he forced it open, and they both plummeted into the sea. Listen.
Are you making out, Tank?
What am I? A mechanic or a fish? Next time you see Major McCall, tell him he don't have to worry about this half of the Atlantic. I swallowed it.
Boy, I'm sure glad we got those life preservers on in time. At least we're afloat.
Yeah, but what about sharks?
No man-eaters in these waters. Here comes the Nazi launch.
I got a good mind not to ride with them, the rats.
Oh, don't be a fool. We're 100 miles offshore. Catch the slide. They will pull you in. Right. Okay. Pull away. Thanks. Get my friend. Stand by for the line. No, you clumsy fool. Catch it.
Well, throw it straight and I'll catch it. I'm no flying fish.
Never mind the rope. Pull him in with the boat hook.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hook him by the collar.
Hey, you're drowning me.
Get him over the side. Mach schnell.
So.
You punk. You almost drowned me.
You were hardly worth saving. All right, return to the ship.
The great United States must be in a bad way indeed if she is forced to use young boys and fat fools to do a man's job.
Who's fat? You better be careful, Baldy.
You will please address me as Your Excellency.
Who are you?
My name is Count von Fortuner, better known, perhaps, as the Black Raider.
The Black Raider?
You have heard of me, nicht wahr?
Yes, but I thought you were...
Dead? As you see, I'm very much alive.
Well, you won't be for long, Baldy. Believe you me.
For the last time, my friend, you will address me as Your Excellency. Is that clear?
Horse feathers.
Tank.
Why should I call him Excellency? Look at him, bigger than a beer barrel.
Silence! If you did not fit so well into my plans, I will have you shot like a dog. For some moment, I will bear up under your stupid American insults until your work is done.
What work?
You are going to assist me in sinking a 16,000-ton freighter. A munitions ship carrying precious guns to what you so laughingly call your allies in South America.
Why, you dirty...
Tank, shut up. How can we possibly assist you? You have a trained crew on board. You don't need us.
But I do. See, it is a clever little plan. All my own. Why do you think I gave orders to rescue you after your plane had been shot down?
Yeah, I wondered about that.
I will tell you why. I am going to try to make it appear as though you and your fat friend here sank the munitions ship.
You're off your nut.
Do you expect anybody to believe that? Why should we sink a South American munitions ship?
As you know, there's been much talk lately concerning the fact the Axis submarines have been sinking South American ships.
What do you mean, talk? It's true.
We deny it. It is our story that American submarines and American planes have been sinking the South American boats and blaming it on the Axis.
But why?
To force those South American countries that remain neutral to declare war on the Axis. We must prevent that. To do so, we must secure the proper evidence.
And how do you plan to get the proper evidence?
Perhaps your American uniforms floating near the wreckage of your plane. Or perhaps the eyewitness stories of a few survivors from the munition ship that American pilots were seen on the deck of the Raider. But don't worry, we'll work that out. In the meantime, I will have to confine you to the brig. It will be 5 hours before the munition ship passes. Lieutenant!
Jawohl, Herr Excellency.
Remove them to the brig. Give them something to eat. A final meal.
Jawohl, Herr Excellency.
Move. Don't push. I can walk.
If you think you can get away with this,
leave that to me. Take them to the brig.
Move, swine. If you didn't have that gun, I'd knock you into the middle of next week. Wise.
Halt! You will remain here until you are summoned. And remember, try no tricks. They have no patience with tricks. Soon I will send you some food. We Germans remember all the niceties. The condemned man always eats a hearty meal.
You're as funny as a crutch.
Nice fella, isn't he? Like Dracula. Or Frankenstein.
Yeah. Hey, look. What are we going to do now, huh?
Gee, I don't know, Tank. But one thing is certain. We can't let those murdering devils sink that munition ship. Not if we can help it. And I think maybe we can.
How?
Well, did you see what I saw up on deck?
All I saw was guns. All kinds of guns. Cannon, pom-poms, machine guns.
Well, didn't you see the seaplane?
Sure. Dornier scout plane swung between davits over the port side. I guess this ship's got no catapult, huh?
We gotta get that plane, Tank. We gotta get away in it.
Oh, fine. Swell idea. We just stroll out of this hoosegow, climb into the cockpit, and take off.
Be still a minute, will you? Now then, if we can get that plane, we can pull out of here, warn the coastal patrols, and they'll take care of Mr. Count. Now, then, the first thing is...
Hop. Stop knocking yourself out. How are we going to steal a plane? In the first place, it's on the upper deck, and we're down here in the brig.
It's all very simple. We go up on deck.
Oh. I suppose we just walk right through this steel door. Listen, pal, my name's Tinker, not Superman.
Will you stop trying to be funny?
Okay.
Now, look, I got an idea. We'll try pulling an old gag on them. Maybe it'll work.
What's the gag?
I'll pretend I'm sick.
Oh.
A sudden attack of appendicitis or something.
That's good.
Now, if we can get one of them to come in here, we'll jump him, knock him out, and take his gun.
Oh, boy, action.
Go ahead, start banging on the door and yelling for help. I'll double up in the corner. Go on, go ahead.
Help! Help!
man there?
Oh, my pal, he's sick. He's doubled up on the floor.
What's the matter with him?
I don't know, appendix or something. He's in terrible pain.
Stand back from the door. And remember, I have a revolver.
Okay. There he is, all doubled up.
What is the matter with you?
Oh, I don't know. A terrible pain in my right side.
All over on your back. The pain is here?
Yeah, a little lower.
Here?
Yeah, that's it. Now, Tank. Good.
A home run right on the butt.
Joe Lewis couldn't have done any better. Okay, I got his gun. Let's go.
Hadn't we better tie him up?
No, there isn't time. We'll lock him in. Come on.
Okay.
Now, we got to be careful. If we're caught now, it's curtains. Follow me.
Where's the companionway?
Up ahead. Lucky we won't have to cross the deck. The plane's on this side. Watch these iron steps. Noisy. All set.
Lead the way.
Doc, Tank.
What's the matter?
Deck watch, carrying a rifle. Now listen, you take this revolver.
Yeah.
I'll show myself and let him grab me. Chances are he'll start marching me up forward to the captain's quarters. And the minute we pass here, you hop out and slug him.
Okay.
Shh, here I go.
Who goes there?
Just me, sailor.
Halt! Put up your hand.
Okay, don't shoot.
Turn around. Now, march.
Oh, this is too easy.
Nice going, Tank. Quick, grab his rifle.
We're doing all right, huh? Start out with nothing, and now we got a Luger and a rifle. Now, if we could only rip up one of them 3-inch deck guns.
Come on, get to the plane.
There she is.
So far, so good. Now we can lower her from the cockpit. Hop in.
Right. Anybody spot us?
No. Release your davit rope.
All right. All set.
Set.
How about you?
Let her go. Cast off, Tank. Fast.
She's free. Kick her over.
Here goes. Keep that rifle handy.
Right. She's conked. We're goners, Hop.
What's in that plane?
Oh, the carburetor's flooded.
Who wants the plane to take off?
We're sunk, Tank. She won't start.
We'll keep trying, Hop, for Pete's sake.
Range the deck guns on the seaplane.
She's caught, but her nose is cold. You can't get her up, Hop. We gotta get away. You going to take a chance?
You know me, pal. Let's go.
Unless you kill that motor, I'll blast you to pieces. Stand by to fire.
Well, it looks like Hop and Tank are stymied, seated in the plane that could take them to freedom in time to warn the Coast Guard patrols of the Raider's scheme. Hop and Tank are helpless as the deck guns of the Raider are trained on them. It looks mighty hopeless. But is it? Can they get away from the famous Black Raider? Don't miss tomorrow's thrill-packed episode, same time, same station. Tune in and fly with Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. You air-minded high school juniors and seniors, you boys who want to join the Army or Navy Air Forces when you get a little older, you boys and girls who are looking ahead to a career in aviation, all of you can start right away to get the same training as Hop Harrigan. ATCA, the Air Training Corps of America, is establishing voluntary pre-flight training in every high school in the United States. If an Air Training Corps unit has not yet been started in your school, get your folks, your friends, your principal interested. Have them write us. And you write us, too. Write to the Air Training Corps of America, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. I'll repeat. The Air Training Corps of America, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Send us that letter today. You may be an ATCA airman tomorrow.
CX-4 to control tower. CX-4 to control tower. Standing by.
Control tower to CX-4. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan taking off. See you tomorrow. Same time, same station.
Hop Harrigan is a copyrighted feature appearing in All American Comics magazine. Hop Harrigan comes to you from New York. This is the Blue Network.
the Johnson Wax Program. The makers of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, and Johnson's Car New present the brilliant conductor-composer of melody, Meredith Willson, and MGM's noted young commentator, star, and teller of amazing tales, John Nesbitt. Ladies and gentlemen, this program in the words of John Nesbitt and the music of Meredith Willson, with songs by Connie Haynes and Bob Carroll, is sent to you by S.C. Johnson & Son, makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for home and industry. And now, here are Meredith Willson and John Nesbitt. And I see from the program notes that these gentlemen have planned a light and romantic bill of fare this week. What's the story, John?
Why, Harlow, since Meredith has been sort of scooping me on that idea of his of discovering lost music that's been so successful this summer, I decided to do some detective work myself, and tonight we're presenting a lost story.
But what is it about?
Harlow, it will curl your hair, period.
Meredith, he's back talking about our hair again, so there's nothing to do. How about the music?
Nothing more hair curling than a dozen melodies, Harlow. The America Sings group to close, a new lost music find, and, of course, a march to start us off. And speaking of the march, you know, all of us agree with the Flag in Every Home committee that every single home in the country should have an American flag in it, whether it costs $100 or a quarter. Every hour of the day it will remind us of the country we now must place first in all our thoughts and all our work. So tonight's march will be, "You're a Grand Old Flag."
The Department of Lost Music, songs that should have been hits but never had a chance. And here's John with tonight's story of lost music.
This melody was written by a young man whose songs have sometimes topped the nation's lists of hits, among them the one that won the Academy Award of 1940, the song called When You Wish Upon a Star. But moving picture music is a hazardous affair. In 1937, this composer wrote a red-hot begin for Walt Disney. A begin, Meredith tells me, is one of those South American rhythms where your feet dance to a slow tempo while your hips bounce around to a fast tempo. At any rate, the composer, Lee Harleen, considered this one of his best numbers. But at the last moment, something went wrong with the animation of the picture. Walt Disney had to cut it out, and the music was lost. Lost until Meredith Willson turned it up last week for the Department of Lost Music. And since it has neither words nor title, we can merely identify it a trifle foolishly as the Lost Begin of Lee Harleen. And so another melody once forgotten on the floor of a studio cutting room comes out of oblivion to our Department of Lost Music. And Harlow Wilcox is here for a moment to speak for the Johnson Wax Company.
There's one thing car owners are learning now, many of them for the first time. You can't just put your car away and forget about it. Like any piece of good machinery, you've got to keep it up to keep its value up. That goes for the battery, for the tires, and it goes for the finish, too. Road scum will damage the finish of your car if it isn't removed. Even the dirt accumulation and temperature changes in a garage or parking space will cause damage. So even if you're not driving your car very much these days, you'll still lengthen the life of the finish and keep it new-looking if you clean and polish it with Johnson's Car New. I can tell you that's an easy job because Car New both cleans and polishes in one application. 2 jobs at once in quick time. Car New is a liquid. You apply it, let it dry, wipe it off. It does an amazing job of bringing back your car's original showroom shine. If you want to give the finish added protection, apply a coat of Johnson's Auto Wax or the regular Johnson's Wax. But first, clean and polish the car with Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. Which brings us now to one of the highlights of our series, an amazing tale from John Nesbitt. Since, like Meredith's musical specialty of lost music, this is a lost story, it has been scored with one of the most popular lost melodies of the summer, A Handful of Stars. John Nesbitt.
In 1937, to my office on the MGM lot came another writer with a story about a mysterious gold necklace. He explained that it was true that he'd been in newspaper work in 1932 and had had mutual acquaintances with the man who had sold the necklace. Very much interested in making it into a passing parade picture, we asked the legal department to find the original owner of the necklace and get permission to use his name. But he was gone without a trace, and ever since the story has lain unauthenticated in the studio files. But it may be that someone who hears it tonight may furnish a clue as to whether it is true or false, or where the owner is today. And here it is, exactly as related to me 5 years ago by a responsible newspaper man who vouched for its truth. The story of a golden necklace. The scene is Pasadena, California in the year 1924. Living at Pasadena then was a young couple, newly married and quite confident of making pots of money in the merry world of the gilded 20s and then settling down to prosperous middle age. Upon their marriage, the young man received a legacy from the will of an old aunt of his, a once aristocratic Frenchwoman who had died in Paris. Fond of her American nephew, she left him a plain, old-fashioned golden chain or necklace, which was perhaps her only little treasure. It was left with the proviso that he was to receive it upon his marriage with the idea that he would present it to his wife. During the 20s, the young American housewife never wore the ornament, simply because such things are only seen nowadays, draped over the ample bosom of elderly governesses and certain Park Avenue dowagers of rare old vintage. The chain was one of these plain gold affairs worn twice around your neck and hanging down nearly to your middle, where usually dangles one of those quaint old Swiss watches made of glass about the size of a marble. The chain had very little value, being of low-carat gold, it was assumed, and it obviously never cost much money. A plain, old-fashioned necklace. And as the 1920s moved along, the Pasadena couple had no need of any money themselves. 1930 changed this abruptly. By 1932, they were completely without funds or property. And then a real tragedy struck. The young wife contracted a fatal illness and died, leaving her husband to support 2 tiny daughters. The husband had to do what came to so many of us during the pit of the Depression, take his children and move in with relatives. His people were in the East. He pawned his wristwatch, sold extra suits of clothes, the furniture, and with $200 went to join his elder brother's family in New York City. He arrived just as his brother lost his job. And for the first time in his life, he faced actual starvation. So he took the old-fashioned gold chain, marched into a 6th Avenue pawn shop, and offered it for sale. The proprietor glanced at it, tossed it back in the counter. Not interested. Too old-fashioned for good risk. Sorry. And yet, at a gold content of even 10 carats, such an ornament should fetch as much as $200. Stubbornly, he went into a larger jewelry store. There, the jeweler tested it with his solutions, weighed it, then pulled out his strong magnifying glass, put it to his eye, and examined it carefully. He looked up, dropping the necklace idly to the black velvet pad, and gruffly made an offer. He was a master bargainer, but he made a bad mistake. He said, "If you want the cash now, I can give you $2,000. It's the best I can do at a time when nobody's buying things like this." The young man stood completely stunned for a moment, then clutched up the necklace, jammed it into his pocket, and ran out of the store. $2,000? Why, if that man offered so much, it must be really valuable. But how? It's ugly, it's dirty, and there are thousands of these things knocking about in the antique shops of Europe. What is it about this particular one? That afternoon, he took his necklace to a larger jeweler. The appraiser went into a back room, came out briskly, and said, "It's not in our line. Sorry. We might find a buyer for it, but in the market today, not more than 18 or 20,000. You'd better try a museum." Now the young man shook his head like a punch-drunk fighter, certain that he was dreaming in daylight, and he took the chain back to his brother. That night, the two men examined it carefully. There was no carving to speak of. His brother knew a friend who owned one exactly like it. It was simply a piece of jewelry for the old gold pile and the melting pot. The following morning, the two men together went to one of the greatest jewelry firms in the world, an establishment in New York where gems costing $100,000 can be purchased, where imperial jewels are sold to America's oldest families. They placed the necklace before the appraiser, who glanced at it and instantly rejected it. "Why, gentlemen, we don't deal in this sort of thing. I suggest a pawn shop or one of the smaller antique establishments." "But," said the dumbfounded owner, "I've just had an offer of $19,000 or $20,000 for it." The appraiser looked curiously at him, picked up the necklace, placed his magnifying glass to his eye, an instant later dropped it. "Why, of course, I beg your pardon, sir. Please step into the appraisal rooms. I assume you have credentials proving your ownership of this necklace?" It was too much. Inside the partition booth where the great jewels are privately examined, the owner planted himself at the table and clutched his necklace. "Now look here. You tell me why this darn thing is worth money or I'm going quietly mad." "You mean you don't know?" "I mean I'm about to start a riot unless I find out right now." The appraiser took the necklace, placed it on a velvet square, turned on the strong lamp over it, and seated the young man before it. Then he took a powerful magnifying glass, gave it to the owner, and told him to focus it over the inside of the clasp. He bent over, gazed through the glass, and at last he understood. For in minutely graven words in the French language, half obliterated by grime and wear, he read a single sentence: "Napoleon to Josephine, forever, 1796. And on each and every link of the chain, in microscopic letters, were the initials N and J, entwined in the manner of ancient France. History records that 136 years before, a rising young army officer from Corsica had met and courted a none too respectable woman named Josephine Beauharnais. He had fallen so madly in love with her that sometimes would write her 8 letters in a single day. He showered her with presents, little and great. And either shortly before or after the marriage, that would one day make her an empress and finally break her heart, he had given her a plain gold chain. And in the years to come, the soldier would conquer Europe, become Emperor of France, Napoleon first, and then he would cast Josephine out of his life. But in the year of their marriage, the gifts were engraved, Napoleon to Josephine forever. collection of jewelry you see in the old gold pile in a jeweler's window has a story to tell, always of some man's love or passion. But gold outlives the human heart, and through the world these jewels and ornaments move today, headed toward the melting pot, the names inside the wedding rings and necklace clasps, totally forgotten, so that each one, like this, is a lost story of the passing parade.
One thing, according to Meredith, which is sure to outlive the costliest present, is an old song. And of the simple melodies of America, he has one of the largest collections in the country. Hence, to the chief musical offering of the evening, and to Meredith himself.
The fact is, Harlow, I'm as sentimental about old tunes as some people are about old jewelry. For even though many of the melodies we danced to or sang in the barbershop quartets are not fancy art songs, they are part of the heartbeat of our country. And nobody who has ever had any fun out of living in America ever quite forgets the tune he heard when he took his girl to a musical show or gallantly plunked his ukulele on a moonlit veranda, whether his name was Bud Jones, Willis Learned Clerk, or Spencer Trimble. Yet many of these tunes are better music than we know, which is why I think that many little songs like these may someday become the folk songs of tomorrow.
You if you don't watch out.
And if he ever bites you, then you sing and shout.
You go da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da and whoa-dee-do-dee-do. That's what love is all about. The love bug will bite you if you don't watch out.
And if he ever bites you, then you sing and shout.
You'll go da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da and whoa-dee-do-dee-do. That's what love is all about.
You can't eat, you can't sleep, you go crazy. You just lie all day.
And if someone wants to know why you're crazy, you'll answer da-da-da-do with a ho-hey. A love bug will bite you if you don't watch out.
And if he ever bites you, then you sing and shout.
You'll go da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da and whoa-dee-do-dee-do. That's what love is all about. and my gal. Everybody's been knowing going, and for weeks they've been sowing every Susie and Sam. They're congregating for me and my gal. The parson's waiting for me and my gal. And sometime I'm gonna build a little home for two, for three or four or more in Loveland for me and my gal.
Another ukulele lady fool around with you. Maybe she'll sigh, maybe she'll cry, maybe she'll find somebody else by and by to sing to when it's cool and shady with a tricky, wicky, wacky zoo. If you like a ukulele lady like you.
Nesbitt will return in a moment, but right now I have a challenge for the strong men of this country. How would you like steering a destroyer at full speed through the lashing North Atlantic, catapulting trim scout planes from the flight deck of a battleship, trailing a submarine, dodging its torpedo, and finally getting the sub with a depth charge, manning an anti-aircraft gun from a cruiser deck as it guards a convoy through the attack of enemy bombers, speeding to the attack in a mile a minute in a deadly PT boat, Or stripped to the waist, loading the big 16 inches of our newest super battle wagons as they fire at the enemy across 10 or 15 miles of ocean. That's the Navy, and more. Navy men are always in top physical shape through 3 big meals a day, plenty of recreation and sports, free medical and dental care, and sympathetic understanding and guidance from the officers. Small wonder that our Navy is winning more than its share of the medals and the glory for jobs well done. Tomorrow, at your first opportunity, go to the nearest Navy recruiting station. There you will learn all about what the Navy offers, explained to you by men who've had these same jobs themselves. Get a copy of the 48-page booklet called Men Make the Navy. It contains over 70 photographs describing Navy life and its opportunities. So see your local Navy recruiting office tomorrow. The Navy wants you. This announcement does not apply in Canada.
Time remaining only to say until with Meredith Wilson, Connie Haynes, Bob Carroll, and Harlow Wilcox, we join you again a week from tonight. This is John Nesbitt bidding a very good evening to you all.
Speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, this is Harlow Wilcox, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chicago WMAQ.
You can't do business with Hitler. We are now at war. There are but 2 alternatives: total victory or total defeat. There can be no such thing as a military stalemate that would result in the survival of Hitlerism. That is the opinion of a man who knows. Douglas Miller, for 15 years, commercial attaché to the American Embassy in Berlin.
Presenting a radio series entitled, You Can't Do Business with Hitler.
Episode 10, The Pagan God.
Douglas Miller speaking. You here in the United States are familiar with the propaganda Hitler has been spreading throughout South America, claiming that he champions Christianity. But what are the facts? If Hitler finally succeeds in breaking the back of Europe, the occupied countries as well as the Germans will have a new religion thrust upon them. Hitler wants the German God of the future to be the German state, the race, with Hitler deified as its prophet, to hypnotize both the Germans and the occupied countries into acceptance of Nazism. Already there's a deliberate, systematic attempt by Nazi leaders to glorify Hitler. Foremost of these leaders is Alfred Rosenberg, an excommunicated Catholic who, with fanatical hatred for the Pope, was determined as long ago as 1935 to destroy Christianity and replace it with the religion of National Socialism. One night in Berlin in 1935, Rosenberg sat in his office awaiting a visitor, Walter Darrah, Minister of Agriculture.
Oh, you're back, Dar. How did it go? Did you see him?
Yes, I saw him out and I just got last night.
Well, did you tell him?
Oh, he was in one of his moods.
Oh.
We spoke for hours. We listened. Well, you know him. He is from subject to subject like an intellectual mountain goat. He was worried.
Oh, I should have been there. What worried him?
He wondered whether we are strong enough to control the masses for 1,000 years.
Did you tell him my plans?
He kept interrupting.
I'll see him. I'll tell him. He'll listen.
He wouldn't listen to me.
Of course not. You have no selling power.
Oh, think you can tell him such an idea?
Remember his ego. Oh, it turned down such a flattering conception of divine immortality. Think of it. Farewell to the old Jewish God and the Son of God. Hitler is the new God. The party will destroy the Christian belief imported into Germany 1,200 years ago.
Will the masses believe even the Führer to that extent?
Listen, my dear stupid. The masses will believe anything if you make the lie big enough.
Hitler will disappear in the wilderness. Go on and laugh. I know my people, my Germans. You will borrow from the New Testament. Hitler will disappear. He will become a saintly legend. Yes. The 20th century, John the Baptist. Yes. Could do it. You know. Yes. But then he will reappear from the sacred mountain, bearing the new tablets of commandments. I've already written them down. You think of it? Of course, that's why I've lasted so long. Now then, after this last miraculous act, he must disappear forever. Hitler's resurrection and ascension. For the mass of the faithful, he will end in mystery, which will begin my religion of the state, of Hitler, the one and only God. Did you put it? I could almost be convinced myself. You don't matter, the people do. The Reich will be forever established as a divine revelation. Yes. The revelation. I've written those two, I think, of everything. Listen. We of the German state want faith which flames out of the depths of the German nature and out of German heart. For thine is the kingdom, the power forever. I have Hitler. What a trick to play on God.
And on January 2nd, 1942, as if to fulfill Rosenberg's wish, came the publication in the New York Times of Rosenberg's 30 points for the establishment of a Nazi religion and the organized systematic destruction of Christianity. For a few cents, you may examine these 30 points yourself. Merely write for the New York Times, January 2nd, 1942. The scene which you just heard can be verified by reading Herman Rosnick's authoritative book, The Voice of Destruction. Don't get the idea that the religion of National Socialism is a fantastic dream. It is already being put into effect. Already by 1935, there was a deliberate, systematic attempt on the part of other Nazi leaders to glorify Hitler, to force the great masses of Europe to worship him as semi-divine. Oh, there you are, Mother. Where have you been?
To church, Horse. Bye.
To church, always to church.
It is Sunday.
Sunday. The bells ring like a herd following the bell cow. You go running. You best close your money, everything you save for Sunday.
Don't be harsh, Boris. She's your mother.
Church, always church.
I don't know you anymore. I don't want to stay in the same room with you. Thank God Ernst believes.
Greta.
No, I'm going for it. I won't listen to him go on that way.
Greta, don't cry. There's no use carrying on this way. All the folks...
Sir, Mother's in there crying.
My sentimental little brother. Don't worry about it. And what are you dressed up for?
I'm going to choir practice.
Well, then you better hurry.
Goodbye, Horse.
Goodbye. Oh, Ernst. Before you go, what do you think of this? I just got it.
A Ruger.
Yeah, 45 caliber. The district leader gave it to all Hitler youth in this block. We're going on a hike today to try them out. Too bad you're going to choir practice because, well, maybe I could take you along with them.
Oh, they wouldn't permit me to go. I'm only 10.
The district leader will let me take you. He thinks it's a good idea to take a youngster along occasionally. But, of course, you have to go to choir practice.
Oh, I don't really have to go.
What would God say, little Ernst?
Would you let me shoot the gun?
Yeah. If Fuhrer wants every one of us to be a marksman, I'll show you how to hit the bullseye.
Then let's hurry, Horse, before Mother sees me.
And we can do this every Sunday, Ernst. You know, Ernst, God is strength. And the only strength lies in the Führer. You must believe that with all your heart.
Where are you, Ernst? I could have sworn I heard his voice.
You must have gone to choir practice.
Yeah. Well, it is good to know that at least one of our sons is being brought up in the church of truth.
Unbelievable? Need proof? Then turn to page 499 of the Catholic manual entitled The Persecution of the Catholic Church in the Third Reich. written by a German Catholic in Germany and translated from the German. There you will discover hundreds of incidents just like the one you've heard. Obviously, this is the beginning of a new idolatry. There is to be a new God, Germany, and Hitler is to be its prophet. Incredible? No. Already a large number of temples have been erected to take the place of Christian churches. They usually consist of a semicircle of pillars standing naked under the sky with a bust of Adolf Hitler in the center. The swastika has been replaced as a church symbol. Here are performed the newly invented services of Nazi religion, Nazi burial, and Nazi Christmas. Hitler wasn't fooling when he said,
I promise you that I will destroy the church in a few years. One push and the whole structure will collapse. I guarantee that the old beliefs, the pagan gods, will be brought back to honor again with myself and their head.
Are we late for the baptism, Johannes?
No, we are early. They have not come yet.
I don't like it. The cemetery scare me.
No.
Oh, baby, no, don't cry.
I don't like walking on the dead.
Oh, I remember in church, years ago, when I was a girl, with the organ playing, I felt like a human being then. Baptism in a cemetery. It chilled me.
No, don't talk like that, Anna. Maybe we shall be heard.
There's so much death for a little one who has just come to know life. And it's where we are reminded like our religion of death.
No, it wouldn't be so bad if the temple had walls. Then we would not have to look out. But there's nothing. Only his statue and those stones.
Stones are what?
Yeah. Oh, look, Anna, there they come. Party leader Lem, the Burgermeister, the brigade leader. I hope the baby does not cry.
Oh, very good reason. I can't forget the gravestone.
Rudiger, you are early. Yeah, but we forgot the time. Excitement, eh? Well, it is not every child who has been christened in the temple under the watchful eye of our sacred war dead. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
Shall we begin with the solemn conferring of the name immediately? Herr Rudiger, will you stand there on the dais? Yeah. The woman on his left. The brigade leader will hold the child. Burgermeister, you will stand opposite me. Now, in the name of the Führer, who is ever present in the sight of our honored head, you little life are the next step of our race into the future. What is the word? Germany. Guard your blood in order that those who come after you may thank you. What is the symbol? The swastika. God is only in pure blood. I am pure Aryan.
I am pure Aryan.
Awaken when you have found the gate to your deepest yearning. There is only one leader. There is only one leader. Sponsored by the army, consecrated to death for the fatherland, dedicated to death for the leader, you are called Wolf. Wolf Radiger. May he become like his model, brave and strong, ruthless and cunning, hard and cruel. Mother, may you help him to find his way. Father, be you a strong worshipper of the immortal leader. And you, boy, bear your name with pride. May you find your higher fame in our ideal, everything for Germany.
If you wish to discover for yourself how Hitler has paganized other Christian rites, all you have to do is read the chapter entitled Ersatz Religion in the Catholic Manual, The Persecution of the Catholic Church in the Third Reich, written in Germany by a Catholic and smuggled out. But if you need further proof, let me quote from an encyclical issued by His Holiness Pope Pius XI.
Almost daily we receive reports here at the papacy which show how loyal Catholics in Germany are persecuted and hindered from the exercise of their faith. In the name of the so-called positive Christianity, efforts are being made to de-Christianize Germany and lead her back to barbarous paganism.
You can't do business with Hitler.
You have been listening to episode 10 in a series entitled You Can't Do Business with Hitler. Listen for the 11th program in this series, which is entitled Swastika Over the Equator. This transcribed program, written by Elwood Hoffman and produced by Frank Telford, was brought to you by the radio section of the Office for Emergency Management in Washington.
Of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains, led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're on the trail of tarantulas! I'm Silver! Boy!
There was trouble in the town of Border City. A vicious gang of cutthroats and trail robbers banded under the sign of the Tarantula were spreading terror everywhere. Texas Jack, keeper of a cafe in Border City, had sworn to avenge the Tarantula's murder of his friend Dan Martin, and he was pleased with the prospect of meeting Dan's son, Richard Martin, whom he knew would help him. Lolita, the girl who sang in Texas Jack's cafe in Border City, was a good friend of Dick Martin's, and one noon she was tidying up her small room on the first floor of the town's rooming house.
Oh, that will be Ricardo or Richard. Ricardo. Oh, it's Texas Jack.
Howdy, Lolita. Ricardo got here?
No, but I expect him soon. Will you come in, Texas Jack?
Oh, thanks.
Is something the matter?
No.
Sit down. Is anything wrong at the cafe? Did you come to tell me you are going to fire me? I no longer sing there?
No, not that. You've got a job as long as I own the cafe.
But I do not understand. For a year I work for you. But never before have you called on me at all.
Well, the fact is, Lolita, I came to see Dick Martin.
Ricardo?
Well, now that he's coming back from Mexico and giving up his career as a bullfighter, I reckon he'll take his own name again, Dick Martin.
Oh, I hope so. But Dick, why do you want to see him?
His father was murdered by that tarantula gang in my cafe.
Yes, I know.
Well, I thought I'd like to talk to Dick before the gang gets at him.
Why, horse stopping. Perhaps that will be... Oh, it is. Oh, Ricardo, Dick Martin, mio caro.
Hello, Lolita.
Come in. I heard that you would arrive today.
I don't know what the Lone Ranger said to the governor of the state in Mexico, but I sure got a fine deal.
Yes, I know.
Hi, Dick. Oh.
Dick, this is Texas Jack. He owns the cafe where I work.
Oh, sure. Howdy.
Howdy yourself.
I told you he was trying hard to break up this gang, the tarantulas.
Yes, I heard about you, Texas.
But sit down, eh?
I suppose you found out about the situation in Mexico.
Lolita told me the two members of the gang had you in their power. This man called the Lone Ranger helped you out, and you gave the state enough evidence to hang them.
Well, I didn't have much to do with it.
Well, what did those two crooks make you do?
They knew I was a popular matador. I was always being invited to the homes of wealthy people. They made me help them rob those people. They told me they had my paw in their hands and would kill them if I refused.
I see. The Lone Ranger told you the same gang had murdered your father.
Yes. Then he roped the two before they could kill me.
Dick, your father was a mighty good friend. One of my best friends.
Yes, sir.
I knew him when he was a Texas Ranger. Then he became a sheriff. Then he retired. But he came back to Border City to try and smash this gang of tarantulas. And they got him first.
I came back to take up where he left off.
Well, you have a friend on your side. I want to talk to him.
Who?
This Lone Ranger.
I wish I knew where to find you.
You don't?
No. And I owe my life to him.
Dick, your good intentions won't get you any further than your father got.
Why not?
The tarantula gang is smart, well organized. There's only one man alive who can fight crooks like those tarantulas.
The Lone Ranger?
Yes. I hope you told the Lone Ranger all you knew about the gang.
Well, I didn't know anything about it. I just knew there was two who worked south of the border.
That's too bad. I'd hoped you'd be able to help. I'll pay $5,000 in cash to see that gang smashed. When they murdered your father, they went too far. A finer man never lived. But they weren't quite fast enough. Your father told me a few things about the gang.
He did? Well, what did he tell you? Where can I start from? How can I go about getting them?
Hey, Lolita, who's in that room?
Oh, Texas Jack. My duenna, or housekeeper. Whatever you call an old woman.
Oh. Hey, you, this is a private
Texas Jack, don't act a fool. He sees nothing and hears nothing.
Well, I guess it's all right to talk in front of her.
Oh, sure it is. In Mexico, you get used to seeing the duenna around and just forget she's there.
What did Dan Martin tell you about the tarantula gang?
One of the ringleaders is with a tribe of Apaches near Hawk River. He's got them lined up to follow.
How'd he do that?
I don't know. He's got some sort of belt he wears that shines in the dark. The Redskins think it's magic.
What is it? This is not Carter.
You fit the tail of a Redskin.
He's got a blanket scarf.
Put down that gun.
You stay there. Me leave. Me not hurt you.
Come back here.
Where is Porter? What have you done with Porter?
I know in another room.
You get that door open. I'll get him. Hold it, Dick.
He got clear.
I know you're shooting now. You couldn't hit him at that distance.
Where'd Lolita go? Lolita! Lolita!
In here, Jim.
Why'd you tell us that was an old woman?
Don't be a fool, Texas Jack. I too was surprised.
The duenna was tied up in here.
Oh, Dick, the gang is everywhere. Now it will be known that you are going after the tarantula. The tarantula who leads the Apache.
Tonto, the Indian friend of the Lone Ranger, hurried to a small camp in a nearby woods, where he leaped from his paint horse.
Hey,
Me come fast.
I see you did. Was someone after you?
Me not know. Not wait to find out. Me follow Texas Jack. Him go to house a girl.
Yes? Then what?
Me go to window. Old woman see Tonto. Me put gag and rope on her.
Well, tell her.
The gag not tight. It not hurt.
Go on.
Bullfighter come. Him friend with Texas Jack. Me hear him talk. Then think me, old woman.
Did you learn anything?
Texas Jack tell Dick Martin go to Hop River tribe of Apache. That's where Tarantula, boss Indian. Boss got magic belt that glow in dark.
Otto, there's only one belt like that.
Me know.
Chief Thundercloud had it. Could have been stolen from him?
Maybe. We come here then. Come fast. We go Hop River.
Just a minute. Did Texas Jack or Dick Martin see you?
Me hold gun on them to make escape.
Do they know that you heard about the belt?
That's right.
On it then. Right away from here and hide the trail. Wait for me in Barton's Pass.
Hey, Silver, what you do?
I've got to see Texas Jack. I'll meet you in the pass. Come on, Silver.
Urging the great horse Silver to his greatest speed, the masked rider of the plains reached Border City in record time. He went immediately to the home of Texas Jack. The cafe owner was gone. He was at the cafe passing out word that he wanted men, lots of men, and Dick Martin was helping him round them up.
Hey, Hank. Texas Jack wants all the men he can get. Meet him in the cafe right away.
What's going on? Is there something wrong?
The redskin escaped. He's from a tribe of Badlands. Hawk River Apaches. We're going to scour the country for him.
Apaches, huh? I thought it might be something about the tarantula gang.
Maybe it is. Tarantulas control those savages. Get to the cafe.
I'm on my way. Hey, Jake, come on with me. Texas Jack wants to Texas Jack's place, right away. I'm with you. Hey, you. Come over here. Texas Jack wants
Soon the cafe was filled with men awaiting orders from their friend Texas Jack. While they waited for him to come out of his private office in the rear, a masked man appeared at the swinging doors in front. All eyes turned toward him. No one spoke.
I want to see Texas Jack. Where is he?
Several of the men glanced toward the office door. The masked man stepped forward, and a path opened. No one made a move toward a gun. There was something about the manner of the stranger that gave warning.
I don't want to be disturbed. Hey, who's that back, Texas? You. Coming in, Texas Jack. I want to speak to you alone. Send those men away.
Hey, you're the Lone Ranger.
You don't need that posse.
Yeah, but wait till I tell you. All right, wait. Hey, boys, forget what you were told. I won't need you. Clear out. You got a gun in your back? No, go on about your business. The cafe is closed till night. Vamos, now, clear out. There. Now tell me, aren't you the Lone Ranger?
What about the tarantula gang?
I've been beating my brains out trying to find a way to get you. You're the only living man that can meet that gang with any chance of coming out on top. I'll pay any price to see every last one of them in jail or hanged.
Why?
Why? Because they...
Not because they're outlaws, Texas. Your own past won't stand much inspection.
Oh, you can't hold a man's past against him. I'm straight shooting now.
Running a gambling place?
Games are honest. Anyway, those tarantulas killed my friend, Dan Martin. You know that. You were here when Dan was killed. But you were disguised, so I didn't know who you were.
Who killed Dan Martin?
I don't know. If I did, I'd get him.
Who's the man that's inciting the Hawk River Indians?
I don't know that. I don't even know that he's inciting them. Dan Martin told me he was there and that he had the tribe in the palm of his hand. That's all I know. I figured he was arousing... How do you know about... Well, I'll be hanged.
What's so funny?
Now I've got it. That redskin Lolita's place was your friend. I've heard about Tondo. That's who it was. He told you. Well, I'm glad. I'm mighty glad you sent him there. But he came close to getting shot.
That's nothing new. You were going to send Dick Martin out to get that man with the Apaches?
Oh, why not?
He would have been killed. But Dick...
Well, I don't know. He's a good fighter. I thought it'd be a chance for him to avenge his father.
You wouldn't have gone after the tarantula yourself.
Me? Oh, well,
You want Dick murdered the same as his father was?
Of course not. Now, look here, I resent the way...
Sit down.
But you're as much as accusing me of being one of the tarantula gang.
Every man in the tarantula gang, Texas Jack, is going to be brought to justice. You're not one of them. You've nothing to worry about unless you're the next victim. You are one of them, and you'll pay with the others. Is that clear?
If only you wouldn't be suspicious of me. I want to help you. I'll do everything I can.
Someone else takes the risks.
Jack! Jack!
Hey, you can't go in there.
Jack, I must speak. Oh, I did not know. He's the masked man.
What's the matter with you, Lolita?
I must tell you, both of you. It is Dick Martin. He's gone. He sent this note to me.
Going where?
Look, he said he cannot waste time in hunting for an Indian.
That Indian was Tonto, the Lone Ranger's friend.
Oh.
The hunt for him has been called off.
But Dick is gone. He left as soon as he could. He said he was going to Oaks River. He was going to find this tarantula himself.
How long ago did he leave?
It was half an hour, perhaps longer. He will have no chance against the savages. He will be killed.
I'll see you again. Hey, wait, hold on.
Where is he going?
I don't know, but he's wasting no time getting there.
Texas. Texas, will he save Dick Martin?
I don't know. But I've got a feeling that he will. If he don't die trying.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. After leaving Texas Jack's, the Lone Ranger raced to Barton's Pass, where Tonto was waiting.
Oh, Silver, steady, big fellow. Oh!
What happened, Kimosabe?
Men chasing? Tonto, call Scout.
Scout, you come quick.
Ride toward the Hawk River Indians. I go by the east trail. I'll ride the west. Dick Martin's ahead of us. Get him. Come on, Silver. Get him up. Scout.
Tonto and the Lone Ranger were several hundred yards apart as they raced north. At times they could see each other, but at other times there were trees and hills that came between the trails. After half an hour of a fast lope that Silver could maintain indefinitely, the masked man saw a cloud of dust on the trail ahead.
There he is, Silver. You'll catch him, big fella. Come on, Silver.
As the Lone Ranger drew near, he saw Dick Martin turn in the saddle, and he knew that the dust would obscure the view. Dick saw only that he was being pursued. He called in his horse for a fresh output of speed.
Get up, take it along, boy. One of the tarantulas is after it.
Dick's horse was fast, but no match for the mighty white stallion. The masked man gained steadily until Dick saw that the horse was white, the rider masked, and heard above the clatter of pounding hoofs.
Come on, Silver!
Silver! Oh, there! The masked man, the Lone Ranger.
Hold on, Dick Martin. Where are you going?
This is my job. Don't stop me.
Your job to commit suicide?
My father was
I know all about that. You're expecting to meet an Apache tribe and fight them single-handed. You got one member of the gang that killed your father.
So die trying.
Exactly. Wait till I signal Tonto.
Tonto?
The Indian you saw in Lolita's home. When he heard that someone with a magic belt was with those savages, he had to leave in a hurry.
But I don't...
That belt was the property of an Indian chief named Thundercloud.
What do you expect me to do? Sit back and be still when I know where one of that gang can be found?
I expect you to stay in the fight against the tarantulas. It won't help to get killed.
You sure saved my life in Mexico. I reckon it's up to me to do anything you say.
Here comes Tonto. We'll hold a council of war and plan our attack.
The Apache savages lived in the Hawk River Valley, several days' travel to the north. Tonto went slowly so Dick Martin could stay with him. The Lone Ranger circled the Apache tribe and went on to another village, where the friendly Indians called Thundercloud their chief.
And it is your belt those savages have captured.
Is that right? White man come here. Act like friend. Spend 2 days with me. Him steal away in dark with belt.
You know where the Apaches are, Chief Thundercloud?
Me know.
Yet you haven't tried to recapture your belt?
Apache too strong. Too many. Someday maybe we grow stronger. Maybe Apache grow weaker. Then get belt of magic back again.
Chief Thundercloud, I went through pioneer settlements on my way here. And I learned that the Apache Indians were on the warpath a few weeks ago.
Go on warpath every time moon go black. Go on warpath between end of one moon, beginning of new moons.
When there's total darkness.
That right.
The old moon is waning.
2 days more, the moon is gone.
And those Apache may strike again. Chief Thundercloud, that's when we're going to try to weaken the Apache so you can conquer them.
How do that?
Here, look. I have 2 sticks.
You see, I hold them together and try to break them. They're strong. Here, you try.
Me break 'em. Not break 'em.
No, when the sticks are together, you can't break them. These sticks are like the Apache tribe. Now, divide the sticks. Take one of them. Break it. And the other. Like this.
Me savvy. Make 2 small war party of 1 big war party, then conquer.
To do that, I must have knowledge of the country near Hawk River. You know that country well?
Me know. Me know Apache country. How me help?
Tell me everything you can about the land near Hawk River.
Oh, Silver, steady, boy. Oh. Hello. You been able to get near the Apaches?
You go there at night. Come back to camp here at dawn.
Did you find Chief Thundercloud?
Yes, easy, fella. I've talked to Thundercloud. The belt was stolen from him.
What is there about that belt?
It was made by the father of Thundercloud. The beaded buckskin belt, several inches wide and studded with foxfire. It glows in the dark. The Indians think it's magic. They think that the man who wears it has great power.
That's what Apache think. And that's why Apache follow Tarantula.
We're going to have Thundercloud's help, Tonto. He told me a lot about this Hawk River country. I think we'll be able to beat the Apache.
That's good.
They've raided a lot of villages. They've stolen thousands of dollars in cash and a lot of other stuff besides.
Yes, I know. They strike when there's no moon. That means they're likely to go on the warpath again tomorrow night. Now, tell me about this Tarantula.
Not much to tell. Him live in big wigwam. That's guard the Indian.
You couldn't get to him?
No.
He's right in the middle of all the wigwams. There isn't a chance of getting close to him.
We're going to wait here until tomorrow night. Then, if that tarantula sneaks out of his web, he may find that belt isn't as magical as he thought. Sunset. The war dance is starting. Almost dark. We'll move out in a little while.
On it, there! Put out the fires! Take up your guns! Follow the circle of medicine light! I show where to make attack!
The tarantula saw the last light in the valley extinguished. Total darkness made the foxfire belt glow with an unearthly blue light that almost hypnotized the savages. They followed the glow out of the valley into the hills. Dirk, the leader, glanced back from time to time, noting with satisfaction that the dark forms 20 yards in back of him rode silently, obediently keeping a distance.
They got my guard of some sort, so they won't come too close. But how they fight when I turn them loose in the town.
Tarantula no sooner finished gloating over his power than he noticed something white approaching from the side.
Who's this one? We'll have to tell him to stay in line. Hey, you! Get back with the others. You can't ride with the leader. You hear me? Get back.
Quiet.
Who are you?
Be quiet. There's a gun in your side, tarantula.
All right. Who are you? What do you want?
Leaning on his own horse, the Lone Ranger deftly gagged the tarantula, holding the gag with one hand while he pinioned the outlaw's arms.
All right, Tonto, take the belt. I'll rope this fellow.
He got it.
Where's Dick Martin?
In there.
Good. Oh, you struggling tarantula. You're through. Your next stop is jail, where you can tell the hiding place of all the loot you've had these Indians steal for you.
We have belt fixed in a minute.
Be sure you keep it so the Indians see the glow. We don't want them riding too close to find out what happens. Divide the belt. I'll be back in a minute. Come on, tarantula.
The whole maneuver was executed with a smoothness that left the savages in the rear totally unaware that the belt had changed hands. Tonto rode on steadily while the Lone Ranger with his prisoner made for the side.
Dick, there he is. Take charge of him. He's tied and gagged.
I ought to kill him.
Take him into town alive so he can be made to tell all he knows about the other members of the tarantula gang. Here's the rope. Got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Hang on to it. Make him stay ahead of you. We'll meet again.
What about the Indians?
Leave them to us. Adios.
The trail that Tonto followed led through a wood steadily uphill. The masked man was once more at his side. He said,
He cut belt in two. He make band for head of one part, band for hat of other.
I see you put the band around your head.
That's right. Apache not notice difference.
All right. I'll drop out of the line. I'll keep my hat band concealed until part of the savages have gone by. Remember where you're to lead them.
Me know.
The next few moments of that sinister march through the woods called for every bit of the Lone Ranger's ingenuity. He hid his half of the belt and waited in the total gloom while half of the Apache band rode by. Then he quickly put the band about his hat, advanced into the column, and said,
You, go straight. You, wait.
At first, the savages didn't understand, but finally the orders were made clear. Now the band was divided, the first part following the gleam of Tonto's headband, the other following the glow about the masked man's hat. The trip continued until dawn. Some of the Indians found themselves at the base of a slope that rose to a natural fortress made of rocks. Tonto, wearing the headband, called an order.
Enemy up there, behind rocks. You keep them there. Not let them out.
While on the peak behind the rocks, the masked man called up to his men.
Keep the enemy below from coming up. Hold this fort.
For a time, just before daybreak, spasmodic shooting came from the rocks and was returned by the Indians back of boulders down below. Then a cry. The masked man riding away became a signal for Chief Thundercloud and his tribe nearby. They charged, attacking the Indians below. At noon, a few days later, the masked man walked into the office of the sheriff, where Texas Jack was waiting for a verdict from the nearby court.
At last you come. I wondered when you get back. Has Dick Martin returned? He sure has. He brought Dirk in here. That's the crook that's been leading those Apaches. He was one of the tarantula gang. Yes, I know. But what about the Apache outfit? The outfit was divided. The Chief Thundercloud could conquer half the band, then surround the other half. Apaches will make no further trouble. I don't know how to think. Well, don't. Now, where's the sheriff? In court. They're deciding whether to bind Dirk over to federal court or try him here. I see. Whatever it is, he'll go on trial, and that'll be his finish. There are still others in the tarantula gang. Yes. And if you'll wipe them all out, you can have anything you ask for. I'll ask for a fair trial, and if they are guilty, a conviction.
Oh, you have come. Oh, Inigo, you have come back.
Yes, Lolita.
But you will not stay. You will ride away.
I guess me and Dick Martin better be glad if he don't stay.
Texas Jack, how can you say that?
Well, I'd lose a singer in a cafe, and Dick Martin would lose his sweetheart.
Senor, wait. Amigo, I want to thank you. Oh, Texas.
I don't
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
My friends, I wish that all Americans could read all the citations for various medals recommended for our soldiers and sailors and Marines. I am picking out one of these citations which tells of the accomplishments of Lieutenant John James Powers, United States Navy, during 3 days of the battles with Japanese forces in the Coral Sea. During the first 2 days, Lieutenant Powers, flying a dive bomber in the face of blasting enemy anti-aircraft fire, demolished one large enemy gunboat, put another gunboat out of commission, severely damaged an aircraft tender and a 20,000-ton transport, and scored a direct hit on an aircraft carrier which burst into flames and sank soon after. The official citation then describes the morning of the third day of battle. As the pilots of his squadron left the ready room to man their planes, Lieutenant Powers said to them, "Remember, the folks back home are counting on us. I am going to get a hit if I have to lay it on their flight deck." He led his section down to the target from an altitude of 18,000 feet through a wall of bursting anti-aircraft shells and swarms of enemy planes. He dived almost to the very deck of the enemy carrier and did not release his bomb until he was sure of a direct hit. He was last seen attempting recovery from his dive at the extremely low altitude of 200 feet amid a terrific barrage of shell and bomb fragments and smoke and flame and debris from the stricken vessel. His own plane was destroyed by the explosion of his own bomb. But he had made good his promise to lay it on the flight deck. I have received a recommendation from the Secretary of the Navy that Lieutenant John James Powers of New York City, missing in action, be awarded the Medal of Honor. I hereby and now make this award. You and I are the folks back home for whose protection Lieutenant Powers fought and repeatedly risked his life. He said that we counted on him and his men. We did not count in vain. But have not those men a right to be counting on us? How are we playing our part back home in winning this war? The answer is that we are not doing enough. Today I sent a message to the Congress pointing out the overwhelming urgency of the serious domestic economic crisis in which we are threatened. Some call it inflation, which is a vague sort of term, and others call it a rise in the cost of living, which is much more easily understood by most families. That phrase, the cost of living, means essentially what a dollar can buy. From January 1st, 1941 to May of this year, nearly a year and a half, the cost of living went up about 15%. And at that point, last May, we undertook to freeze the cost of living. But we could not do a complete job of it, because the congressional authority at the time exempted a large part of farm products used for food and for making clothing. Although several weeks before, I had asked the Congress for legislation to stabilize all farm prices. At that time, I had told the Congress that there were 7 elements in our national economy, all of which had to be controlled, and that if any one essential element remained exempt, the cost of living could not be held down. On only 2 of these points, both of them vital, however, did I call for congressional action. These 2 vital points were, first, taxation, and second, the stabilization of all farm prices at parity. Parity is a standard for the maintenance of good farm prices. It was established as our national policy way back in 1933. It means that the farmer and the city worker are on the same relative ratio with each other in purchasing power as they were during a period some 30 years before, at a time when the farmer had a satisfactory purchasing power. 100% of parity, therefore, has been accepted by farmers as the fair standard for the prices they receive. Last January, however, the Congress passed a law forbidding ceilings on farm prices below 110% of parity on some commodities, and on other commodities the ceiling was even higher, so that the average possible ceiling is now about 116% of parity for agricultural products as a whole. This act of favoritism for one particular group in the community increased the cost of food to everybody, not only to the workers in the city or in the munitions plants and their families, but also to the families of the farmers themselves. Since last May, ceilings have been set on nearly all commodities, rent, services, except the exempted farm products. Installment buying, for example, has been effectually stabilized and controlled. Wages in certain key industries have been stabilized on the basis of the present cost of living. But it is obvious to all of us that if the cost of food continues to go up, as it is doing at present, the wage earner, particularly in the lower brackets, will have a right to an increase in his wages. I think that would be essential justice and a practical necessity. Our experience with the control of other prices during the past few months has brought out one important fact. The rising cost of living can be controlled, providing that all elements making up the cost of living are controlled at the same time. I think that also is an essential justice and a practical necessity. We know that parity prices for farm products not now controlled will not put up the cost of living more than a very small amount. But we also know that if we must go up to an average of 116% of parity for food and other farm products, which is necessary at present under the Emergency Price Control Act, before we can control all farm prices, the cost of living will get well out of hand. We are face to face with this danger today. Let us meet it and remove it. I realize that it may seem to you to be overstressing these economic problems at a time like this, when we're all deeply concerned about the news from far distant fields of battle. But I give you the solemn assurance that failure to solve this problem here at home, and to solve it now, will make more difficult the winning of this war. If the vicious spiral of inflation ever gets underway, the whole economic system will stagger. Prices and wages will go up so rapidly that the entire production program will be in danger. The cost of the war, paid by taxpayers, will jump beyond all present calculations. It will mean an uncontrollable rise in prices and in wages, which can result in raising the overall cost of living as high as another 20% soon. That would mean that the purchasing power of every dollar that you have in your pay envelope, or in the bank, or included in your insurance policy, or your pension, would be reduced to about 80 cents worth. I need not tell you that this would have a demoralizing effect on our people, soldiers and civilians alike. overall stabilization of prices and salaries and wages and profits is necessary to the continued increasing production of planes and tanks and ships and guns. In my message to Congress today, I have said that this must be done quickly. If we wait for 2 or 3 or 4 or 6 months, it may well be too late. I have told the Congress that the administration cannot hold the actual cost of food and clothing down to the present level beyond October 1st. Therefore, I have asked the Congress to pass legislation under which the President would be specifically authorized to stabilize the cost of living, including the price of all farm commodities. The purpose should be to hold farm prices at parity or at levels of a recent date, whichever is higher. The purpose should also be to keep wages at a point stabilized with today's cost of living. Both must be regulated at the same time, and neither one of them can or should be regulated without the other. At the same time that farm prices are stabilized, I will stabilize wages. That is plain justice and plain common sense. And so I have asked the Congress to take this action by the 1st of October. We must now act with the dispatch which the stern necessities of war require. I have told the Congress that inaction on their part by that date will leave me with an inescapable responsibility, a responsibility to the people of this country, to see to it that the war effort is no longer imperiled by the threat of economic chaos. As I said in my message to the Congress, in the event that the Congress should fail to act, and act adequately, I shall accept the responsibility, and I will act. The President has the powers under the Constitution and under congressional acts to take measures necessary to avert a disaster which would interfere with the winning of the war. I have given the most careful and thoughtful consideration to meeting this issue without further reference to the Congress. I have determined, however, on this vital matter to consult with the Congress. There may be those who will say that if the situation is as grave as I have stated it to be, I should use my powers and act now. I can only say that I have approached this problem from every angle, and that I have decided that the course of conduct which I am following in this case is consistent with my sense of responsibility as President in time of war. And with my deep and unalterable devotion to the processes of democracy. The responsibilities of the President in wartime to protect the nation are very grave. This total war, with our fighting fronts all over the world, makes the use of the executive power far more essential than in any previous war. If we were invaded, the people of this country would expect the President to use any and all means to repel the invader. Now, the Revolution and the war between the states were fought on our own soil. But today, this war will be won or lost on other continents and in remote seas. I cannot tell what powers may have to be exercised in order to win this war. The American people can be sure that I will use my powers with a full sense of responsibility to the Constitution and to my country. The American people can also be sure that I shall not hesitate to use every power vested in me to accomplish the defeat of our enemies in any part of the world where our own safety demands such defeat. And when the war is won, the powers under which I act will automatically revert to the people of the United States, to the people to whom those powers belong. I think I know the American farmers. I know that they're as wholehearted in their patriotism as any other group. They have suffered from the constant fluctuations of farm prices, occasionally too high, but more often too low. Nobody knows better than farmers the disastrous effects of wartime inflationary booms and post-war deflationary panics. So I have also suggested today that the Congress make our agricultural economy more stable. I have recommended that in addition to putting ceilings on all farm products now, we also place a definite floor under those prices for a period beginning now, continuing through the war, and for as long as necessary after the war. In this way, we will be able to avoid the collapse of farm prices that happened after the last war. The farmers must be assured of a fair minimum price during the readjustment period, which will follow the great excessive world food demands that now prevail. We must have some floor under farm prices, as we must have under wages, if we are to avoid the dangers of a post-war inflation on the one hand, or the catastrophe of a crash in farm prices and wages on the other. Today I have also advised the Congress of the importance of speeding up the passage of the tax bill. The Federal Treasury is losing millions of dollars each and every day because the bill has not yet been passed. Taxation is the only practical way of preventing the incomes and profits of individuals and corporations from getting too high. I have told the Congress once more that all net individual incomes, after payment of all taxes, should be limited effectively by further taxation to a maximum net income of $25,000 a year. And it is equally important that corporate profits should not exceed a reasonable amount in any case. The nation must have more money to run the war. People must stop spending for luxuries. Our country needs a far greater share of our income. For this is a global war, and it will cost this nation nearly $100 billion in 1943. In that global war, there are now 4 main areas of combat, and I should like to speak briefly of them, not in the order of their importance, for all of them are vital, and all of them are interrelated. 1, the Russian front. Here the Germans are still unable to gain the smashing victory which almost a year ago Hitler announced he had already achieved. Germany has been able to capture important Russian territory. Nevertheless, Hitler has been unable to destroy a single Russian army. And this, you may be sure, has been and still is his main objective. Millions of German troops seem doomed to spend another cruel and bitter winter on the Russian front. Yes, the Russians are killing more Nazis and destroying more airplanes and tanks than are being smashed on any other front. They are fighting not only bravely, but brilliantly. In spite of any setbacks, Russia will hold out, and with the help of her allies, will ultimately drive every Nazi from her soil. 2, the Pacific Ocean area. This area must be grouped together as a whole, every part of it, land and sea. We have stopped one major Japanese offensive, and we have inflicted heavy losses on their fleet. But they still possess great strength. They seek to keep the initiative, and they will undoubtedly strike hard again. We must not overrate the importance of our successes in the Solomon Islands, though we may be proud of the skill with which these local operations were conducted. At the same time, we need not underrate the significance of our victory at Midway. There we stopped the major Japanese offensive. 3, in the Mediterranean and the Middle East, the British, together with the South Africans, Australians, New Zealanders, Indian troops, and others of the United Nations, including ourselves, are fighting a desperate battle with the Germans and Italians. The Axis powers are fighting to gain control of that area, dominate the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, and gain contact with the Japanese Navy. The battle in the Middle East is now joined. We are well aware of our danger, but we are hopeful of the outcome. 4, the European area. Here the aim is an offensive against Germany. There are at least a dozen different points at which attacks can be launched. You, of course, do not expect me to give details of future plans, but you can rest assured that preparations are being made here and in Britain toward this purpose. The power of Germany must be broken on the battlefields of Europe. Various people urge that we concentrate our forces on one or another of these 4 areas, although no one suggests that any one of the 4 areas should be abandoned. Certainly it could not be seriously urged that we abandon aid to Russia, or that we surrender all of the Pacific to Japan, or the Mediterranean and Middle East to Germany, or give up an offensive against Germany. The American people may be sure that we shall neglect none of the 4 great theaters of war. Certain vital military decisions have been made. In due time, you will know what these decisions are, and so will our enemies. I can say now that all of these decisions are directed toward taking the offensive. Today, exactly 9 months after Pearl Harbor, we have sent overseas 3 times more men than we transported to France in the first 9 months of the First World War. We have done this in spite of greater danger and fewer ships, and every week sees a gain in the actual number of American men and weapons in the fighting area. These reinforcements in men and munitions are continuing and will continue to go forward. This war will finally be won by the coordination of all of the armies and navies and air forces of all of the United Nations operating in unison against our enemies. This will require vast assemblies of weapons and men at all the vital points of attack. We and our allies have worked for years to achieve superiority in weapons. We have no doubts about the superiority of our men. We glory in the individual exploits of our soldiers, our sailors, our Marines, our merchant seamen. Lieutenant John James Powers was one of these, and there are thousands of others in the forces of the United Nations. several thousand Americans have met death in battle, other thousands will lose their lives, but many millions stand ready to step into their places to engage in a struggle to the very death. For they know that the enemy is determined to destroy us, our homes, and our institutions. That in this war, it is kill or be killed. Battles are not won by soldiers or sailors who think first of their own personal safety, and wars are not won by peoples who are concerned primarily with their own comfort, their own convenience, their own pocketbooks. We Americans of today bear the gravest of responsibilities, and all of the United Nations share them. All of us here at home are being tested for our fortitude, for our selfless devotion to our country and to our cause. This is the toughest war of all time. We need not leave it to historians of the future to answer the question whether we are tough enough to meet this unprecedented challenge. We can give that answer now. The answer is yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the President of the United States.
The Right Honorable W.L. Mackenzie King, Prime Minister of Canada. His subject is 3 years of war.
Today, Canada enters upon the 4th year of war. 3 years ago, it was difficult for men and women anywhere to believe what was told them of the probable duration of the war. Much less were they prepared to believe that Hitler's aim was world conquest. I doubt if peoples whose countries have not been invaded even yet appreciate the magnitude of the enemy's designs. Only those who themselves have been the victims of Nazi or Japanese deception, terrorism, and violence have begun to comprehend the real issue. At the time of Britain's entry into the war, speaking of the attack upon Poland by the armed forces of Germany, I said in a nationwide broadcast, the fate of a single city, the preservation of the independence of a particular nation, are the occasion, not the real cause, of the present conflict. Referring to Hitler's methods and aim, I added, it is this reliance upon force, this lust for conquest, this determination to dominate throughout the world, which is the real cause of the war that today threatens the freedom of mankind. Those words may have seemed extravagant at the time they were used 3 years ago. I question, however, if today any intelligent person will dispute their truth. That the war today threatens the freedom of mankind is abundantly clear. I should like to draw a distinction tonight, as I did 3 years ago, between the cause of the war and the real issue in the war. The cause, as I then said, was the lust for conquest, world domination. The real issue, however, goes even deeper. More than world domination is involved. Domination need not be wholly evil. You have heard it said that the best type of ruler is a benevolent despot. To have the world controlled by benevolence, however absolute the control, might not be an unmixed blessing. But a world ruled by a tyrant, himself the incarnation of evil, would not be a blessing in any form. It would be an unmixed curse. Yet, that would be the fate of the world should the enemy triumph in the conflict between the Axis powers and the United Nations. In 3 years of war, we have become only too familiar with the evidences of the satanic power of the enemy. Our minds have recoiled from the horrors, brutalities, and atrocities which, since Poland was attacked, have been recorded day by day. They, however, are but surface indications of something deeper and more malevolent. The Nazi purpose is to destroy every belief and to subvert every institution which from childhood's days men and women of the free countries of the world have been taught to reverence. Their aim is the total destruction of Christian civilization. Some time before the invasion of Poland, Hitler himself said, "Whoever lights the torch of war in Europe can wish for nothing but chaos." Nothing but chaos. That represents the sum of what Nazi Germany, thus far, has contributed to the world. I have seen nowhere a truer statement of the real issue in this war than one by Miss Audrey Alexandra Brown, a young Canadian whose name and writings are, I am sure, familiar to many of you. Miss Brown completely rejects the idea that nothing is happening now which did not happen in the Dark Ages or under earlier despotisms. She defines the issue in these words: "Certainly, brutality and force are not new among men. It has always been true that, as the Psalms have it, the dark places of the earth are full of the habitations of cruelty. Men who are little more than savages can be expected to behave as beasts. But never before in history has a nominally civilized, a nominally Christian nation deliberately made the profession, 'Evil, be thou my good.' This war is unlike all other wars, for the deformed monstrosities that sheltered in darkness have crawled out of that darkness and openly challenged the world for the possession of its soul. They no longer fight under cover, they flaunt in steel. For Germany to win this war would not mean merely a redrawing of boundaries or a shift in sovereignty. It would mean the destruction of the free spirit of man. I wish those words inscribed on parchment might be framed and hung upon the walls of every home. The aim of Nazi Germany and her militarist Japanese partner is not merely the conquest of territory, not even world domination in itself. The forces of evil, incarnated in the Axis powers, are seeking to possess the world's soul.
The Treasury Star Parade. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Bacher, with David Brookman and his orchestra and chorus, and Mr. Vincent Price, in Malcolm Meacham's dramatic adaptation for radio of a speech by the Honorable Henry A. Wallace, Vice President of the United States, on the price of free world victory.
Today engaged in a great fight between a slave world and a free world, the March of Freedom. The idea of freedom is derived from the Bible with its extraordinary emphasis on the dignity of the individual. Democracy is the only true political expression of Christianity. But that which was sensed by the prophets many centuries before Christ was not given complete and powerful political expression until our nation was formed as a federal union a century and a half ago.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
The march of the common people had begun. But men and women cannot really be free until they have plenty to eat and time and ability to think and talk things over. Down the years, the people of the United States have moved steadily forward in the practice of democracy. Through universal education, they now can read and write and form opinions of their own. They have learned and are still learning the art of production, that is, how to make a living. They have learned and are still learning the art of self-government.
Look, you, this is America. I can think what I like and say what I like, see? So long as you remember that don't give you no right to yell fire in a crowded theater. Are you kidding? This country produces more food and manufacturing than any other country in the world. Where you going, Joe?
I'm going down to vote. And look, tell that gang of hoodlums down the river not to hand me any marked ballots. I'm voting my way, see?
Not only in America, but everywhere in the world, the common people are on the march. Thousands of them are learning to read and write, learning to think together, learning to use tools, learning to think and work together. And when the freedom-loving people march, when the farmers have an opportunity to buy land at reasonable prices and sell the produce of their land through their own organizations, when the workers have the opportunity to form unions and bargain through them collectively, and when the children of all the people have an opportunity to attend schools which teach them the truths of the real world in which they live, when these opportunities are open to everyone, then the world moves straight ahead. But in countries where the ability to read and write has been recently acquired, or where the people have not had long experience in governing themselves on the basis of their own thinking, it is easy for demagogues to arise and prostitute the mind of the common man to their own ends, to change the signposts and lure the people back into slavery of the most degraded kind. As long as his spell holds, he defies God himself, and Satan is turned loose upon the world.
And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise out of the sea. And they worshipped the beast, saying, Who is like unto the beast, and who is able to make war with him? And there was given unto him a mouth, speaking great things and blasphemies. And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name.
There is no God. I am God. I will hold this God life to the end of the earth and destroy it.
And it was given to him to make war, and power was given him over all kindreds and tongues and nations.
Through the leaders of the Nazi Revolution, Satan is now trying to lead the common man of the whole world back into slavery and darkness. For the stark truth is that the violence preached by the Nazis is the devil's own religion of darkness. So also is the doctrine that one race or one class is by heredity superior, and that all other races or classes are supposed to be slaves. The belief in one Satan-inspired Führer, with his Quislings, his Lavals, and his Mussolinis, his Gauleiters in every nation of the world, is the last and ultimate darkness. The Nazi system has a heroic position for only one leader. All the rest are stooges. They are stooges who have been mentally and politically degraded, and who feel that they can get square with the world only by mentally and politically degrading other people. These stooges are really psychopathic cases. Satan has turned loose upon us the insane. The march of freedom of the past 150 years has been a long, drawn-out people's revolution. In this great revolution of the people, there were the American Revolution of 1775.
I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death.
The French Revolution of 1789. The Latin American revolutions of the Bolivian era. Revolution of 1848. And the Russian Revolution of 1918. Each revolution spoke for the common man in terms of blood on the battlefield. Some went to excess. But the significant thing is that the people groped their way to the light. Now they are on the march towards even fuller freedom than the most fortunate peoples of the earth have hitherto enjoyed. And no Nazi counter-revolution will stop it. The people in their millennial and revolutionary march toward manifesting here on earth the dignity that is in every human soul holds as its credo the four freedoms enunciated by President Roosevelt in his message to Congress on January 6, 1941.
The freedom of religion. The freedom of expression. The freedom from fear of the secret police.
And the freedom from want for the average man.
Yes, the peace must mean a better standard of living for every common man, not merely in the United States and England, but also in India, Russia, China, and Latin America, not merely in the United Nations, but also in Germany and Italy and Japan. The century on which we are entering, the century which will come of this war, can be and must be the century of the common man. Everywhere the common man must learn to build his own industries with his own hands in a practical fashion, so that he and his children may eventually repay to the world community all that they have received. No nation will have the God-given right to exploit other nations. There can be no privileged people. We must use our power at the peace table to build an economic peace that is just, charitable, and enduring. And now, as we move forward towards realizing the four freedoms of this people's revolution, I would like to speak about four duties. It is my belief that every freedom, every right, every privilege has its price, its corresponding duty without which it cannot be enjoyed. The four duties of the people's revolution, as I see them today, are these.
The duty to produce to the limit.
The duty to transport as rapidly as possible to the field of battle.
The duty to fight with all that is in us.
The duty to build a peace, just, charitable, and enduring.
Our task lies before us, and we will not fail. Hitler's agents continually preach that we are cowards, unable to use, like the brave German soldiers, the weapons of modern warfare. It is true that American youth hates war with a holy hatred. But because of that fact, and because Hitler and his minions stand as the very symbol of war, we shall fight with a tireless enthusiasm until war and the possibility of war has been removed from this planet. We shall cleanse the plague spot of Europe, which is Hitler's Germany, and with it the hellhole of Asia, Japan. The fighting men of the United Nations will need to summon all their courage during the next few months. Hitler, like the prize fighter who realizes that he is on the verge of being knocked out, is gathering all his remaining forces for one last desperate blow. We expect the offensive against us to reach its apex sometime during the next few months. As we nerve ourselves for the supreme effort in this hemisphere, we must not forget the sublime heroism of the oppressed in Europe and Asia. Everywhere the soul of man is letting the tyrant know that slavery of the body does not end resistance. There can be no half measure. North, south, east, west, and middle west, the will of the American people is for complete victory. No compromise with Satan is possible. We shall not rest until all the victims under the Nazi yoke are freed. We shall fight for a complete peace as well as a complete victory. The people's revolution is on the march, and the devil and all his angels cannot prevail against it. They cannot prevail, for on the side of the people is the Lord.
He giveth power to the faint. To them that have no might, he increaseth strength. They that wait upon the Lord shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not be faint.
Strong in the strength of the Lord, we who fight in the people's cause will not stop until that cause is won.
You have just heard a radio dramatization based on a speech by Henry A. Wallace, Vice President of the United States, read by Mr. Vincent Price. There is only one thing to add. The United States Treasury Department is faced with the gigantic task of financing this war. If we are to win, we must work, we must fight, and we must save. Invest at least 10% of your total income in war savings bonds and stamps. Remember, every dollar you invest in the future security of America.
Speed of light, the cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains, led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. The tarantula's on the trail ahead. Hail, Silver!
The cell door clanged shut, and the prisoner walked into the larger room, the sheriff's office. He saw the grim-faced sheriff sitting at his desk. He saw the owner of the Border City Cafe, Texas Jack, in a nearby chair. He hesitated, sat down.
Texas Jack's best friend was murdered by the tarantulas. He'll pay handsome to see the last of the gang wiped out. Now, Dirk, you talk.
Well, a year ago, I had a letter from Tarantula.
What?
Well, that's how he signed it. That's all I knew about him. I was told what to do and how to do it. I found out later a lot of other men got letters of the same sort. They were all
wanted by the law for something, eh?
Yeah. There was the two that robbed the folks in Mexico, for example. Well, anyhow, my part was to make friends with Chief Thundercloud. There was instructions how to do it.
So you made friends with him, then stole that magic bell of his and used it to win the leadership of the Apache tribe.
Yeah. They do whatever it said. They thought the belt that glowed in the dark was medicine of a mighty powerful nature. Well, I got all my orders from the tarantula, as well as everything else I needed. I led the Apaches in a lot of raids and did what I was told to do with our loot.
What did you do with the loot?
Well, let the Redskins keep the worthless junk and put the cash in a cave where the headquarters is supposed to be. I met a couple of the other members of the gang there, but they was always masked like I was. We was ordered not to swap names.
Did you ever meet the tarantula himself in that cave?
I don't know. Might have...
You don't know?
No. He might have posed as a member of the gang like I was to make sure I followed orders.
Why did you take the loot to this boss instead of keeping it?
Well, no one knew the tarantula. He had a way of knowing what went on. A couple of men tried holding out on him. The knives they'd got in their backs were just like those in your desk, Sheriff.
I savvy.
The idea was he would do as we were told for 1 year. Some of the members would do lots better than the others, but the agreement was it would split even all the way around when the year was up. Well, that's all I know about the gang.
You don't know any other members of it?
No.
Is that loot still in the cave?
I don't know.
Where's the cave?
At the Bryant Gap, side of Vulture Mountain, near the Limestone Rock.
You know the place, Texas?
Yep. The loot is there, Dirk. Maybe the jury will show mercy. But don't count on the tarantula to get you out of jail.
I'm not. We were made to understand if we got captured, we'd have to face the music.
Now you can talk about the Lone Ranger.
Well, he knew all about me. He tricked me and took that glowing belt away from me. He got it now.
Lock him up, Sheriff. We'll go have a look in this cave. But if he's lied, by thunder, you'll have
I told the truth, honest I have. Every cent of cash Redskin stole is in that cave. I can show you where it is. It's a big place. I can show you just where the cash was put. You won't find it without me, especially at night.
What do you think, Sheriff?
We'll take him. Let's get going.
Bad news.
You come. Me here talking to sheriff's office. We go to cave, find loot.
Bring Scout in with you, Tonto.
That's good plan.
Yeah, if someone comes along, we don't want them to investigate a couple of horses standing in front of this cave.
Cave plenty big.
Yes. It'll take a long time to search all of it.
That's right.
Tonto, there are a lot of different tunnels in the sides of this cave. We'll hide in one. Let Dirk show where the loot is hidden.
He'll soon be here with Sheriff and Texas Jack.
Yeah, there's a good place. Big enough for the horses, too. That's it, Silver. Steady now, boy.
And on your hat, shine plenty bright in darkness.
So does that headband you're wearing.
Maybe we put two pieces back together. Make belt, then take it back to Thundercloud, huh?
There's plenty of time for that, Kemosabe. I don't want to lose time following the trail of this tarantula gang. Quiet, Silver.
Other fellows come now.
Better put these luminous bands beneath our shirts.
Come to do it.
See, Sheriff, Jim's picking up horses coming in.
Well, get off the horse and show where you left that carrot.
Get away from Mary.
How deep in the cave is this hiding place?
Oh, that's very deep. You better not lead us any wild goose chase. You'll give you
nothing. You're innocent. I can't let the catch west. There's a good buffalo waiting here. There's a lantern. Now go ahead. It's on the left side of the cave. Right over here. You see the good watch from here below the lantern, eh? You see over there? The lantern. Shot smashed. Who did that? Go fire. No, don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. Hold it, Texas. You might get one of us. What was that shot for? What do you want? Look there. The common belts, the magic headband. Shut up.
Yeah, you know me.
Yeah, sure I do.
You're the Lone Ranger. What'd you shoot the lantern for? I didn't want it lighted. Stand right where you are until I tell you to move. I thought you were on our side. You're helping a crook. We're here to get stolen cash. This is Juke with us, the one you helped capture. I'm not on any side. I'm playing this my way. You said yourself, Texas, that no one in town could be trusted.
I got you.
There. I'll make a running dive to get me.
My shoulder, my arm.
You can't tell where I am. My voice is thrown back from the wall.
What's the matter with you, Sheriff?
You thought I was wearing the headband you can see, but I'm not. Those headbands are resting on rocks.
There was only some light in here.
Don't make any.
I'll get you for this, even if you are the Lone Ranger.
I'll take the headband.
He's moving them now, Sheriff.
Don't try a shot. Just tell me where you are.
He's right, Sheriff. Don't fire or he'll blaze away at your gun.
Go ahead, Tonto. Get out of here now and take the horses. I'll cover your retreat.
You won't. Don't take the horses. Leave them for us.
Sorry, Sheriff. Stay right there until I say you can make a light. Then we'll talk things over.
We gotta stay here.
Shut up, Duck. Let me talk to him. Now what are you waiting for? Why can't I light this hunter candle? Why don't you answer?
He's still there. Some glowing headband keeps moving around. What are you doing?
Oh, hang it all. It's the horse.
I thought he let our horses out. I heard him.
Texas, we've been tricked. Light a match. This here headband is resting on the pommel of my saddle.
What? Your horses here? All 3 horses are here. That fast thinking critter let us all in the Redskins' horse house while we thought he was here ready to drop us.
He's got a box. Look, so many boxes gone.
That's a good one.
I don't see anything so funny about being tricked this way.
I wouldn't either if anyone but the Lone Ranger. We know he'll take care of the cash that was in that box. He's on the side of the law.
What about me? He said if I turned up the cash... You go back to jail and take your chance with a jury. Now get going. I'm in no mood to talk.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto came to a halt in a small camp. They built up enough of a fire to illuminate the contents of the box, then lifted the lid.
Tonto, there's no money here.
You see.
Dirk told the truth. This box has been... Hold on, there's something.
What's that?
A knife and a note.
The tarantula knife.
Just like the ones we saw before.
What note said?
Just a minute. To the boss. Says, I've got to haunt the house at Sand Flats as you ordered. Now need this cash until I get back. You know the Berry boys.
The Lone Ranger knew where Sand Flats was. It was a level stretch of shore on the Rio Grande, where the misnamed river was so shallow that a man could wade across, and so muddy that it seemed almost like quicksand. Lem Frisbee and his wife had recently moved into an old shack on the Texas side, and struggled bravely to clean and repair the place to serve them as a shelter. Late in the afternoon, the day after the Lone Ranger found the note.
Martha, there isn't much of a place to call home. It's best I can give you. I'm a bust, I am.
Oh, now, Lem, we've had our ups and downs for 50 years almost. This hard times period will pass away and we'll be on your feet again.
I don't know, Martha. I'm getting on in years.
You're as spry as a man 10 years younger. We'll fix this house up, and it'll serve till you hear from your brother in the East. Then you'll have a grubstake again.
I was a fool to ever come here. I was a bigger fool to have everything we owned in a town where Apaches could clean us out and burn our house.
Lem, did you clean the lamp? It'll be dark in a little while.
I try to clean as best I can.
My sakes alive. I didn't think anyone was near here. Well, howdy, mister.
Well, this is sure enough a surprise. Howdy, ma'am. My name is Summers.
Glad to know you, Summers. I'm Lem Frisbee.
Riding by, I saw smoke coming from the chimney. I says to myself, the spooks and ghosts are getting active in daylight, which is some strange. I'll just mosey over and have a look.
The what? The ghost?
You folks look human enough. When'd you get here?
Only a few days ago. I don't know about the house. Is it yours?
Mine. Land sakes, no.
We won't stay here long. We'll pay for the use of the house by doing some fixing. I'm a little handy with tools.
Fixing? Shucks, Frisbee, you don't need to do no fixing. Fact is, I don't suppose the real owner of the place is anywhere around. This shack hasn't had any live people in it for, well, as long as I can remember.
Any live people?
That's what I said.
Then other kinds?
Well, I told you the place has a bad name. I don't know of a man around here that'd stay overnight.
Oh, shucks. Well, there's no such thing as ghosts. There never will be.
I reckon I hate to spoil things for you, ma'am, but... Well, it's only right that I should tell you that Carter said the same thing. He's a cowhand. Tough hombre. He bet $10 that he'd spend the night here.
Did he win?
Well, he won, but he never collected. The $10 was given to his widow.
What happened?
Well, Mrs. Frisbee, there wasn't a mark on him. Not a mark of any sort to show what killed him.
Oh.
As near as anyone could figure out. And judging from the look on his face, he was just downright scared to death.
Nonsense. I won't take stock in stories like that.
Ma'am, it ain't for me to tell you got to get out. It's up to you.
Well, put a bar across that door.
That won't help, mister.
It'll keep out any critters that come around.
The things that move about at night in this house don't come from outside. They're here all the time. They're in the walls, beneath the floor. They're in the rafters, waiting for night when they can come out. And men passing half a mile away from here at night can see the lights and hear the noises. I've got to get moving. It'll soon be real dark, and I wouldn't be here after dark for $1 million. Not for $10 million. Good night to you. I'll stop by in the morning.
Martha, what do you think?
Oh, that's a nonsense. He just wants us out of here, that's all.
Well, I like that lamp. Just let it over here by the window.
And stop being afraid of things that don't exist. Just you try and figure out why that man was so anxious to scare us away.
Martha.
What's the matter?
Look, that man spoke true. Look over there.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Our story. The Lone Ranger has found a note in a box that was supposed to contain stolen cash. The note was not signed, but the message was intended to inform one of the tarantula gang that a certain house in Sand Flats had to be haunted in order to drive the occupants away. The Lone Ranger and Tonto knew where the house was. In a short time after the masked man's discovery, they pulled up Silver and Scout in the woods a short distance from the house. It was easy to believe that the log cabin might be inhabited by ghosts. Covered with vines and setting in a tangle of heavy underbrush, the house itself looked like a living thing. The windows were broken, and the shutters, their hinges rusted away, hung at rakish angles to form a hiding place for bats and giant moths. This was the picture that greeted the Lone Ranger and Tonto just as total darkness descended. The two men dismounted.
Steady, big fella. That's the house, Tonto, out there near the edge of the river.
I see it.
There's smoke coming from the chimney.
But no light in the house.
We won't leave the cover of these trees for a minute. Let's watch.
Their horse was saddled.
Yes, I see it. Man is mounting. Wonder who that was.
I don't know. Now we go to the house, huh?
That's the house we're looking for, all right. Can't be any question about it.
Silver anxious to get to water. You go ahead.
Silver, right here.
That shot come from house.
Yes, someone smashed the window to shoot at Silver. Hello. Someone's there ahead of us. Whoever it is, they're not going to let us get close while they know about it.
And what they do?
We'll keep back here among the trees for a while.
The evening dragged on, with Lem growing increasingly tense as he sat with his rifle across his knees. A small lamp burned low and seemed to make the darkness and dinginess of the room more obvious. The Frisbees were not normally superstitious people, but the man who called himself Summer had told him a weird tale. A cowhand named Carter had been mysteriously killed in the house, and there were no marks of violence. And then there were the strange lights and the eerie noises that Summers had told them about. They began to believe that perhaps the house was truly haunted. Finally, Martha Frisbee broke the silence.
I don't like it, Lem.
I haven't liked it from the start. Dad read it, Martha. I'd sooner spend the night on the bank of the river.
What was that shadowy white thing you fired at?
A ghost, I tell you.
Oh, Lem, I never believed in such things.
It must have been. I fired square at it, and it disappeared.
Oh, your eyes aren't as sharp as they used to be.
They're sharp enough, plenty sharp enough.
You think it could have been a horse you shot at?
A horse? Here? Of course not. Besides, how many horses as white as that one have you ever seen?
Not many of them, I'll admit it.
Martha, wonder what time it's getting to be.
I don't know why.
I've heard that ghosts start out around midnight.
Oh, I haven't been up as late as that for 20 years. But I don't know if I could sleep if I was to try.
I'm not stirring an inch from this box. I'm sitting right here ready to shoot.
I don't know what good shooting will do if it is spirits that are around.
What do you think that other man saw that scared him to death?
Oh, stay alive. Don't talk about it. Bad enough.
I sure wish it was morning.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Did you hear something?
I don't know.
Listen.
The door.
You better open it.
Not for anything.
Lamb!
There. I fired point blank at that door. You can see where the bullet went through it.
Oh, you don't know who you shot. It might have been Mr. Summers.
He wouldn't tap like that.
Oh, Lem, we should look and see what you hit. There it is again. I'm going to have a look.
I'm ready, Martha. I've got a bead on the door.
There's no one here. Thunder. Oh, we've just been mistaken, that's all. We made a mistake in what we heard.
I know I heard right. Leave here while you have the chance.
Oh, Lem, I'm scared. I'm downright scared.
Who was it? Who are you talking to? Oh, my. Leave while you have the chance. What's this?
Lem, that sounds like nothing.
Up there, on the roof. We want you, mister. He got him. Those voices don't belong to no ghosts, Martha. You hear them? Open the door. We're bringing in the ghost for you. Get that door open, Martha. Get it open. Hey, now, hold on. Get in there. Mr. Summers.
Lem, he's mad.
Frisbee, shoot him. Let me have my...
Big gun.
Martha, the 6-gun. Get it. He's got my rifle.
1 minute. This man was on the roof of the house trying to frighten you two people.
He's sure done that.
Just before that, he had a stone tied to a string. He swung it against the door.
So that's it.
No, he lies. He's the one who was trying to scare you away, Frisbee. I told you there was someone here. That's what you did, Mr. Summers. I tried to get him, but he roped me from the roof.
Now, hold on. That don't check with the yelling we heard you do, Mr. Summers. Sounded like you sliding off the roof after you've been roped.
Let me show you something, Frisbee. Here's a note saying that you had to be driven away from this house. You had to be scared away or killed. They couldn't let you stay here.
My eyes ain't what they might be.
Let me see that note.
All right, read it, ma'am. In the meantime, Summers, you're going to signal with a lantern.
Oh, what do you mean?
You're going to stand at the door and give whatever signal was agreed on.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Then I'll tell you. Frisbee, you can listen to this. On the other side of the river, men are waiting to smuggle drugs into the United States. They have a load on mules all ready to bring here. They're waiting for the signal that the coast is clear.
My sakes. So that's what this note means.
Summers, you're going to give that signal.
Oh, I am, huh? Well, you try and make me.
Not very well. Oh, no, that's a crossbow from my saddle.
You get it.
What's that, a crossbow?
And this is the weapon that's used in it, Summers. A knife with a tarantula on the handle. See it?
But you, who are you? Father, there's a white horse.
I see it.
That's what I fired at.
Oh, doggone, I'm all mixed up. The masked man seems on the level, and Mr. Summers, he seems crooked.
Yeah. Here, crossbow.
I suppose you know how this is used, Summers.
Oh, you wouldn't dare.
No? Well, maybe not. Here, Frisbee, you take the crossbow. There are no smugglers. This crook won't mind signaling with his lantern. There are smugglers waiting for the signal. You know what to do.
I'll shoot the coyote. Let me have the weapon. How's it work?
Handle it the same as a rifle. Just aim and pull the trigger. Now, what about it, Summers?
No, that old man's nervous. Take that thing away from him. Take it away.
Lantern, Summers. Maybe you can use this lamp. Here, try it.
Louis said, doggone your head. Drug smuggling, eh? I will, but put that weapon down. Well, that's worse than a rifle.
The longer you delay, the longer Frisbee will stand there trembling.
I'll signal. I'll have him put that down.
He'll lower the crossbow when we hear the smugglers coming over.
There, I've given the signal that they're to come.
And come back here.
Yeah, I'm a...
Take the lantern, fellow. Now we'll finish the roping job. You can put the crossbow down, Frisbee. It isn't loaded.
Not loaded? Why, that's me. Oh, that rope hurts.
That'll gag him.
No, stop.
You not yellow warning.
I see someone coming over the water.
Smugglers. Put that man in the corner.
Not easy. Martha, I like the way those two handle a crook.
But those that are coming, I wonder how many of them there are.
Otto, stand on that side of the door.
You ready?
What about us?
There's another room in back, a sort of woodshed. Get in there.
Oh, we won't see anything.
And you won't get shot. Now, hurry.
Come on, Martha. We better do like he says. He has a way of following out his orders.
Close the door, Kimasabi. Hope they come right in, Otto.
Me hope so.
Sergeant Summers, all set to fail? We got the stuff, Summers. Where are you? Which way don't you answer?
Come on in.
Yeah, what's that mask for? Who are you?
No, you don't. Leave that gun where it is.
What has come up? Have things changed? Who are you?
Take the gun.
Let me get him.
Not while I...
How about you?
But don't shoot. I'm not moving.
He got gun now.
Rope them while I keep them covered.
Now, see here. What's this mean? You ain't lawmen.
No, but you'll meet lawmen soon enough.
My hand feels like it's busted.
My bullet just hit your gun. Get back on your horses. We'll start for town as soon as we get Summers on his horse.
What are you figuring to tell?
The drugs in those saddlebags and on those mules will tell enough. Come on, Frisbee.
We can witness all that went on. Me and Martha seen and heard it all.
What you can tell, Frisbee, there'll be a perfect case against all three of them. Now, let's get going.
The two smugglers and their henchman Summers were tightly bound and placed on their horses for the long ride through the woods from the banks of the Rio Grande to the town of Border City in southern Texas. Frisbee and his wife Martha were with the party, and the old couple still were not convinced that the house might not be haunted, although they were to appear as witnesses against the ghost himself. The following day, with the prisoners safely locked in the Border City jail, the Lone Ranger talked with the sheriff in his office.
Here's a note that was in the box, Sheriff.
But hang it all, mister.
Be still, Sheriff. Let the Lone Ranger finish.
Go on.
The note tells about the drug smuggling. The knife ties in with the tarantula gang. Our bullets were in the box. But the cash had been taken. Maybe Summers will tell what he did with the money.
No, I didn't touch it. You're lying.
We'll sweat the truth from him in jail. The next evidence is represented by the testimony of Lem and Martha Frisbee. The county can pay for their room and meals here in town until the trial is over.
I'll pay it. And if they tell enough to convict those three, I'll pay them a reward. My best friend was murdered by one of the tarantulas.
All right. I admit that I was helping these smugglers. I'll admit that much, but you can't pin a murder on me.
We'll get into that later.
Next, we have these two who came when Summers signaled.
Yep, we seen them.
Their mules are just as they crossed the border. Nothing's been touched. You'll find the smuggled drugs on them.
Summers will get you for leading us into this. No, I couldn't help it. You were supposed to have cash to pay us. You didn't have. That proves you never intended to pay us.
Summers probably meant to murder you both as soon as he had the smuggled drugs.
Oh, stop it, Texas. We've got to put these three in the same cell with Dirk. We don't want them eating each other.
Evidence complete.
It sure is.
And there's only one thing more.
Yes. Doggone it all, you tricked me into grabbing an armful of doggone hard rock inside that cave. I thought my shoulder was busted.
I'm sorry, Sheriff. Now, how about that headband?
Well, here it is in my desk. Take it. Well, I reckon you've done about enough for me to call things like a bruised shoulder nothing at all.
You've certainly done a great thing for me. I offered a reward.
The tarantula gang isn't licked yet, Texas.
You've got a lot of them.
But not the leader. And he's the one I'm after.
If you'd take a reward...
Lem Frisbee needs a grub stake.
Oh, now.
Well, he'll get it, and a good one.
The fellow's waiting outside, Sheriff. We want to return this headband to Chief Thundercloud. You don't mind if I leave?
No, I hate to see you leave, but I can't keep you.
We'll meet again.
Martha, you ever see the light of that man?
I never.
Wait, Sheriff.
Before you lock Summers up, let me tell him one thing.
Huh?
Summers, you listen to me. You didn't scare us one bit. We never believed those lies about ghosts. Did we, Martha?
Lem Frisbee. Will you listen to that?
Heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
It's 8:30.
It's 8:30 New York time. Time to wake up, America, and stump the experts. Each week at this time, you match your wits against those of a quartet of bulging brains. You provide the questions, and our experts try to answer them. Remember, for every question used, Lucky Strike will give you not only $10 in war stamps, but a set of the 12-volume Britannica Junior Encyclopedia. If the question is muffed, you get the Junior Britannica plus a $50 war bond plus a 24-volume set of the regular Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your questions to Information Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid, and all questions become the property of Information Please. And now light up a Lucky Strike as I present our Master of Ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ladies and gentlemen, Information Please is a spontaneous and unrehearsed program. The board tonight consisting of our trio of regulars, John Kieran, Oscar Levant, and Franklin P. Adams, together with our guest, the well-known author, Mr. Alva Johnston. Now, we're going to begin with a question from Dr. Harry Silver of New York City. Who, or what, is associated with each of these salutations? There are going to be three of them. Let's see if we can get 2 out of 3. And the first is simply greetings. Whom do you associate, or what do you associate with the simple salutation, greetings, Mr. Levant?
The draft board.
That's right. You sound worried. Yes, it's the draft induction notice. Mr. Adams, of course, that was...
The current draft board?
Yes, the current... There is a current
I wouldn't
draft
know.
board. Yes, the... how does it begin, Mr. Levant? Do you know the draft induction notice?
You're not much older than I am. You take it.
I remember it very well. Greetings from the President of the United States. It
Hello.
Begins very cheerfully. All right, here's the next salutation. How do you do, Mr. Levant?
That Oxonian Russian on Eddie Cantor's show.
Yes,
The Mad One.
The Mad Russian Eddie Cantor's program. Very good of you to recognize it.
I was
Mr.
on
Levant.
with him. He spat me out of the room. Without success.
How about this one? Good morning, suckers. Good morning, suckers, Mr. Kieran.
Oh, that was President Roosevelt recently kidding the White House correspondents.
Yes, why?
Well, as I heard the story, He left them guessing about some appointment he was going to make, and they guessed wrong, so that was his next greeting.
Yes, it was a good-natured way of kidding them because they guessed that he was going to appoint a price czar, I think, in his Labor Day speech, and he didn't. How about this one? For Marjorie Ann Williams of Worcester, Massachusetts. Again, get 2 out of 3, and here's a Shakespeare question. If you know your Shakespeare, you can answer these. What are you fit for if you don't like music? Mr. Adams.
Stratagems and spoils.
That's very good, yes.
Treason.
Treason, stratagems,
Treason,
and spoils.
stratagems, and spoils.
Very good, Mr.
The man who hath no music in his soul.
That's right. Nor is not moved by concord of sweet sounds, is fit for treason, stratagems, and spoils. Mr. Adams, what are the lines from? What play?
There I don't know.
Mr. Kieran, help us out.
They are from The Merchant of Venice.
Yes. Were you going to say that, Mr. Johnson?
Yeah.
You just want to see if you can get ahead of Mr. Kieran. It's been done. What is likely to happen if you lend your friend money, according to Shakespeare? What is likely to happen if you lend your friend money? Mr. Kieran?
Lending your friend's money oft loseth both itself and friend.
Yes, you'll lose the friend if you...
Borrowing dulls the edge of husband.
Mr. Johnston, remember that one?
I do now, yes.
What's it from? What play?
Polonius's Vice.
That's correct.
Hamlet.
It's from Hamlet, of course.
My friends can't afford to get angry with me.
How about Shakespeare's answer to this? Why shouldn't we swear by the moon? Why shouldn't we swear by the moon, Mr. Johnston?
Well, because it changes every month. The inconstant swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon.
That's right. Monthly changes in a circled orb, lest that thy love prove likewise variable. And it's from what play, Mr. Johnston?
That's a speech by Juliet and Romeo and Juliet.
Yes, it's a curious thing that poets should always be talking of the inconstant moon, although the moon is one of the most constant of... Isn't it true, Mr. Kieran, that we know just exactly what position the moon's going to be in?
Constant.
Yes, they're as constant as a fixed star. How about this one from Roy Nally of Fort Worth, Texas? This is a question involving music. In each of these songs, a bird is involved. Identify the bird and tell what it's doing.
A musical bird, I hope.
A musical bird, yes. All right, Mr. Kahn. I have 2 hands. I'm going to call him Mr. Kieran and not Mr. Levant. Mr. Kieran?
Nightingale sang in Berkeley Square.
Oh, you do know that. That's right. Yes, a nightingale is singing in Berkeley Square, and I'm sure Mr. Levant is going to say the same thing. And now the second, Mr. Kahn. Go ahead. Mr. Levant got that after the first 3 notes.
That's a very peculiarly wonderful piece by Schumann called Vogel as Prophet in German. And you know my German.
Not yet.
Bird as Prophet.
Yes. Vogel als Prophet. A bird is
You have
acting
a French
as...
accent.
Not bad, not bad. That was pretty quick of you, Mr. Levant. See if you can do as well
my
on
encore
the third
piece
and
at the
last.
age of 9.
Gee, I have the 2 musical experts here. Mr. Adams.
The Dove.
Oh!
And Mr.
La
Adams.
W. Paloma.
Yeah. And what is the dove doing?
There, I don't know. That's Spanish.
Yeah, that's right. Mr. Johnston, nobody...
It's the Mexican national air, I believe.
Well, not national air, I guess. A common folk song, popular air.
That was a song that was being played while Maximilian was going crazy in Mexico.
Now, what is the dove doing?
Driving Maximilian crazy.
Mr. Levant, you'll be doing the same thing to me in a minute. The dove is at the window pane. A beautiful dove comes winging at the window pane, it says here. God, what word.
Pretty close.
Terrible. Treat it with kindness, for my own thoughts 'tis bringing. Some libretto. Well, that gives us 3 out of 3. How about this one from Robert B. Krogfoss of Endicott, Washington? What American territory was acquired from these rulers? The first ruler is Christian X. Christian X, Mr. Adams, to make it clear to you. What do we get from Christian X, Mr. Johnston?
I'll take a guess on the, must have been the Virgin Islands.
Yes, the Virgin Islands. Purchased about what time?
About 1920...
A little before that. No, 1917. Purchased from what country?
Denmark.
At what price?
I don't know.
Oh, we guessed on this program. Just throw out
$20 million.
That's very good. $25 million. Very good. We purchased what from Alexander II? Mr. Kieran.
I'd say Alaska.
Yes.
For about $7.5 million.
$7,200,000.
Oh, I was wrong.
Of course, it was more in rubles. About when did we purchase it?
That was around
50.
No, later.
No.
About
Later.
1870 or so.
It was Seward's time. He was. That was after Lincoln was assassinated.
Well, name it.
Seward's following.
There were 3 years later.
65.
67. 67, gentlemen. 67. At any rate, it cost a little over $7 million and has proved much more than it's worth so far, although it's giving us a bit of a headache at the moment. How about this one from...
It wasn't the price, it was the upkeep, you mean.
What territory was acquired from... These are two rulers. One is Say-Says, S-E-Y, space, S-E-Y-S. And the other fellow is Meija Terma, M-E-I-J-E-T-E-R-M-A. This is a toughie. Mr. Johnston.
Well, my guess would be that strip of Mexico.
Oh, that would be a bad guess.
How about the Senator baseball team last year?
No. Mr. Kieran?
Oh, I was going to make the same mistake. I was going to say the Gadsden purchase.
No. Gosh, you're far afield.
One of the Ricas?
No, the little island of Manhattan was purchased from two Indian chiefs. And, you know, one of these chiefs, named Say-Says, it says here, was chieftain of the Canarsie Indians. And the other was sachem of the Wequesqueak Indians. And how much did we pay, Mr. Johnson?
$24.
$24, yes. And when, Mr. Adams, when did we buy Manhattan Island from the Indians?
1624.
1626. Yeah, that's good enough. Well, that gives us 2 out of 3. How about this one?
And a
from
horrible
Dorothy?
price.
You would have paid more, Mr. Adams?
I wouldn't have paid as much.
Miss Dorothy Winchell of Washington, D.C. sends this one. This is about in-law relationships. Identify the persons involved in these in-law relationships of the past or the present. Now, the first is about a gal who sided with her mother-in-law. This is fiction. She sided with her mother-in-law.
Obviously fiction.
Well, perhaps it isn't. Any ideas, gentlemen? It's a very well-known story.
Picture?
No, not yet. They'll get on to it. It's the Old Testament. Mr.
Ruth
Johnson.
and Naomi.
Yes, the famous story of Ruth and Naomi. Naomi had lost her husband and 2 sons and wants her daughters-in-law to seek new husbands. And Mr. Johnson, you remember the famous reply of Ruth to Naomi?
I do.
Mr. Levant?
It was wherever you go, I'll follow. One of those.
Yes.
Where thou goest, I shall go.
Yes, that's a little more like the King James Version, Mr.
And
Levant.
thy people shall be my people.
That's the one. Yes, the very beautiful lines. I will go, and where thou lodgest, I will lodge, and so forth. Now, here's a man who fired his brother-in-law. Who was that, Mr. Levant?
Well, that was happened last week in Spain.
Yeah.
Franco and S-U-N-E-R, Suner, what's his name?
Suner.
Sunera.
Well,
Suner,
Suner,
without
yes.
an A.
Yes, he fired Serrano Suner.
He was foreign minister, I think.
I think he was. He was fired from his position as foreign minister, and many people think that strengthens our position with Spain, because Suner was definitely pro-Axis. How about one who sold his son-in-law? A man who sold his son-in-law. Mr. Johnston, has got your hand up, Mr. Levant?
Clark Griffith.
Clark
Joe
Griffith.
Cronin.
Yes, sold his son-in-law, Joe Cronin.
For $175,000. I wish I had a son-in-law.
Well, you keep
at it, boy.
Keep up the good work, Mr. Levant, and you will. And now here's Mr. Rysdale with a few suggestions for your smoking vocabulary, a way to make old words new.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, words like mildness and better taste take on an entirely new meaning and reality if you just remember that in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. The better the tobacco, the better the cigarette. And smokers, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. If you yourselves visited a few typical tobacco auctions down south, you'd see us bidding in open competition to get the finer, lighter, milder Lucky Strike tobaccos. And the auctioneer's cry of sold American would tell you that, as usual, Lucky Strike was paying the price to get the kind of tobacco that means a better smoke for you. This same thing happens at market after market, year after year. Yes, smokers, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Mr. Fadiman, isn't that reason enough for trying Lucky Strike? So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Mr. Rysdale, you've given us 54 seconds of reasons that speak for themselves. And now a question from Joanne Raydock of Denver, Colorado. This is about famous servants or helpers or assistants. They come from fiction. What servant followed his master when his children turned him out? That's when his master's children turned his master out. Mr. Johnston?
Adam in As You Like It followed...
Well, did his children turn him out in As You Like It?
His...
No. It's true that Adam was a faithful follower. Mr. Kieran, Mr. Adams?
Might have been in King Lear.
Yes, it was.
But I don't know who the servant was.
Kent.
The fool. It was the fool in King Lear who followed Lear on the heath after his children had turned him out. I guess I have to call that wrong. Now, what servant accompanied his master on a 25,000-mile journey? Mr. Levant?
Whoever was with Harry Hopkins or Averill Harriman.
Maybe so. Or lots of other people that have gone
That's
around
one
the
of
world.
those Jules Verne things.
I think it may have been the servant round the world in 80 days.
Yes, that
Jules
was...
Verne.
Yes, and Jules Verne.
The servant name I do not know.
It's a tough name. Remember it, Mr.
Orson
Kieran?
Welles did it on the radio about 12 years.
Passepartout. Passepartout. And what was his master's name? Not that it matters a great deal.
Phineas Fogg.
Very good, Mr. Adams. Phineas Fogg, yes, and round the world in 80 days. We'll have to get the next one right. What servant was the cause of a washout in his master's laboratory? The cause of a washout in his master's laboratory.
What's a washout?
A washout? Just what a washout is.
It's not a blowout, is it?
No, water will cause a washout if encouraged. Don't know that? It's from The Sorcerer's Apprentice. If you saw Mr. Disney's Fantasia, you'll remember that the apprentice couldn't stop the brooms from bringing water into the laboratory. Remember that now?
Yeah, sure.
Gives us two wrong, and it sends a $50 war bond to Miss Radak and a set of the Britannica, courtesy of Lucky Strike, and sends us on to a question from James W. Vanderpool of Dedham, Massachusetts. Who founded the following institutions? Who founded, first, the Legion of Honor? The Legion of Honor. We've all heard the phrase, be decorated. Mr. Johnston?
Napoleon?
Napoleon, yes. Which one?
The first.
The first. Created the Order of the Legion of Honor in 1802. It's given for what, Mr. Johnston?
Given for services to France?
Given for services to France. Yes. Probably isn't given at all now in Vichy, France, because there are no services to France being rendered there. Who founded Golden Gloves? Golden Gloves. Mr. Kieran?
Well, that would be Paul Gallico of the Daily News here in New York, I believe.
Yes, I guess he and another...
Well, the Chicago Tribune.
Yes, that's right. Remember who that was? I guess they founded it together. Paul Gallico and Archie...
W.K. McKay.
Beg pardon? No, It was Archie Ward, I think, of the Chicago Tribune. About how many years ago, Mr. Kieran,
15.
would you say? Oh,
26.
About 10 years ago. Shouldn't be
like
surprised
15.
if you were guessing, Mr. Levant. Who founded the Order of the Purple Heart? The Order of the Purple Heart. This is a tough one. Mr. Kieran?
I think that was founded way back in the Revolutionary days.
Who founded it?
George Washington.
Well, George Washington is right, yes. In 1782, after the Battle of Yorktown. Do you know why he founded it, Mr. Kieran?
No, I don't.
Well, it was given only to non-commissioned men then, and it was, I imagine, a kind of recognition for the ordinary soldier. The commissioned officers were getting all the decorations. You know what the phrase comes from, the Order of the Purple Heart? We hear it now very constantly. Originally, Purple Heart was a kind of wood that was used in gun carriages. And the significance of the award was that it was given to men who stood out above the rest because this wood was of particularly fine and solid quality. It was revived when? When did you first hear of it again?
Just now.
Well, we've heard about it recently a great deal, but actually...
it was won in the last war. It was awarded to some of our soldiers and officers in the last war.
The Order of the Purple Heart? You're certain about that?
Well,
I'm not certain. I believe that Mr. Hoover in 1932 revived it as an award on the 200th anniversary of Washington's
Well, it may have
birth.
been awarded then later for services rendered in the World War, because I know some World War soldiers and officers who have it.
Yes, and it's given now, Mr. Kieran, for what?
Largely for being wounded in action.
Yes.
Under extraordinary circumstances.
Under circumstances of gallantry. That's quite right. Now, how about this one from T. Gordon Minor of Blue Hill Falls, Maine? Differentiate the following and give the correct spelling of each. I'm going to pronounce them kind of quickly. Norman Stanley, William H. Stanley, Owen Stanley. Mr. Levant, would you start us off?
The first one is with Standlee, football player, fullback from Stanford, now in the Army football team. He used to be with the Chicago Bears last year.
That's right, very good. That's Norman Stanley. And what's
232 pounds.
In the shade?
Well, that's up to your intimacy with him. I don't know.
And the second one, William H. Stanley. Who is that?
Know that one.
Mr. Levant?
He's ambassador to Russia. He used to be the head man in the Navy.
Spell him out for us.
Standly. Well, you say it first. I'll get it that way.
All right, Stanley. S-T-A-N-D what?
Well, if I was wrong, it must be an E in there someplace.
Yes, L-E-Y.
Yeah.
S-T-A-N-D. Yes, that's right. Admiral Stanley. And how about Owen Stanley? What's that? Owen Stanley? Don't any of you know any Stanleys except Mr. Levant? Mr. Levant.
That's the range in New Guinea that they were just fighting the last 2 days. The Japs.
Yes, that's right. How do you spell it?
Owen Stanley Range.
How do you spell it?
It's either with an E
I
or
don't
without
think that
an E.
man can spell it. I'm just discovering it for the first time.
Huh?
How do you spell it?
L-E-Y. No, right?
Yeah, sure.
That's right.
Well, it seems to me, gentlemen, you let Mr. Levant shoulder the whole burden on this Stanley question.
There's another Stanley, a trombone player. You don't know him.
No, I don't know him. I don't even know how to spell him. How about this one for Mr. Gabe Houseman of New Orleans, Louisiana? Complete each of these quotations. Well, they may seem very easy. Let's see if we get them exactly right. There is no new thing. Mr. Adams?
Underneath the sun.
I don't think it's underneath.
Under the sun.
Yes, under the sun. What's it from?
Ecclesiastes.
Ecclesiastes, yes. 1:9. Mr. Adams. There is nothing either good or bad. Mr. Johnston?
But thinking makes it so.
That's right. Who says
Hamlet.
that? Hamlet, yes. Well, what are they talking about? Remember, whom is he talking to?
He's talking to Horatio.
I think he's talking to Rosencrantz.
Oh.
It's nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. To me, it is a prison, Rosencrantz. What's a prison?
Denmark.
Denmark, yes, his native country. Nothing is certain. How does that end? Nothing is certain, Mr. Kieran?
But death and taxes.
But death and taxes. Who said that?
That I really don't know.
Oh, we don't know that. Mr. Johnston?
Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin, yes. Remember under what circumstances, to whom he said it?
He must have had a war when he said it.
It was in 1789.
I believe he wrote it in a letter to a lady, but I'm not certain of that.
That's a fair guess in the case of Franklin. I think it was a letter to him, in this case, a letter to Mr. Leroy by error. He said, our Constitution, this is in 1789, remember, is in actual operation. Everything appears to promise that it will last, but in this world nothing is certain but death and taxes. Very good phrase. Now here's one from Mrs. M.S. Quigley of New York City, and it's about ladies who bored the particular men that they were connected with.
B-O-R-E-D?
B-O-R-E-D, yes. Have you ever heard of it? The first lady insisted on prolonging their trip to Europe after her husband was bored with it. Mr. Adams.
That would be Dodsworth.
Yes, Mrs. Dodsworth.
Mrs. Dodsworth.
Remember
Fran Dodsworth.
Fran Dodsworth. Mr. Johnston, were you going to say the same thing?
Yeah.
Sure you were. In Sinclair Lewis's famous book, Dodsworth. This great beauty made passionate love to a huntsman, and the only result was that he, too, was bored. Mr. Johnston?
Venus.
Venus made love to whom?
Adonis.
Adonis, yes, and he missed his chances, according to Shakespeare's poem. Mr. Kieran?
Same thing.
Same thing, okay. In this case, the lady bored her musician husband with her efforts to lionize him.
Mrs. Levant.
Mr. Adams, you know Mrs. Levant couldn't bore anybody. Mr. Levant?
Thank you, incidentally, or else I'll get killed.
I saved you from
one of
trouble.
List's wives. He didn't marry any of them, though. I don't know how to get over this hurdle.
Tell us about that. Well, what was there one of the List gals that tried to lionize List?
There were about more than one, I would say mildly. They were all countesses and so forth. It was a regular League of Nations, frankly.
Well, the one that I was thinking of...
Well,
you're
the
probably
first
right.
Wagner's wife, perhaps. Wagner's first wife, Minna.
I don't know.
Well, they didn't last very long.
You've got me there. The couple I was
I
thinking
know what
of-
you mean.
Go ahead.
You mean fiction.
I do.
Yeah, again, that English story, Constant Nymph.
That's right. Florence and Louis Dodd and the Constant Nymph.
She wasn't
by
so
Margaret
bad, and he
Kennedy.
was an overrated composer.
Not bad at all. Now, before we go on to the next question, Mr. Cross says that Mr. Levant's ear for music is like the tobacco expert's eye for tobacco.
Well, just as Mr. Levant can identify musical works by hearing a few notes played, a tobacco expert can tell you all about a leaf of tobacco after one quick glance. He knows just how mild it will smoke, how good it will taste, how much real enjoyment it will offer you. For, ladies and gentlemen, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. That's why the overwhelming preference of independent tobacco experts for Lucky's means so much to you. At market after market, year after year, these independent auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen see us consistently pay the price to get finer, lighter, milder tobaccos, the real Lucky Strike tobaccos. No wonder that with these independent experts, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1. Smokers, remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Choose Lucky Strike, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. That took 60 seconds and sends us on to a question from Mrs. Austin Block of Louisville, Kentucky. Now, we all know who Carolyn Miniver is, don't we, Mr. Adams? Who is Carolyn Miniver?
Mrs. Miniver.
Yes, Mrs. Miniver in the famous book and picture of the same name. Now, here are some names that sound a bit like Miniver. Tell us what each is, or who each is. George A. Miniver. George A. Miniver. Mr. Levant.
Isn't that in the Booth Tarkington?
Yeah.
The Amersons.
Yeah.
The Amerson girl marries Mr. Minifer.
That's exactly right, yes. George Amerson Minifer in The Magnificent Amersons, now to be seen...
it's not at the Capitol now. I don't know where it is.
Moved? You don't follow these things?
I like that picture, yeah.
Great Orson Welles' new movie. That's quite right. Now, how about a Miniver who loved the Medici? A Miniver who loved the Medici. Mr. Kieran.
Miniver Cheevy.
Who is Miniver Cheevy?
Well, he's a character.
Child of Scorn.
That's the fellow. Mr. Kieran, and where do you find Miniver Cheevy?
Frank knows better than I do.
Oh, I think you
in
both know
a poem
equally
by
well.
Edwin Arlington Robinson.
Yes. Miniver loved the Medici. How does it go, Mr. Kieran? Do you remember? Mr. Adams?
Miniver Cheevy, child of scorn.
Ah, yes, that's the line you know.
That's the only one.
Miniver loved the Medici, albeit he had never seen one. He would have sinned incessantly could he have been one. There's the line from E.A. Robinson's poem. Now, how about Miniwerfer? Miniwerfer. Mr. Kieran.
Minenwerfer, I believe.
Yes, they call it Mini familiarly.
Oh, well, it was a weapon used by the Germans in the last war. It's a rather low-slung weapon. I think it throws a shell of about a 3-inch diameter or something. It's a small, it looks like a young mortar, or a little house of some kind.
Yes. So a muzzle-loading trench gun, or loosely a mine thrower, isn't that what it means?
That's it.
Yes, a mine thrower.
It has a pin in the base, I believe. You drop it into this, into the receptacle, and when it hits the bottom, the pin explodes. We had some of those things ourselves.
You sounded like you've been on the spot.
Mortar.
How about a Miniver, M-I-N-I-V-E-R, with no capital? What is that? Anyone know what a Miniver is? What Miniver is?
It's a miniature
That is a...
Mr. Adams? Well, I don't know. Do you really know?
It's a small verb.
So far, you sound very intelligent.
Verb.
No, it's not a small. I think it's a kind of fur that's used often in royal processions, a kind of white, something like ermine, I believe. I may be wrong about that. How about this from Wallace K. Lewis of Burbank, California? I follow this carefully. A green officer in an army training camp gives the following commands, and to his surprise, what happens? I'm going to read you the commands given by the green officer in an army training camp. Tell me what happens. The first command is, bugler, sound retreat. What happens, Mr. Kieran?
Well, throw the officer in the jug, I guess.
Why?
You mean he doesn't know what he's talking about, and his first command is sound retreat?
It's a command. Bugler, sound retreat. What happens if he does say that? Well, what is retreat?
Well, retreat is a ceremony at the end of the day in which you haul down the flag.
Yes, exactly. And what do the men do during retreat?
They stand at salute.
They stand at salute, yes. Everyone stands at perfect attention. In other words, not a man would move if he gave this order. Isn't that right?
Yes.
How about this one? We have a company of soldiers going through the manual of arms, and the order is given, present arms, forward march. Mr. Adams?
Why, they couldn't march presenting arms.
Why not?
They might march with shoulder arms, but never present arms. Present arms would be at attention and not moving.
Yes, with rifles in front of them in no position whatsoever for marching forward. They'd have to be a shoulder or port or order arms, Mr. Kieran. Any of those would be a an order preparatory to moving onward,
Put
wouldn't
that
it?
gun down,
if,
Mr. Fenton.
if they're at order arms, you say forward march, they come to right shoulder arms without any further command
Yes.
as they swing in a motion.
Now, how about this one? A sentry whose rifle appeared rusty, a sentry, mind you, is given this order. Hand over your rifle for inspection. Mr. Kieran?
The sentry does not hand over his rifle for inspection.
No, why not?
Because it's against the orders of the sentry.
Yes, unless he's the officer of the day in command of the sentry. Well, that's all we'll have time for. Thank you, Mr. Johnston, for lending us your talents this evening. Now, in a few seconds, I'll announce next week's guests. Tonight, Lucky Strike has paid out one set of the Encyclopedia Britannica and one $50 war bond. And speaking of bonds, remember always that they do double duty. They provide the sinews wherewith this war can and will be won, and they're also a nest egg for you to draw on after it's won. Save for the future, Americans, and save America today. Next week, in addition to Mr. Adams and Mr. Kieran, our old friend Christopher Morley will be with us, and as our super-duper guest, that versatile genius, the one and only Orson Welles. Send letters with questions and the correct answers to information, please, at 4...
Mum. M-U-M. Mum is the word for charm. Yes, it's Dinah. Here's Dinah Shore, brought to you by Bristol Myers Company, with a suggestion that you make Mum your word for charm. Now here she is, Dinah Shore, singing Kalamazoo.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I got a guy in Kalamazoo. I don't want to boast, but I know he's the toast of Kalamazoo. Zoo, 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 zoo. Years have gone by. My, how he grew. I liked his looks when he carried my books in Kalamazoo. Zoo, 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 zoo. I'm gonna send a wire, hopping on a flyer, leaving today. Am I dreaming? Can't you hear me screaming? Hiya, Mr. Jackson. Everything's okay. Kalamazo. What a guy, a real pepperoo. I'll make my bid for that freckle-faced kid I'm hurrying to. I'm going to Michigan to see the sweetest guy in Kalamazoo, zoo, 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 in Kalamazoo. Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hiya, fellas. Well, all right. How you, Truman Bradley?
No complaints, Dinah, no complaints. Well, let's start our show with the latest entry in that diary of yours, Dinah.
Well, suits me, Truman. Got it right here with me. Tells about a trip we made last week to the training headquarters of armored units down in the desert.
Just a mite hot in the sands, wasn't it, Dinah?
Well, my diary reads, boy, is it hot. Temperature here reaches 120 in the shade, and shade's something nobody's been able to find yet. But the fellows can take it. We're right in the middle of the desert, about 60 miles from the nearest blade of grass. Somehow I'll never lose that picture of standing up there with the desert moon just an arm's length away, and the fellows all sitting around while we sang, Be Careful, It's My Heart. Be careful, it's my heart. That's not my watch you're holding, it's my heart. It's not the note I sent you that you quickly burned. It's not the book I lent you that you never returned.
Remember, it's my heart, the heart with which so willingly I part. It's yours to take, to keep or break, but please, before you start, be careful, it's my heart.
Hi, Rita.
Hi, Bill.
Ready to go?
Yep, got my hat on, all set to go.
I like that hat, too, Rita. It's very becoming.
Thank you.
In fact, you look very nice. Prettiest girl I know.
Thank you again. That's 2 compliments you've paid me within a few minutes. Aren't you afraid you'll turn my head?
Oh, you know, I think I'd still like you even with your head turned.
You can almost see, can't you, the pleased and happy smile that Rita is wearing? Of course, she's happy to know that she's attractive to the man she's most interested in. Glad that he finds her appealing, as of course she must be. You know, like any girl who's finding happiness and romance, she must be dainty, must be fresh as a bandbox. Like you, she can't take chances with her charm. So she follows that famous sure way, the mum way, to banish undaintiness. That's M-U-M, mum, the snowy white underarm deodorant cream. You see, mum really safeguards the daintiness your bath gives you. Your bath does take care of the past. But then mum protects your daintiness in the hours ahead. You can apply mum at any time, after you're dressed if you like. It takes only 30 seconds, but it gives you the sure, dependable protection you need these humid days, these warm evenings. And all the time, mum is safe. It does not irritate your skin, does not harm the fabric of your daintiest dress. So no wonder a recent survey shows that more women and more men use mum than any other deodorant. Why don't you get a jar from your druggist tomorrow and discover this famous sure way, the mum way, for yourself? Blues Time with Dinah Shore. What'll it be, Dinah?
Well, True, this week it's a blues tune that reminds me of my days on the no doubt world-renowned... Pardon me. Start all over again.
Here we go again.
It's a blues tune that reminds me of my days on the no doubt world-renowned Chamber Music Society of Lower Basin Street.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it was our theme song, and so many people have asked me to sing it again that we dragged it out tonight and brushed off a cobweb here and there.
Here, here. Well, we's all listening, Sister
Well,
Dinah.
all right. Let's see what we can do with Basin Street Blues. Won't you come along with me down the Mississippi? We'll take a boat to the land of dreams, steam down the river down to New Orleans. There'll be bands there to meet us. Friends to greet us, where all the dark and the light folks meet. Heaven on earth, they call it Basin Street. Basin Street is the street where all the dark and the light folks meet. In New Orleans, in the land of dreams, you'll never know how nice it seems or just how much it really means. I long to be, oh yes sirree, where welcome's free and dear to me, where I can lose my Basin Street blues. To be, yes, sirree,
nursery where welcome's free and dear to me, where I can lose my Basin Street blues. I can lose my Basin Street blues.
Well, Dinah, our maestro, Gordon Jenkins, is now maneuvering into position for his forthcoming specialty.
Well, what a specialty it is. Gordon has picked up a tired guitar, and our drummer boy has abandoned his bass drum in favor of an old suitcase, and the rest of the fellows just tag on. It's Gordon Jenkins conducting his Suitcase 6. And for the premiere performance, the maestro has chosen none other than that fine feathered favorite, Red Wing.
Swell, Gordon, swell. Cheers for the Suitcase 6. But now it's time for the Song of the Week. And that means mail call for the men in service and a word from Dinah Shore about the favorite song the girls back home selected.
Before our mail call, Truman, let me first talk to the men not in uniform. I want to talk to them on behalf of the United States Navy. Listen, fellas, your Navy needs men, needs thousands of them to man the ships that are coming off the ways every day. Ships that must sail out to sea so we can win this war. You fellas can help out. So if you're between the ages of 17 and 50, won't you tomorrow go down to your nearest Navy recruiting station? Talk to the men down there. Find out how great the need is, how important it is for you to help. Now, maybe there's no Navy recruiting office convenient to you. Well, in that case, send for the free booklet the Navy's prepared for you. It's called Men Make the Navy. It tells about the trades, the technical training the Navy offers you, and how you can make use of it after the war's over. So send a postcard to Navy Recruiting, White Plains, New York, for your copy of Men Make the Navy. That's Navy Recruiting, White Plains, New York.
I'm sure a lot of men listening will do just that, Dinah. And now, what about the Song of the Week?
Well, true, I could read some of the things so many of the girls wrote in their letters, or I could tell you why the tune's gaining in popularity every week. But this is one time the song itself really says it all. The girls have chosen My Devotion. My devotion is endless and deep as the ocean, and like a star shining from afar, remains forever the same. My devotion is not just a sudden emotion. It will be burning, and your love, darling, will always kindle the flame. What a sweet beginning to the dream I planned. I'm content to be your slave. Your wish is my command. And this sensation was never a mere fascination. Here in my heart one sweet day it started, then with time it grew. Devotion to you.
Before Dinah says goodnight, a reminder to all of you. Won't you remember to make Mum your word for charm? Get a jar of Mum. That's M-U-M. Mum, from your druggist tomorrow.
This is Dinah Shore saying good night until next week to all you fellas in the service from us girls at home. Good night, fellas. Night, girls. Night, everybody.
Remember, next week at this same time, Dinah Shore, same station. Truman Bradley speaking.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the Blue Network. KECA, Los Angeles.
Beanamint, the Marvin Chewing Gum Laxative, presents fun, facts, and front-page features in the original radio show of its kind. The fascinating game... Now then, Double or Nothing. Music by Bruce Aloft. Announcing Aloyd Havrilla. Star of song Frank Wallace. Guest contestant Lily Damita. And awarding United States War Stamps for Beanamint, the originator of Double or Nothing, Walter Compton.
Greetings, everyone. Tonight, Double or Nothing pays tribute to those silent heroes of the sea, the officers and men of the United States Merchant Marine. Only through their untiring and valiant efforts can the vital lifelines linking the United Nations be maintained. Here to tell us more about this great war service is a distinguished Vice Admiral of the United States Navy. He'll also join a veteran seaman, a vivacious screen personality, and two able newspaper men in our quiz game, with its bounty of United States war stamps that Beanamint awards to winners. So, Lloyd Zavrilla, on with the show and our first contestant.
Okay, Walter, and pacing the parade is Miss Marion Pierce, an interior decorator from Greenwich, Connecticut.
How are you, Miss Pierce? Could I hold your bag for you, Miss Pierce?
There's much in that
You
as I
hold
got
a
in
song box, that's right. Doesn't shake. I hope we can put some money in there for you. Miss Pierce, here's your first question. Comes from Miss Susie K. Klein of Louisville, Kentucky, who'll get $5. That's an awful nice hat. Somehow, did you interior decorate that hat?
No, it's blue.
And Johnny Crickle, Miss Klein's druggist, gets a special award. What is V-mail?
V-mail is microfilm.
Well, that's all right. That's microfilm, all right.
And V is for victory.
Oh, yes. Now she's going to quit. Oh, I'll give you $5. It's microfilm. I can't argue. I hope you know what to do with it. $5 and more stamps. Now, this is what happens. For the next minute, you ad-lib on the subject. Every time you say something really good, that certainly is a nice hat. Every time you say something really good, why, we'll award some money for you, and that's almost yours, but not quite. So then I ask you one more question. The Double or Nothing question. Boy. Those feathers. You ready? Let's go.
Am I supposed to talk about microfilm?
Go ahead.
You can write thousands and thousands of letters on one small roll of microfilm.
$2, not thousands and thousands.
It takes up very little space on our convoys.
That's worth $2. Bring in another $1.
They're all going to get over here.
What's going to get over there?
All our convoys. Nothing's going to stop them. Not even the Japs.
The Merchant Marine's going to get them help, too.
Certainly. Our postmen wear blue.
That's it. Go on. $1. Okay.
Pretty soon the women are going to be carrying the mail instead of vice versa.
Wow. Wonderful. Go on.
Postmaster James...
I'll see you after the show.
Postmaster James Farley is a general.
He's not
was
postmaster.
a general.
He's not postmaster. I'll give you $2
general.
for Mr. Farley. He's not a general either. Go on.
I have a beau in Australia who's an Anzac.
$2 for the Anzac. You send him female, I guess, with the clock got you.
Oh, dear.
$19. Now then. Double or Nothing. Miss Pierce, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Female blanks are what two colors? The kind you get at the post offices.
Red and white.
Red, white, and gray. Oh, it's all right there. $38 plus $5. That's $43 in United States saving Worcester. Just me too. That was just so much fun. Thank you, Miss Pierce.
All right, Walter. Now then, the goods of war must get to our allies and to our own fighting men in every conceivable corner of the globe.
Right you are, Lois. To be serious, for this supply line is in itself a major battlefront.
And to man these many merchant ships, America must train thousands of capable and courageous officers. Your next guest, Walter, is going to tell us how this is done. He is the Commandant of the Maritime Academy at Fort Schuyler, New York, Vice Admiral Thomas T. Craven of the United States Navy.
Welcome to Double or Nothing, Admiral Craven. Frank Forrest, Aloy Zabrilla, and I would like to talk with you a minute about these training operations. First of all, sir, tell us about the Academy itself.
Well, Mr. Compton, historic old Fort Schuyler was built on Frog's Neck in 1845 to protect New York City from invasion by ships coming into Long Island Sound. Abandoned by the Army some years ago, it was rebuilt at a cost of $4,500,000 and converted into the Maritime School, now maintained by the state of New York. At present, the federal government actively assists in its administration.
And now, what is its fundamental purpose?
Fort Schuyler educates and trains young men of character for deck and engine officer careers aboard ships of American merchant marines.
Sir, what are the necessary qualifications?
A cadet must be a high school graduate, take a competitive scholastic examination, and successfully pass a Navy physical. He must be over 17 years and 8 months of age and under 23. In order to comply with recently established federal requirements, we have crowded the normal 3-year course into 16 months. After an additional 2 months of preparation for examinations, the successful cadet is then licensed and ranked as a third officer in the Merchant Marine and an officer in the United States Naval Reserve.
And how many new officers will you have ready by next year?
Fort Schuyler alone will graduate several hundred. But our country must have thousands more, and schools for educating them are maintained by Maine, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, and California, while the government operates half a dozen other and similar establishments. It needs them all, for the Merchant Marine requires some 30,000 officers and 100,000 seamen to man the 2,300 new vessels that will be completed by the end of 1943.
Well, there must be many young men listening in now, Admiral Craven, that have the qualifications you require. Just how can they apply for admission?
Have them write to the Secretary of the Merchant Marine Academy at Fort Schuyler, New York City, for an application blank.
Admiral Craven, I don't think enough of us realize how important the Merchant Marine is in the war effort. Can you briefly outline its major functions?
The Merchant Marine must now transport our armed forces and the many and various materials needed for this massive job of war. Then, too, that service permits the exchange of materials between the Allies necessary for mutual defense and offense. Today, our supply ships go through 10,000 miles of danger to Australia, 12,000 to Libya, 4,000 miles up into Arctic waters to Russia. Our troops are everywhere, and the all-important Merchant Marine is their only link with home. And last but not least, normally the Merchant Marine is the basic economic lifeline without which our country cannot exist.
Well, sir, just what do you think is the most vital factor leading to our victory and victory for our allies?
Mr. Compton, the successful waging of this war depends as much on the efforts of the Merchant Marine as upon the feats of our armed forces. We must have the men to man these ships, and they must be supplied in almost countless numbers. I am sure that America understands this vital need, and when getting these men, it should and eventually will give them the care and benefits that equal those afforded to others wearing the uniform of the Navy. I also firmly believe that the Merchant Marine will have a very important part in our post-war rehabilitation and in maintaining America's economic freedom, the freedom for which men are dying today.
Now, Admiral, it's time to drop anchor and pipe aboard your first quiz question. That's the strong box there, sir. You just hang on to that. I'm going to put a lot of war-saving stamps in there for you. Did you get the way I handle that sea lingo, then? And I've never been beyond a rowboat.
Admiral,
Admirable, did you? This question comes from William Barr. I shan't give his rank nor what company he is in, but it arrived to us via V-mail. And the $5 will be sent back to him.
Female?
Yeah, now look, Admiral. Just plain old V-mail. He gets $5. We'll see that he gets it. In the Hawaiian Islands, which island is known as the Big Island?
Hawaii.
Hawaii is right. $5 and more saving stamps goes in that strong box. Okay? Let's go. Talk about Hawaii.
Hawaii is the largest island of the group.
No question. $2. Formally sandwich out. Give me $2 more for that.
Its chief crop is sugar. It raises thousands of tons of sugar.
All right, $2 for sugar. What else?
On a high plateau about 8,000 feet above the sea is the finest ranch in the world, and on it is the finest herd of Hereford cattle.
$3. I haven't got it down here. I believe you. Go on.
It has an active volcano, which is world famous.
I know that, Mauna Loa. $2 for me and you.
And it is a very proud American possession.
$3 more, no question. Well?
Well, it's a beautiful island.
$1. How much some other islands in there? And there's another group of islands part of the Hawaiian setup up there, too.
Oh, there are a number. But Hawaii is the biggest.
He says it's still the biggest. We got $15. Now then, the double or nothing question, Admiral. On which one of the islands is Pearl Harbor located?
Well, when I went around Diamond Head last, it was on Oahu.
It's still on Oahu. It's all right. Okay. There are $35 in United States War Savings Stamps for the compliments of Freedom Ed.
I'd like to turn this over to the Women's Organization for America's Merchant Marine.
I'll see that it goes there, Admiral Craven. Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. By the way, Aloy.
Yes?
Sickness sure was hard on wood in the old days.
Well, Walter, what are you talking about? The superstition that you could keep sickness away by knocking on wood?
Oh, no. In ancient Rome, when a person got sick, the doctor would cut a splitter from the door of the patient's room.
What?
Then he'd grind it into a powder and mix it up with some water and give it to the poor bedridden fellow.
Well, Walter, medical histories are filled with fantastic and superstitious remedies. Bad tasting, too. And even today, many people believe that a laxative, to be effective, must taste mouth-puckeringly grim. And that, Walter, is one superstition that should be done away with forever. For millions of people have discovered that they can take their laxative and like it, too. They rely on Phenomint, the good-tasting chewing gum laxative that has all 5 modern advantages. So, folks, why don't you go modern, too, the next time a laxative is needed? Here's the easy Phenomint way to get relief. Just chew Phenomint at bedtime. As with all medicines, take it only in accordance with package directions. Get a night of undisturbed rest. Start the next day feeling like a million again.
Thank you, Aloy Savilla.
Well, Walter, your next contestant is the radio editor of one of New York's liveliest and newest journals, the provocative newspaper PM. Here is Mr. Jerry Franken.
I gotta be nice to him, you know. I hope. Boy, am I glad to have you on this program, Jerry Franken. It's a pleasure.
You want to get even?
Get even. You gotta beat $43 from Miss Pierce and $35 from Admiral Craven.
Leave me at it.
Leave you at him. All right. The question comes from Frank Burns of Long Island, New York. Gets $5 for sending it in. I want you to name 4 songs with the title being the name of a girl.
Margie.
Margie 1.
Ida.
2.
Sylvia.
3.
Do I have to have another one?
Yeah, you're gonna have another one.
Rosemary.
4. You know another one?
Ida. Oh, I said Ida.
Did he say Ida?
I said I.
I only asked for 4. I'll tell you one. Liza.
I gave you 4.
You said 4, and I gave you an extra one because I was so nervy. I asked you for 4. I have to be nice to radio with that. Let's go now. Here we go.
Eddie Cantor's wife's name is Ida.
$2.
My wife's name is Edith.
I got to pay for Edith?
Sure.
All right, $2 more.
I think it's worth 5.
You think it's worth 5? I'll give you $3 more. It's sentimental money.
I don't know anyone whose wife's name is Rosemary. It's probably going to cost me money.
She was married to a Canadian fellow, and that's...
that's maybe Dennis King. He marries all those Broadway people.
Too much for Dennis King.
Sylvia was written by Ole Speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the guy's name.
Oh, $2. Okay.
Ole Speaks, the Malley Pawns. You remember that one? That's a very bad pun.
I know. I thought
Only Flocky Malley Pawns. I said Ole Speaks, the Malley Pawns. That's worth $18.
50 cents. All right.
Oh, that's worth more than that.
Say something for $5 more. Would you get $1?
Oh, 5. Yeah. Temptation.
You could say margying along together, but I won't take it since I said it.
I don't want to.
Whoa, that's worth 5. No,
I can't say that one again.
Whoa. $14.50. Now then. Double or nothing. Name 3 songs with a boy's name in the title.
When Johnny Comes Marching Home.
That's 1. Help me, an editor.
Is Jersey a man's name?
No, Jersey's not a man's name.
Can I get all the Jersey bound?
No, I won't take Jersey bound. When Johnny Comes Marching Home. Nobody's going to give you any pretty flowers.
Danny Deaver?
Danny Deaver, yeah.
No, Danny,
I'll take
something.
it. Danny, me boy.
What Makes Sammy Run is the name of the song.
Yes, it's the name of a book.
No, it's the name of the song. I heard Bob Chester play it last night.
I give in. You win. If you heard it, I can't argue. 29 plus 5, $34 United States War Savings stands with a... Are you sure you heard him play or something? Okay, all right, okay.
You must be right. Walter, time now for your weekly double-double team. It pairs a veteran of the merchant marine with a maritime expert. The seaman is James Adolphus Acton, boatswain's mate, 2nd class, who was adrift 32 days in a lifeboat. And his partner is the military and maritime editor of the New York Journal-American and other Hearst newspapers, Mr. Dave Sentner.
Gentlemen, your song boxes. Mr. Sentner, since you are military and maritime, say, we are really suffused with editors. Since you're a maritime editor, you must. What do you think of the merchant marine?
I think it's pretty swell, and something that the public ought to know is that the Navy crew doesn't get the same bonuses as the merchant marine men does. And lately, most of the merchant marine boys have been splitting their bonuses with the Navy gun crews, and that's news.
That's news, and I think it's a very worthy thing, too, for you to have said it, so the people will know. Now, you two are our double-doubles. See, in other words, you work together. Don't mind Fenton. I mean, you'll be all right, see. This question comes from Mrs. Ann Wilson of Utica, New York. She gets $5 for sending it in. With what country do you associate each of the following 3 dances? I ask this because Fenton looks like a jitterbug to me, see. The following 3 dances. Jig, tango, and polka.
Well, I'd try the jig with Ireland.
Ireland? Tango,
Spain.
Spain, and polka?
Well, it's all around town, but perhaps Poland is the...
Poland's all right. $5 and more saving stamps. I'll put it in the seaman's box. Let's go. You're off.
Well, over in Ireland, they're doing a little jigging there in the AEF.
Yeah, that's $2.
It reminds me, I put 5 days in the jig myself one time.
I'm going to pay you. I understand it costs $2 a day, so I'll give you $10.
Well, after he and his buddies finish the job, maybe they'll be dancing on Broadway.
That's worth $3 more.
Well, I'll tell you. The whole setup is if you have our way, which we will, we'll have these jets doing a jig on the tightrope.
All right, $2 for the jets on the tightrope. But what happened to the tango and the polka and the jig? That's what I want to know.
Well, I think...
I'm paying for jail on a question about dancing.
I think Lily DeMita could do them all. Pretty good dancer.
Well, All right, I'll give you $2 for Miss Anita. Now, let's go on now. I'd like to meet her. Hey, what? Woo! Boy! $2 more.
Well, that's probably because maybe he learns to dance for the sea legs.
Well, how does the polka go?
Oh, there's always a poke in the polka when there's a gob in back of it.
Well, you couldn't be messing around polka dots now, could you? You mentioned who? I said he couldn't be saying nothing about polka dots.
No, I don't know. I don't go for that. Whoa. I was expecting Three Kings to show up any minute, but it didn't. $22. Now then, the double or nothing question. Which one of these does not belong in the following group insofar as their occupation is concerned? Danilova, Nijinsky, Zugashvili.
The who?
Danilova, Nijinsky, Zugashvili. Well, come on, boys. Let's have it.
Well, the first two don't sound as if they're anything but dancers, so I'll...
Okay? Yeah, the last one is there.
The last one is out? That's right. Okay.
Would you mind giving it to the gob?
Give it to the gob. $44 plus $5, $49. United States War Savings Bank. Okay, fella. I want to point out one thing. Zugashvili really is named now Joseph Stalin. That's his former name. Now to the spotlight comes our singing star, Frank Forrest.
Oh, thanks, Walter. Tonight I would like to dedicate my song to the officers and men of our gallant merchant marine. I know that when I sing for them, I'll be expressing the thoughts of all Americans.
No argument there, Frank. All of us owe these men of the sea a debt we can never repay.
Well, Walter, there is one way we can help them. For these men to do their jobs, they must have strong and secure ships, thousands of them. To build them, our great shipyards must have iron and steel. But time is short. The need is urgent. And much of this valuable material can be accumulated in the National Salvage and Scrap Campaign now in progress. So throw your scrap into the fight.
Listen now as Frank Forrest sings a song that symbolizes America's destiny on the seven seas, unconquered so long as our Navy and Merchant Marine guard and guide our course. Columbia, the gem of the ocean.
Oh, Columbia, the gem of the ocean, the home of the brave and the free, the shrine of each patriot's devotion, our world offers homage to thee. Thy mandates make heroes assemble, when liberty's sun stands in view. Thy banners make tyranny tremble, when torn by the red, white, and blue. When borne by the red, white, and blue. When borne by the red, white, and blue. Thy banners make tyranny tremble, when torn by the red, white, and blue. The star-spangled banner bring hither all Columbia's two sons, let it wave. May the wreath they have won never wither, nor its stars cease to shine on the brave. May the service unitedness sever, but all who their colors go true. The army and navy forever.
Everybody, now.
Three keys for the red, white,
get all 5 advantages in Phenamint.
1, taste.
Enjoy taking Phenamint. It tastes fresh, cool, and minty, just like chewing gum.
2, convenience.
No fussing with bottles or spoons. Nothing to spill when you carry it with you. You can take Phenamint anywhere.
3, chewing gum form.
The very act of chewing makes the medicine more effective, so that usually just one little tablet brings welcome relief.
4, dependably gentle.
Millions who rely on Phenamint find its action just right. Chew Phenamint at bedtime, sleep undisturbed. Start the next day feeling like a million again.
5, economical.
A family supply of Phenamint costs only 10 cents, even more economical in larger sizes.
5 big advantages in Phenamint. Why be satisfied with a laxative that has but 1 or 2 of the things you want?
Be modern. Get Phenamint, the laxative which has...
Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but all 5 advantages.
Now, Walter, again we turn to Hollywood for our guest star.
Oh, you'll never hear me complaining about setting our course in that direction, Aloft.
Well, just because we've saluted the Merchant Marine, you don't have to go nautical on me. But if you insist, here's a vivacious screen personality that really is shipshape. Lovely Lily Damita.
I see you have a hat too, Miss Damita.
Yes, sir.
Very nice to have you. That's your strong box. And here's your question. Comes from Henry Law of Minneapolis, Minnesota. He gets $5 for sending it in. That's about right for the microphone. What one location has suffered more Axis bombing raids than any other in this war?
Oh, let me see. Could it be the island of Malta?
Yeah, that could be. $5. $5 more than
Thank you.
These hats, and I don't know. Let's go. Malta is yours now.
All right. It is a British possession.
$2.
It is a big fort.
The whole business is a fort. $2 more.
Right. You have to pass Malta to go to Egypt.
$2.
It was once an Italian possession.
Sicily. I'll split it. $1.
Let me see now. Convoys got to them.
They said it's $3 for the British convoys.
It is United Nations, very important Navy base.
$3.
Let me see.
Whoa. $13 now, then. Double or nothing. And it has nothing to do with Malta.
Uh-huh.
Who were the 2 members of the Baruch Rubber Committee other than Bernard M. Baruch? And in all the papers.
Let's see.
One of them's easy. Look at me.
You? Oh!
No, I'm not it.
You're not? By any chance, he's got a name like yours.
Yeah.
Is he Compton?
Yeah, he's Compton. What's the other one? Quickly.
James Connaughton.
I'll take it. Conant, it's all right.
All right.
$26 plus 5 at $31 United States War Savings Stamp. Thank you very much, Lily Damita. Now, next week, friends, we will salute another United Nations ally, the good neighbor nation of Latin America, Cuba. Our guest star will be Una Merkel. Now then, this is Walter Compton speaking from New York, saying goodbye to you.
The whistle blows, it's time for work. The wheels of industry turn. But if your own particular dynamo gets off to a slow start, goes by sputters and spurts, because you are suffering from acid indigestion, get your motor in high, quick. Just reach into your pocket or purse, take out a tablet of Chews and chew. Yes, just Chews. For Chews, C-H-O-O-Z, is the new chewing gum preparation that brings extra fast relief from acid indigestion. Contains 3 quick-acting medicines, but tastes as good as your favorite chewing gum. Chews is not a laxative, contains no soda or sedative, is not habit-forming. Don't let acid indigestion slow your creative motor down. Prepare now for handy, quick relief the next time you are bothered with excess stomach acidity. Get Chews tonight, only 10 cents. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Treasury Star Parade, presenting Xavier Cugat and his orchestra with Carmen Castillo and William Hargrave. This is Larry Elliott speaking for the United States Treasury and welcoming you to another Treasury Star Parade. Are you buying your share of United States war bonds and stamps? Well, your share is 10% of your entire earnings and income invested regularly in war bonds and stamps. At least 10%. Uncle Sam asks you to lend your dimes and dollars to supply our boys with the planes, battleships, tanks, guns, and ammunition they will need to protect America and to defeat the Nazis and Jats. We must fight, work, and save for victory. And now to the music of Xavier Cugat and his orchestra.
Muy buenas. ¿Cómo están ustedes, señoras y señores? And hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for a musical journey to our friendly neighbors in Cuba, Mexico, and Brazil.
You lived in Cuba at one time, didn't you, Xavier?
Oh, yes. You see, I was born near Barcelona, Spain. When I was a small boy, my family came to Havana, Cuba, and there I began to study music. Well, but come, we have no time to lose. ¿Ya están listos, muchachos? Vamos a tocar, eh? Good. Then here we go with a typical Cuban number that you all know. They say, "Si." Here's a Cuban serenade. Night Must Fall.
Bravo, Xavier Cugat, bravo. You have given Cuba a real musical salute.
Yes, the people of Cuba are all good neighbors to America. And speaking of good neighbors, we are ready for a musical trip to greet our friends south of the Rio Grande. To all Mexico, we say, ojalá les guste nuestro programa hoy. To all, we extend the hand of friendship and a musical tribute from Carmen Castillo. Noche de Ronda.
Noche de ronda, qué triste pasar, qué triste cruzar por mi balcón.
Noche de ronda,
Cómo me hiere, cómo lastima mi corazón. Luna que se quiebra bajo la tiniebla de mi soledad, ¿a dónde vas? Dime si esta noche tú te vas de ronda como ella se fue. ¿Con quién estás? Dile que la quiero, dile que me muero de tanto esperar. Que vuelva ya, que las rondas no son buenas, que hacen daño, que dan pena, que se acaba por llorar. ¿A dónde vas? ¿Con quién estás? Dile que la quiero, dile que me muero de tanto esperar. Que vuelva ya, que las rondas no son buenas, que hacen daño, que dan pena, que se acaba por
Gracias, señorita Carmen Castillo. And now we leave Mexico and travel over the airwaves to South America, to the warm, sunny land of Brazil. And for all our Brazilian neighbors, we have a popular samba.
Samba? Well, what's that, Xavier?
Oh, Larry, when you hear it, you'll know because you will want to dance. Listen to Brazil.
Brasil, meu Brasil brasileiro, meu mulato enzoneiro, voy cantarte no mi
Larry. A real zamba.
Ah, that was swell, Xavier.
Good, but right now we have just time to return home to the United States.
Yes, we're coming home to the most wonderful land in all the world. Our land and our country, America. And here is a new patriotic song, the winner of a song contest conducted by the United States Treasury. The words were written by Private Richard Litton, and the music by Dr. Edwin Franco Goldman. William Hargrave sings, Save the American Way.
We've got the men and we've got the brains, but we need more guns and we need more planes. It's all for one and one for all. America's calling, so answer the call and save the American way. No price is too high to pay. Our men on every front are giving their all to save our way of living. Each one of us will do his share, whether we're here or there. Oh, save tomorrow by saving today and save the American way. Save the American way. No price is too high to pay. Our men on every front are giving their all to save our way of living. Each one of us will do his share, whether we're here or there. So save tomorrow by saving today and save the American.
And that's mighty good advice, friends. Save the American way. Our president has given us the watchword. We must fight. We must work. We must save for victory. Invest at least 10% of your earnings regularly in United States war bonds and stamps. Join the War Bond 10% Club.
Right. And Larry, I am proud to say that Xavier Cougar and all the boys in the orchestra belong to the War Bond 10% Club. We want to do our part to defeat the Nazis and Japs.
Well, good for you, Xavier, and we are proud of you, too. And remember, friends, when you buy war bonds and stamps, you're not giving your money, you're saving it. At maturity, you get back $4 for every $3 you invest. Victory depends on you. This is your country. Keep it yours. Thank you, Xavier Cugat, Carmen Castillo, William Hargrave, the members of the orchestra and chorus, and this station for the use of its facilities. This program was written and produced by Everett George Opie. This is Larry Elliott speaking for the United States Treasury. Check your local newspapers and tune in the Treasury Star Parade.
Command Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Hello there, gang. Here's that history-making show of yours making history tonight in the historic city of Washington, D.C. For this command performance only, those footprints in front of Hollywood's Chinese Theater have traveled to your nation's capital, and here at your command are as many stars as any show ever had. Gentlemen of the AEF, the honor roll of command performance, and starting the roll call, the fellow who's tops with the AEF, Bing Crosby.
Thank you, Paul Douglas, and greetings to the Chief of Staff of Command Performance. That's you, buddy. You of the AEF. Like Paul just said, Hollywood gave a 3-day pass to its number one assignment, Command Performance, and packed it off to your number one city, Washington, D.C. In the interest of entertainment, we're going to clip the conversation department right down to a nub tonight, concentrating on the music and the entertainment that you boss men from the Arctic to the equator ask for in your swell letters. But if you guys over there don't mind, we would like your permission for a word with our studio audience. Tonight it comprises servicemen, congressmen, senators, cabinet members, wartime leaders, men whose names are household words in this country. It's an honest thrill for all of us in the entertainment industry to be invited to Uncle Sam's hometown. Washington's monument and Abe Lincoln's memorial, the Hall of Fame and the Capitol building, and the statues, boy, they really pack a punch. A powerful punch right now. And our biggest thrill is to see living and working proof that this town of Washington will stay forever, the symbol of American freedom. But let's get at those letters to Command Performance, huh? First for two guys somewhere in the Pacific, and 4 sailors roaming the Atlantic, and for a jungle mudder down in Panama, for a pharmacist's mate at Georgetown, British Guiana, and for 200 Long Island boys in England, our own Connie Boswell.
Thank you, Bing. Boys, before I start chirping, I just want to say hello and thank you for all the nice letters. I'm always glad to hear from you boys. Well, here's the song you asked for. I Can't Give You Anything But Love. Dr. Frank Black of NBC conducting. I can't give you anything but love, baby, 'cause that's the only thing I've plenty of love, baby. Dream a while, scheme a while, someday you'll find your happiness, and I guess all those things your heart has pined for. Gee, I'd love to see you looking swell, baby, with diamond rings. Woolworth doesn't sell, baby, till my lucky day, you know darn well, baby, I can't give you anything but love. Can't give you anything but love, my baby. That's the only thing I've plenty of, my baby. Why don't you dream a while, scheme a while, someday you'll find your happiness, and I guess all the things your heart is pined for. Gee, I'd love to see you looking swell. Baby, with diamond rings, Woolworth does not sell. My baby, till my lucky day, you know darn well, baby, that I can't give you anything but love.
Ah, that was great, Connie. Really great, but then Connie's always great. A communique from a battlefront not far from Australia says, to Command Performance USA, our big show is the biggest thrill of the week out here. Of course, knocking out a zero is good, clean fun, too, but I'm speaking of entertainment like Command Performance. We can't get enough of that. Anyway, if you're ever messing around New York, please call up our favorite comedian, Bert Wheeler, and get him on our show. This thing is signed Corky, Sam, Mo, and George. Well, fellas, we called Bert, and he dashed down here to Washington tonight. Now, as you all know, Bert Wheeler is considered not only one of the greatest comedians in the country, but he has a reputation for being one of the sweetest guys in the business. Confidentially, men, that is pure hooey. Ever I heard it. I hate to dog it right here, but I'd rather not introduce this boy. We've had a slight misunderstanding, he and I. I don't know, something about a check. Touchy character. So I have called Hank Ladd, my chief assistant in charge of disagreeable tasks. Hank, will you take over?
I sure will, boss. I'll really take care of him. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take more or less pleasure at this time in presenting Mr. Bert Wheeler.
Thanks so much, folks, for that very kind reception, and I can't tell you how much I thank you. And I want to thank you for your introduction. You're sharp. Now, the first thing that I would like to do in my act for this broadcast is sing one hot chorus
just a minute,
of a song.
Mr. Wheeler, please, just a second.
What?
I haven't finished the introduction yet.
What held it up?
Well, you, principally, you came out too soon. What's the matter? You stage struck? You come dashing out here like a runaway Jeep. Can't you control yourself?
Well, I haven't worked in about 6 months, and when I heard my name, I couldn't wait to get out here. You know what I mean? Any actor will rush out
Listen,
today.
that's neither here nor there. Mr. Crosby wrote this thing, and he asked me to read it to get you on the stage.
Well, who are you, to take this attitude?
I'm Bing Crosby's assistant. I'm the assistant master of ceremonies.
You're an assistant master of ceremonies?
Yes, sir.
Could anything be lower? Oh, did you get the way he said that? You can't have any ambition being Bing Crosby's assistant.
I have plenty of ambition.
How old are you?
32.
What do you want to be?
33. I fail to see what...
How old is Crosby?
Oh, Crosby, he's in the vicinity.
Well, you're in the vicinity, too, aren't you?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean, that hep with the boys.
Oh, yes, both of us very shortly.
Very short? What's holding it up?
Well, we happen to be temporarily exempt.
Why are you temporarily exempt?
Because Bing and I are married.
Well, do tell. I don't know. I hope you and Bing are happy together. I didn't know anything about it. Let me get on with this song. I just want to whip right into this fast chorus.
Wait just a minute. Will you? Why this sudden desire on your part to sing? I thought you were supposed to be a comedian.
Well, that's my racket.
Well, go ahead and comede. You got some funny stuff, some Joe Miller, some wasps?
No, as a matter of fact, I have got one quick joke that I'd like to tell, and then I do a chorus of that song.
Quick, huh?
I think it'd be good showmanship.
Okay.
And,
what's the nature of this gag?
Well, look, long as you're here, do you want to help me get going with this joke?
Yes, I suppose so.
What do you mean you suppose so?
Well, if I must.
If you must?
Yes.
Well, I don't want you to strain yourself.
I'm not
Nobody's
trying
going to
write...
force you. If you want to do it, okay. If you don't,
Listen,
forget about
that's
it.
not the thing.
If I must, he said.
Look, I don't know much about jokes. If you'll explain it, I'll do it.
It's the old thing. It's a question and answer joke. See?
Yeah?
I'll ask you a question, and then you say, I give up, what is it?
I give up, what is it?
Then I'll tell the answer, I'll get a big laugh, and then I'll do my song.
Is that all I say, I give up, what is it?
Is that all you say?
Yes.
Yeah, why?
Well...
Is that all I say?
It's not very much for me to look forward to, is it?
Well, who cares? Why don't you get an act of your own? I didn't ask for you anyway. How do you like it? What's the matter? Isn't the part big enough?
It isn't the size of the part.
Why don't you join the theater guild or something?
I don't want to join the theater guild.
Squawking about the size of his part.
Well, who wouldn't squawk about the part? It's a fine part you're giving me. I give up, what is it? I'll probably win the Academy Award with that. I give up. In the first place, the part doesn't even fit me. It's not like me to give up that easily. I mean simply this, that is not the real me.
You're more the tenacious, gutsy type. I mean, I've met you kind of hang right on.
Right on, that's me.
Well, give up for once in your life, will you? You're making an issue with it.
Oh, I'm not making it. You're the one that's making the issue out of it.
Gosh, I come out here all full of pep.
I don't care what you're full of. Tell the joke and let's get going. I never saw such a guy. I can say it if it's a matter of life or death. I give up. What is it?
Well, you're rushing it now. I haven't asked you to give up.
You just got through
it. Give up when I ask you. I'm so darn mad now, I don't care whether they laugh or not out there. That's the way I feel. Oh, I'm all out of the mood for this thing myself.
Oh, who cares what mood? Don't be so temperamental. What's the matter? You want a steam bath and a rub down to tell one stale joke?
You know, if I don't get to this thing pretty soon, the audience will be walking out.
Don't be worrying about them walking out. It's when they start coming this way. That's when you worry.
Are you ready to give up now?
Yes.
It's about time. Gosh. What is it that elephants have that no other animals can have?
Baby elephants. Is that right?
What?
I say, is that right?
Sure it's right. Sure it's right. You know darn well it's right. I mean, that's the answer. I don't say that joke is so new, but if I'd have had a chance to tell it, they'd probably be laying in the aisle by now.
You seem to have an awful lot of confidence in this one joke.
Well, I told the same joke before. Now, a couple of weeks ago, I was playing in Chicago.
Yeah?
I told that same joke, and you could hear the audience laughing across the street.
What was playing over there?
Look, when I said to you, what is it that elephants have that no other animals can have, you should have said, what is it?
Oh, what is it?
I would have said baby elephants.
I see what you mean.
The gag would be over.
I get it.
And I'd be around the corner heisting a couple by now. I know a joint that's open, too. Forget the elephant joke. I know 20 of them. Get it off your mind. What's the best way to raise corned beef and cabbage?
I give up. What is it that elephants have that no other animal can have?
What do you want from me?
Baby elephants.
Say, listen, was this Crosby's idea? I mean, you being out here with me?
Yeah, he dreamed the whole thing up.
He did, huh?
He thought it'd be rather nice if I came out and sort of toned up your little turkey.
Well, you know, there's a lot of talk about Crosby back here with the band.
What do you mean, talk?
You know, the boys in the band.
Oh, the boys.
Yeah.
Who cares what the boys in the band
They
say?
all say that Crosby was dropped on his head when he was a small child.
Now, that is not that's not a nice...
I didn't believe it until I met you. Where there's smoke, there must be fire. Now, I'm telling you something.
Listen, for your information, Bing Crosby is a very fine gentleman. As a matter of fact, when he was a child, a very small child, people used to come from miles around just to look at him.
To look at Crosby?
Yes, and what do you think they said?
I give up. What is it?
Oh.
thank you very much, Bert Wheeler and Hank Ladd. And with a bit of indulgence on the part of you Washington folks here in the studio audience, I'd like to put in a few long-distance calls via Uncle Sam's shortwave stations, BBC, and the many fine radio engineers and technicians that deliver command performance on schedule on its world-girdling route. It seems that a few lads tucked away in such places as the jungles of Panama and along the African Gold Coast and out there on sand piles in the Pacific have honored us with commands to turn out a number especially for them. So I'm saying thanks to a lot of you guys, particularly to Carlson at APO 886, who listens with the ears of an airplane detector, and O'Connor down there at Fort Davis. My best to Rose Marie. Anderson at Pearl Harbor, I know what you're thinking about. Howdy, Rosenthal. Yes, I remember you. I remember you from the old days up at Brunswick Recording. And to 175 men at APO 870, I'm coming in a bit late, but I hope you're listening. My best to 4 sergeants from Dixie, now at APO 957. Hello to Fort Reed. Hi, Ralph at APO 962. And greetings to Al Brookfield and to you good people in England and Scotland and Ireland who write the swell letters. Our thanks plus our continued admiration. And to the Portland gang somewhere in India and to all you guys everywhere, here's a number that many of you who have asked for, with all of Kay Kaiser's gang sort of lacing in lightly. In a canyon, in a cavern, excavating for a mine, dwelt a miner, 49er, and his daughter Clementine. Oh, my darling, oh, my darling, oh, my darling Clementine, thou art gone but not forgotten, oh, my darling Clementine. Light she was and like a fairy, and her shoes were number 9. Herring boxes without topses, sandals were for Clementine. Oh, my darling, oh, my darling, oh, my darling Clementine. Do I sound like Gene Autry? Could he sue me, Clementine?
Drove her ducklings to the water every morning just at night. Hit her foot against a splinter, fell into the foaming brine. Oh, that darling, silly darling, oh, that character Clementine. Hit her foot against a splinter, are you kidding, Clementine?
Ruby lips above the water, blowing bubbles soft and fine. But alas, I was no swimmer, a jingle, a jangle, a Clementine. Oh, my darling, oh, my darling, oh, my darling Clementine. Get your lipstick, be a hip chick, and how to bring down Clementine. Oh, my darling, oh, my darling, oh, my darling Clementine. Plant you now, I'm gonna dig you later, like a tater. Clementine. Well, gang, in answer to literally countless requests, it is particularly fitting that this special command performance broadcast from our nation's capital should present one of Uncle Sam's favorite nephews, that dynamic Irishman that we all love, Hollywood's Yankee Doodle Dandy, Jimmy Cagney.
Hiya, fellas. Glad to be with you. Hello, Mr. Crosby.
What's this, Mr. Crosby? What goes here? What's that? We're old pals. Is that a way to talk to a guy who'd give you the shirt off his back? You know I would.
Sure, Bing. I know you'd give me the shirt off your back.
Then what's this Mr. stuff?
I've seen some of those shirts.
Now, come, James. Let's cast aside all these aspersions on my sartorial Mickeys. You know, Jimmy, it's just occurred to me that in all the years we've known each other, this is the first radio appearance that we've ever made together.
Yeah, that's right.
Seems kind of strange, seeing, as how our careers have had so much in common.
Oh, I don't know about that. After all, Bing, I was in vaudeville for 8 or 9 years.
Me too.
Been in pictures about 10 years.
Me too.
I took my money and bought a home and a stable.
Me too.
One of my horses once won a race.
Did you have a nice trip in from the coast? Everything all right?
Yeah, Bingo, it was great. And no kidding, Bing. All this traveling around the country, you know, the bond-selling trips and camp tours, reminds me of the knocking around we used to do in vaudeville.
Yeah.
Remember the old days, Bing?
Oh, I'll never forget them. Vaudeville is in my blood.
So that's where it went.
Those were the days, though, Jimmy. Do you remember that old vaudeville act of mine? Crosby and Miles. We had them in the aisles. Oh, my. You remember my partner, Harry Miles?
Your partner?
Yeah.
Oh, sure, I remember. He played the front end of the horse.
Yeah. Every time that he had a punchline, I wagged my tail. But say, Jimmy, remember the time we played the same bill together in Kenosha, Wisconsin? How about that, huh?
You mean the time the manager wanted me to go on right after the monkey act? And I refused?
Yes, you were afraid they'd think it was an encore, I think. By the way, Jim, it seems to me I recall a certain black eye in Kenosha. How'd you happen to pick that up? Where'd you get that?
Oh, that black eye.
That was the black eye, yeah.
Well, Bing, do you remember that cute little blonde whose husband was in Cleveland that week?
Yeah?
Well, he wasn't in Cleveland.
See what you mean? Oh, those were indeed the days, James. Too bad we didn't ever hook up. You know, we'd have made a great combo, you and I.
You're not kidding, brother. You're not kidding. I can see it now. Crosby and Cagney.
Oh, yes.
Songs and chatter and snappy patter. Handed to you on a silver platter.
Oh, yes, and we put in the, to show the audience when to laugh. You remember that?
I know that, too. Yes, sir. Go on now.
Okay, Professor, how about a chord for the gentleman? Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Command Performance revives an old institution known as vaudeville, presenting those two witty wags with songs and gags, Crosby and Cagney, and if you will, Professor, hit it. Here they come.
Just like Dewey's capture of Manila by the sea, we will entertain you with our fun and drollery. With songs and happy chatter, we bring belly laughs to you.
You tell him, kid.
I got your number.
23 Skidoo.
Oh, we're the hottest things in town, as you can plainly see. From our hats down to our spats, we're dapper as can be.
For we always write to
Mother. M-O-T-H-E-R spells mother.
So give our regards to Old Broadway.
Oh, that tomato.
Give our regards to Old Broadway. Scrape me a peach and call me fuzzy. Give our regards to Old Broadway. To Old Broadway. Hello, Jim.
Hello, Bing.
Hiya tonight, Jim.
I feel like the fellow who has a job in the bottling works.
You feel like the fellow who has a job in the bottling works. How's that?
Corking. That'll get him, kid. That'll get him.
I'm going to tell you something, Jimmy, that'll have you holding your side.
One of those jokes of yours?
No, your pants are falling down.
Keep 'em rolling, keep 'em rolling. Say Bing, say Bing. You know Artie?
Sure, I know Artie.
You know Artie eats awful fast?
Yes. Does Artie strangle?
No, Artie chokes.
That's what I say. Laugh now, folks. Figure him out later. Don't help him. Don't help him.
Bing, what would a cannibal be if he ate his father's sister?
An anteater.
And if he ate his wife's mother?
Gladiator.
Give him time, give him time.
Don't explain it to him, lady. He'll get it. Say, Jim, where do all the bugs go in the wintertime?
I don't know, Bing. Where do all the bugs go in the wintertime?
You can search me.
We could keep you screaming like this all night, folks, but the show is so long and we're so short. So, hit it, Professor.
Down by the old mill stream, where I first met you, you were 16.
Sweet 16.
My village queen.
My village queen. By the old mill stream. Down by the old.
I gotta meet you, honey. Then life will be so sunny. You bring the lunch, I'll expect punch.
Where I first
just keep on smiling.
I met.
And all the whilin'.
You
we'll romp and play, and that ain't hay.
With your eyes.
Just laugh your cares away.
So.
You pretty so-and-so.
Blue.
Now, honey, don't feel blue. I'll tell you what I'll do.
Dressed in gingham.
We'll make it swingy. We'll make it gummy. Oh, do-do-do-do-do-do.
For it was there.
That's where my heart is, Jerry. My life would be so cherry.
I knew
you loved me, ever-loving stars above me.
That you love.
Oh, you had my heart a-thumping.
Honey.
I'll say you started something.
I too.
Beneath that apple blossom tree.
You were 16.
Oh, yes. 16 is 2 times 8.
My village queen.
Let's walk the dog and syncopate.
Down by the old.
It's not too old for me. That mill from Milwaukee. Mill Street.
Well, men. Well, men, that just about puts the final binding on your special edition of Command Performance, made in the USA, and distributed via shortwave to all of you subscribers to freedom. Just like the Marines said when they canceled the last Jap in the Solomon Islands, that's all there is, there ain't no more. But we'll be back next week. For as long as Johnny Doughboy is handling his end of things over there, we'll handle our end of things over here. And on behalf of all of us who appeared on Command Performance in our nation's capital tonight, the good word is thanks. And listen, you guys, if you happen to bump into 3 dictators who thought they were going to run the show over there and make the world dance to their music, tell them to get ready for the last act. We're going to stage it in Tokyo, Rome, and Berlin. So long, gang.
Okay, men, that's it. The honor roll of Command Performance doing the honors tonight from Washington, D.C. The stars and musicians appeared in person through the courtesy of the Hollywood Victory Committee, the New York and Washington War Activities Committees, and Local 161 American Federation of Musicians. Our gratitude also to Ralph Bellamy, Greer Garson, Virginia Gilmore, Irene Dunn, Martha Scott, Ann Rutherford, and Edward Arnold, and the great stars doing yeoman service in the sale of war bonds for their visit to us tonight. And men, thanks for those letters. Keep sending them to Command Performance, care of the station to which you're listening, and keep listening for the answers each week and every week till it's over there. This is Paul Douglas saying good night from Uncle Sam.
Hi, fellas. This is Jill with your all-time jukebox. Yep, all-time jukebox time again. And that means time for us all to take a 30-minute break, sit back, and remember some of the old records. I think most of these will be old friends. We should be able to play about 8, and all but one go back just a few years. The old record will be for all of you over 30. These are what we call all-timers, records that were just a little better than the others. And first, something Smart and Sweet by Freddie Martin and his orchestra. During one of his days off while at the famous Coconut Grove, Freddie and the band recorded that wonderful Blue Champagne. All-Timer number 2 was brought to light by a letter from North Carolina. A listener down that way wrote that it's been a long time since I've played Johnny Doughboy Found a Rose in Ireland. Well, I checked the records, and I found that Kay Kaiser made the big record of that song. Checked the Armed Forces Radio Library, and there it was. So, here it is.
mother spoke the sweetest blarney too. Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, and she stole his heart with smiling eyes of blue. He said, darling, 'tis my duty to make an American beauty of a sweet Irish rose like you. Just like you.
Next record takes me way back to high school. I think I was a freshman when this came out. It's the talk of the town, Glenn Gray and the Casaloma Orchestra, vocal by Kenny Sargent. Kenny was sort of a forerunner of the crooner craze. When the band came to town, the gals used to stand by the mic and listen to Kenny sing For You, Under a Blanket of Blue, and our next all-timer, it's the talk of the town.
We were more than lovers, we were more than sweethearts. It's so hard to understand. Don't know why it happened, don't know how it started. Why should we be strangers after all we've planned?
I can't show my face, can't go any place. People stop and stare, it's so hard to bear. Everybody knows you left me. It's the talk of the town. Every time we meet, my heart skips a beat. We don't stop to speak, though it's just a week. Everybody knows you left me. It's the talk of the town.
We sent out invitations to friends and relations announcing our wedding day.
Friends and our relations gave congratulations. How can you face them?
What can you say?
Let's make up, sweetheart. We can't stay apart. Don't let foolish pride keep you from my side. How can love like ours be ended?
It's the talk of the town.
Sweetheart, we can't stay apart. Don't let foolish pride keep you from my side. How can love like ours be ended? It's the talk of the town.
It's the talk of the
Next, Dick Haymes. I guess you've noticed if you follow G.I. Jive that I sort of think that Dick Haymes is one of the best. I first heard Dick on an old Harry James record of I'll Get By. Then he popped up with Tommy Dorsey, and, well, all of a sudden he was all over records and pictures. Well, one of his greatest records has to do with Laura, which is a great song all by itself. Dick is backed up by Victor Young and his orchestra, Dick Haymes and Laura.
a face in the misty light. Footsteps that you hear down the hall. The laugh that floats on a summer night that you can never quite recall. And you see Laura on the train that is passing through. Those eyes, how familiar they seem. She gave your very first kiss to you. That was Laura, but she's only a dream. The laugh that floats on a summer night that you can never quite recall. And you see Laura on the train that is passing through. Those eyes, how familiar they seem. She gave your very first kiss to you. That was Laura, but she's only a dream.
This is Jill again, and in case you just joined the party, this is your weekly all-time jukebox. 30 minutes of the very best in records. Each record sort of extra special. We're about to start part 2, so join in and let's play all-timers. Now, here's a record that is for all who can remember 1934. Remember Gold Diggers of 1934. Well, if you do, and I don't, by the way, you'll remember Winnie Shaw. She was always a gal that loved Dick Powell, but he loved Ruby Keeler, and she usually drowned her sorrow in a song. Well, back in '34, Winnie Shaw sang Lullaby of Broadway. She made the record with Dick Juergens, and it's been out of print for about 15 years. I have this copy. It's a bit beat. Matter of fact, a bit cracked, but good for playing in your all-time. The original Lullaby of Broadway with Winnie Shaw.
Lullaby of Broadway, the hip-hooray and ballyhoo, the lullaby of Broadway, the rumble of the subway train, the rattle of the taxis, the daffodils who entertained at Angelo's and Maxine's when the Broadway baby says goodnight. It's early in the morning. Manhattan babies don't sleep tight until the dawn. Good night, baby. Good night. Milkman's on his way. Sleep tight, baby. Sleep tight. Let's call it a day. Hey, come on along and listen to the lullaby of Broadway. The hidey-high and poop-a-doo. The lullaby of Broadway. The band begins to go to town and everyone goes crazy. You rock by your baby round till everything gets hazy. Hush-a-bye, I'll buy you this and that. You'll hear a daddy saying, and baby goes home to her class to sleep all day. Good night, baby. Good night. Milkman's on his way. Sleep tight, baby. Sleep tight. Let's call it a day. Oh, listen to the lullaby of
I got a letter from Bill Henderson, and Bill mentioned the name of Dick Todd. As Bill put it, what happened to Dick Todd? Back in the late 30s, Dick Todd was in Canada, and he dropped over to the United States for some recording sessions. His records were 35 cents and sold very well. You know, Dick was often criticized for imitating Bing, but he just kept singing along. But as Bill says, what happened to Dick Todd? Well, I'll check on that, Bill. I checked the records, and I found that his bestseller was Say It Isn't So. Here it is.
Say it isn't so. Say it isn't so. Everyone is saying you don't love me. Say it isn't so. Everywhere I go, everyone I know whispers that you're growing tired of me. Say it isn't so. People say that you found somebody new, and it won't be long before you leave me. Say it isn't true. Say that everything is still okay. That's all I want to know. And what they're saying, say it isn't so. People say that you found somebody new, and it won't be long before you leave me. Say say it isn't true. Say that everything is still okay. That's all I want to know. And what they're saying, say it isn't so.
And nearly every show I ring in a record that really isn't an all-timer. Well, here's the story of this record. First, the song. It's called Memphis in June, and Hoagie Carmichael is the writer. Good song, but didn't seem to win the hit parade. Next, the band, Harry James. And boy, he plays as wonderful a chorus as I've ever heard. But the record didn't go over. Maybe it's me. I could be wrong about it, but you tell me. I think you'll agree that here is a record that should have been an all-timer. Harry James and Memphis in June. All-Timer is by Woody Herman. You know, this man can make the wildest records of them all and then turn around and break your heart with a love song. Woody Herman, former sax player with Kay Kaiser, now the leading exponent of modern jazz. When it comes to wild music, the Herman herd knows no equal. And what could be wilder than apple honey? time's all used up. Your all time will be around next week, same time, same station. And until I'll be G.I. jiving your way, this is Jill, and this is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
At Ease. At Ease as the Armed Forces Radio Service presents a quarter hour of music played without interruption. So at ease and listen to the folk songs of tomorrow.
I've just found joy. I'm as happy as a baby boy with another brand new choo-choo toy. When I'm with my sweet Lorraine, a pair of eyes that are bluer than the summer skies. When you see them, you will realize why I love my sweet Lorraine. When it's raining, I don't miss the sun, for it's in my sweetie smile. Just to think that I'm the lucky one who will lead her down the aisle. Each night I pray that nobody steals her heart away. Just can't wait until that happy day when I marry sweet Lorraine.
lights are soft and low. Underneath the lamppost by the barricade, standing all alone, every night you'll see her wait. She waits for a boy who'll march away.
And though he's gone, she hears him say,
Oh, promise you'll be true. Fare thee well, Lily Marlene, till I return to you. Fare thee well, Lily Marlene. Underneath the lamppost by the barricade, standing all alone, every night you'll see her wait. And as they go marching to the fray,
the soldiers all salute and say,
we'll tell him you've been true. Fare thee well, Lily Marlene, till he returns to you. Fare thee well, Lily Marlene. Fare thee well, Lily Marlene.
You've been at ease this past quarter hour with the songs of Dick Bryan and Bob Walker, and the music of Alan Roth. The songs you enjoyed were Autumn Nocturne, Sweet Lorraine, Easy to Love, Lily Marlene, and Whispering. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.